Duelists of the World. Welcome and hello. It live from Ariake, Japan. You are watching Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2026. This is day 2 of the festivities as we seek to find out who the strongest duelists of the world are. And today we are going to be taking on the trading card game category. You saw the digital titles yesterday with both Master Duel, Rush Duel, and Speed Duel in Duel Links. And today we're taking to the tables to see the actual cards get played. And it's going to be an exciting weekend. I have no idea what's going to happen here this weekend, but I'm excited to share it all with you. I'm Jerome McHale, and joined with me today are 3 people who have competed in the World Championship in Japan previously. First off, let's start with Marcello. Please introduce yourself.
Yeah, thank you so much, Jerome. I'm Marcello Barberi, the one intruder in this amazing all-American, cast. But yeah, I'm excited to be here. As you've mentioned, the World Championship is just special. It's the one event in the year where you get to compete against players from all over the world and really, the best of the best. So I think it's going to be an amazing event here in Tokyo. Okay. And
Absolutely agreed. Next up, we have Isala.
Hi, my name is Isala Wathantrige. I'm glad to be back here at the World Championship as a caster this time. It's really exciting. I love seeing a new World Champion be crowned, and honestly, with this tournament, I have no expectations. I have no idea who will take the crown.
It's anybody's game, really. And last up, we have Billy.
Yep, last but not least, Billy Brake. I'm a 4-time YCS champion and excited to be here with some of the best casters, some of the best people that we could be bringing this awesome coverage for the World Championship. Like Asala said, it's wide open. A lot of times in the World Championship, we kind of have an idea of what's going to win or who might be the favorite, but we have 3 previous World Champions competing this year. The decks are all over the place, so I'm excited to see how it's going to play out this weekend.
And one of them is, of course, last year's world champion, Julian, from when we held the event in Paris, France. He's back here with 29 new competitors, and they'll be taking on this format. Here in the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship, we're trying to find the best duelists in the world in each of these 4 categories. Yesterday, you saw most of the rounds for Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel, Duel Links Rush Duel, Duel Links Speed Duel. But today, we're going to take on the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game, the physical TCG. And the tournament format is going to look something like this. In this day, we're going to have 7 qualifying rounds of Swiss. We're going to start with 30 duelists, and by the end of it, we're going to be down to only 8. So those are 29 fresh qualifiers and the previous world champion. After those Swiss rounds, we're going to play 1 quarterfinal match tonight to get from 8 down to 4. And then tomorrow morning, we're going to come back with our semifinalists, where we're going to find the final 2 duelists who will take each other on in the final to determine the best duelist in the world this year. The time limit for each of the qualifying rounds is 50 minutes. However, in the top 8, there is no time limit. We will keep playing until there is a winner. As for the decks being used before the tournament began, each duelist had to submit a deck list which they registered for this World Championship and provide all the cards and pass through the necessary deck checks from our judges. Any card that has not been submitted on one of these deck lists cannot be used. So hope everybody got their preparation in before the tournament. No last minute surprises allowed. In between games of each match, you can change cards between your side deck and main deck and extra deck, but after each match is concluded, you must return your deck list to exactly as it's written on the deck list, so no pre-side decking. And finally, duelists are not allowed to swap cards between their main deck and the side deck before the first duel of a match. So even if you know what your opponent's playing, you must start the match with your submitted and written deck list. As for the regulations, the top 8 single elimination rounds do not have a time limit, but that does not mean that you have infinite time to play. The duelists are still expected to play at a proper and reasonable pace, and slow play penalties will still be enforced as needed, though they won't come with a time extension as there is no round timer. During each of the rounds, duelists can concede a game in the interest of time. You do want to get all 3 of those games in, and any duelist who wishes to do so should call a floor judge to inform the judge of what they're doing and why it is happening. Now, here's our schedule for the day. Opening is what we're doing right now, and right after this, we're going to jump straight into the first round of action. You can see there we've got about an hour or so budgeted for each of these rounds, but this may change during the weekend. Sometimes rounds go quickly, or they go a little bit longer, and so we'd like to make sure that all of you at home are paying attention and keeping flexible a little bit so you don't miss anything important. So keeping all of this in mind, we've got 7 rounds today. That's kind of a far cry from how a lot of these players qualified for the World Championship itself. The World Championship qualifiers tend to be very grueling marathon-type tournaments, where you'll have 15 rounds of Swiss and then a really high-pressure, high-stakes match in top 8 to get your qualification. But here, there's only 7 rounds, but they're much harder because you are playing against the best of the best of the best. So one thing I want to ask you guys is how something like that can impact your deck selection for the event. So I'll start on this side. You only have to play 7 rounds versus 15. How does that change and impact how you might build your deck?
Yeah, I definitely think while in the big events like consistency is the #1 factor, here you can take a little bit more of a risk. You can afford to play maybe, you know, a deck that is more explosive or that, you know, has higher chances. And what is always interesting about the World Championship is the Forbidden Unlimited list, because essentially you take the TCG one, the OCG one, and it's a combination of both.
The most restrictive.
And I think that will be interesting also to comment on the decks, you know, that have been chosen based on these huge changes. And maybe, I don't know, Esala, what do you think is going to be the most impactful change from that list for this event?
I mean, there's a lot of restrictions that we, coming from the TCG side, don't normally see. Ash Blossom is at 2, Droll and Lockbird is at 1. That heavily restricts the ability to stop your opponent's play, so more explosive strategies do get away with a lot more.
And in terms of specific deck changes, Cool Tune in particular, I think, is the one that's most affected by it, with only 1 copy of the extremely important Rotary, and down to only 2 copies of Cool Tune Synchro. Though, you know, you can play them twice per turn, so you could still use both in 1 turn if you need to, but then you'll be out. You won't have the 3rd one to go fetch later on. So that might impact how the decks are selected as well, especially if you watched the North American WCQ and you saw how much Cool Tune was being played in that event. 7 out of the top 8 were all Cool Tune. So whether that carries over to the World Championship or if they've selected something different, we'll just have to see how it works out.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be an interesting thing that's going to play out. I mean, Cool Tune's still one of the main threats, even with like the limitations going into it. Marcello was talking about explosive strategies kind of being something you might lean towards with the amount of rounds. You only need to win a few, like 5 or 4 rounds to get to that top 8 cutoff. I mean, 5 you'll guarantee in there with only 2 losses. But also, like, maybe you just play that consistency kind of strategy. You only need to get that many wins, so you can't give up too many losses. So going for the consistency might be another way to look at it. But it might not be able to one that's going to get you the first place, because no one wants to walk out here just making top 8, right? The goal is #1, getting that first place World Championship prize card and becoming a world champion to be able to come back next year. So I really don't know what's going to win. I think this is the most wide open World Championship we've had in recent history.
Yeah, the other thing with these high explosive decks is that they might have an Achilles heel that you don't really know about until you get here and somebody exposes it in round 1. So that's a bit of a thing to look out for as well, especially because, you know, you were mentioning the reduced kind of non-engine cards. There's fewer copies of Droll and Lockbird going around. There's only 1 of them allowed. The 2 Ash Blossoms, no Called by the Grave, but that's, you know, more
on the other side.
Favor.
Yeah.
So it's really hard. You can't really know until it actually happens, which is why we play the games, right?
Right. I think a lot of the powerful going second cards is a little bit more difficult to use, especially when there is the threat of more explosive strategies going first, but I don't necessarily count them out. I think there are so many cards that are strong going second that players have been utilizing, and Sky Striker as a strategy has been so popular going into a meta filled with Cool Tune because it's of its ability to pick apart the board. I wonder if it's going to be favorable or lacking in favor because of this format.
And that, of course, was the winning deck from the North American WCQ.
Yeah, and I do think I just want to touch on what Saul was saying. We're looking at, you lose that Ash Blossom, you only have 1 Droll and Lockbird, so maybe players are going to lean more heavily into those field-breaking cards, letting their opponent do their combo, establish a field, and then having like swing cards that are going to be able to take advantage of that. Say, okay, you got to do what you want. Well, I'm just going to play my 1 card. That's going to make it obsolete. Be able to play through it. So they're going to have to attack it a different way as opposed to trying to prevent the combos from going off.
From a spectator status, I love being able to see what each of the decks does, both when it's going first and when it's fighting against a field. So we could be in for a lot of really great matches this weekend, you know, being able to see everything that every deck is capable of. So that's my hope, is that we get to see a lot of really fantastic action and a lot of decks doing their thing, and just really find out what the best duelists in the world have come up with for this incredibly important tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. When you see the decks get to play out at their maximum potential, it really comes down to the individual player play. Because if both players are expected to play perfectly, which in a tournament of this level you can kind of expect it from the players, then the deck that typically does go first has that severe advantage. But all it takes is 1 mistake, and the player going second can completely capitalize because decks are so powerful now.
All right, well, we are just about to get right into the action here in round number 1. The duelists are over there in the other room right now. They are getting seated and ready to go. And we're just moments away from kicking this thing off on day number 2 of World Championship 2026. It's going to be a good one. I really...
Yeah, I think the pressure's on USA, I think, this year a little bit.
Yeah,
like,
right?
You said like 3 years ago, America had not won a world championship for 20 years, right? And then now that we've won the last 3, the pressure's on, the target's on the back. All the other countries and all the players are all rising up. They want to defeat, you know, it's their turn, their chance. Maybe we'll have EU win this year, or potentially someone from one of the Asia countries. It's going to be really interesting. Some of the best players in the world are here this weekend. Like we said, 3 world champions competing in the TCG space. I really don't know who's going to win or what deck's going to come out on top. It would be cool to see the Light and Darkness Ritual deck do well if there are players, you know, using that strategy here this weekend. You know, there's something about like Yugi's cards being here at the World Championship that's so iconic to me.
We have seen yesterday a change of, you know, in that trend when it comes to the Master Duel category, because in the past years, you know, it was either the European or American region winning them, but now it was a final between 2 OCG. But here it is round 1. We're going to see Yuki against Gabriel.
It looks like Yuki will be going first here, starting off with an Upstart Goblin.
All right, indicative that he might be playing a heavy spell strategy.
Yeah.
That's 1 in the grave already. Let's keep count.
It's a nice looking Upstart Goblin, too.
First card of the World Championship, Upstart Goblin.
All right, so Gabriel's going to gain 9,000 life points. You can check the score up there at the top of the screen. And on the sides, we're going to give you some cards to look out for as well. And just keep a track of the player demeanor as well. That's an important part of the World Championship as well, is keeping your cool and not revealing your strategy or whether or not something was disadvantageous to you or advantageous.
We're going to be activating a copy of Sky Striker Engage.
That's gorgeous.
Is that the new linkage?
That's the new Engage.
Well, what added was the new...
it added the new linkage. Or new Widow Anchor, is it?
Hard to tell. It's new art.
I'm pretty sure it was linkage. I mean, yeah, it could be
linkage.
Yeah, usually you're going to get linkage because you can get Widow Anchor later on potentially, but we'll see where he's going from here with Sky Striker Ace Ray.
You might not have seen that linkage before, but when Magnificent Monsters comes out next week, you can get it, and the Widow Anchor.
Definitely, and Sky Striker Ace Zero will be up next.
Yeah, Ray uses its effect on the field to tag out into the Sky Striker Ace Zero from the extra deck, meaning that we're likely not using linkage this turn. Usually you want to leave the 0 on the field. I imagine we're going to have it remain on the field now. We're going to grab another copy of Engage from the deck this time.
All right, and we're at 2 spells right now, so the draw isn't live quite yet.
We're going to be activating it immediately and chaining a Fallen in the Virtuous. Okay. That will be the 3rd spell at resolution here.
He goes and destroys the Engage. So if you're watching at home, he destroyed his own Engage so that it would be in the graveyard first, because otherwise both spells would have remained on the field until the chain was finished.
That's a beautiful deck.
Yeah, every card is just absolutely shiny.
Sky Striker enthusiast for sure.
I mean, that's also a part of what makes the World Championship unique, is that you can play with cards that are also, you know, coming out in the OCG. So,
and if you take a look at that marker on the bottom there, that indicates the randomized versus non-randomized status of the deck. So that we aren't shuffling all the time, we'll just go ahead and have that there and make sure that the duelists do shuffle before the next time they need to draw.
Albion, the Branded Dragon, able to use its effect during the end phase to grab another copy of Fallen in the Virtuous. Going to be setting it directly to the field here.
All right, so 4 face downs.
So let's see.
We can assume, so we have Fallen the Virtuous known, we have the 0 known, a likely copy of Anchor and Linkage, and 1 mystery card as well. Not to mention multiple cards in hand. But Gabriel gets to start his turn now.
And let's see what he is playing.
Really considering the first card he gets to play this turn. Not easy playing into this field. It's unassuming. It doesn't seem like it's that much, but it is a lot of interruption.
Yeah, the 0 can destroy a card.
Oh, starting with the Power Patron Terminus, I believe.
A strong starter here. We'll see if there's a response. No response there. Gonna resolve.
Now that could be indicative of a number of different decks. The Power Patron and the Medius lore cards are kind of in a lot of different strategies right now, so that doesn't quite give us the information we need to figure out what he's playing yet.
All we know is there are Power Patron cards in the deck, and we're going to grab Medius the Pure.
Sending one of the Power Patron Pendulums to the graveyard. Next up, let's see if he's going to decide to summon that Medius the Pure. Oh,
no, on
one.
resolution, we've got the one Droll and Lockbird. Oh,
That's
no.
devastating here for Gabriel.
But a very strong start for Yuki.
Wow.
All right, so now Gabriel's not going to be able to add any more cards from deck to hand anymore. And you don't really want to pass on nothing, because Sky Striker is well known for being able to take out all your life points in an instant.
That was like the general advancement of the strategy. In the beginning, when this deck was first released back in 2018 for us, it was very difficult to actually end the game quickly, but now it specializes in it.
Taking a moment to consider his options.
Tough position.
Under a lot of pressure here, going to summon the Archmage.
Power
Patron. Yeah.
Outrage Power Patron. And it looks like that's going to be okay.
Next up, he's going to activate Pendulum Treasure. It's going to let him place a scale from his deck.
This gets around Droll and Lockbird, in a way, circumvents it.
It only specifically prevents adding. So anything that sets, like this, or like the branded card did before, can essentially get around it. Although in the case of quick play spells or traps, for instance, you can't activate those the turn you set them.
It's going to be very difficult to navigate, but Gabriel has not given up yet.
So he's going to add one of the Power Patrons to the extra deck.
All right, and Yuki's going to take a look at that one real fast.
I believe that's Nervetto.
Yep, the Archmage one.
So they have the Neuron app available to them in order to get the translations of the cards.
Yeah, but this is quite a tough spot. I mean, you have the Power Patron in check, and even if you pop it, the effect to add is locked out, so for now, Gabriel needs some more.
Yeah, Yuki doesn't have to really use any of his responses just yet until there's anything that actually threatens him.
I think he's going to summon Archmage Glaflare. I think that's a little...
Yep.
Yeah,
the Glaflare. So this is interesting. This gives us more of a clue as to what's going on here. You don't really see this in the general Power Patron Pendulum ones, like the ones from the EU. I don't believe they were playing any of the regular Archmage cards, just the Pendulum ones.
Yeah, so this is the defined Archmage strategy involving more of the Power Patron engine, and Glaflare is strong into this position because it has the ability to go after Yuki's set spell and traps.
Indeed. But that's also okay. Yeah. No response from Yuki.
I mean, it does target, right? At any point, if you need to use your anchor, you can. Not really any threats here. The biggest form of interaction that you have is the 0. Yuki's just patiently waiting. We're going to go ahead and activate another copy of Nervetto. Is that all 3 now shown?
I believe so. One in the graveyard.
Yeah.
Yuki's considering using the Fallen, and it does.
Yep, there it is. Going to go ahead and send, for cost, a copy of Ecclesia from the extra deck.
And destroy Nervetto. All right, so Nervetto has the extra deck face up.
For the second time.
And now Gabriel's thinking about it. Thinking through the rest of those back row cards.
Yeah. This is also just round 1 of the World Championships, so a lot of nerves on the line right now, so players kind of playing extra carefully. It's something they're going to probably want to adjust throughout the day, and because time is definitely an issue that you have to be considerate of.
All right, so he's going to use the destruction effect here. And it's not a quick effect because he doesn't have 3 different types on the field.
And hits a Forbidden Crown. That was the mystery one. We had not known about that yet.
Okay. So in terms of an information advantage, he's got that, but whether or not he can do anything about it is yet to be seen.
Forbidden Crown resolves and chooses the Graflare, so now it is locked onto the field there.
The 6 curses of Forbidden Crown.
And yeah, now we're gonna use the Power Patron.
I imagine you just use the Widow Anchor here. You can take it if you'd like. Yep, that is going to be Widow Anchor.
Yeah, oh. As you can see, he's thinking about it.
So Gabriel doesn't have a response to this, so Yuki still gets a chance to respond to his own Widow Anchor.
Yeah, it looks like he is considering to actually take the monster.
The last card should be linkage, right?
Yeah.
I think
Should
so.
be linkage.
I mean, this really restricts anything that Gabriel can do, knowing that the Graflare is locked there because of the effect of Forbidden Crown. Not much ways to extend. You are still under the effect of Drone Lock, but the 0 is still face up on the field if there was another monster to extend on the field as well.
It can destroy a card.
It would take a miracle right now.
It's a tough situation, but if anybody can do it, it's a World Championship competitor. It really comes down to what those remaining cards are. Hopefully it's not a bunch of search cards.
The pressure is on. Mustn't take too much time to consider here.
It's kind of the make or break point of this duel, though. All right.
Looks like he's revealing Archmage Findmail.
Since he controls an Archmage, Femel can come to the field. Does not have the 3 monster types still. But Yuki's going to go ahead and take a look at Finmel. And we recommend everybody do as well over here on the right side of our screen.
For what it's worth, one of the advantages that Gabriel has here, it seems like Yuki is unfamiliar with his strategy with, you know, it might be down 1 game at the end of this, not necessarily that it's over yet, but for the following games he has that advantage where Yuki's not necessarily prepared to play against his strategy.
Gabriel definitely still has more plays to go. Archmage Non-Finito is always online, even though you won't be able to add with it. He has ways to keep getting monsters on the field, and he's already pushed through a significant amount of Yuki's cards here, so even though this has been an uphill battle, he's trying to find a way and navigate his way back into this game. Looks like he's considering using the Sky Striker 0 here, decides not to use it just yet.
That's a set.
Okay.
Set and a pass.
That does potentially provide some options.
He'll get his Archmage Power Patron back.
And I think that would give him the 3 monster types required. That would change his effects into quick effects.
Well, we'll see if it gets that far within this end phase. Yuki still has the effect of 0 to use.
All right, so Gabriel's going to pass over, and Yuki will use 0.
Before giving back.
Not turning them into quick effects yet. We're going to wait to resolve the Widow Anchor. Going to get a copy of Rose and Ray from the deck.
Yeah, Sky Striker's really had a resurgence in popularity. I mean, it won the NAWCQ this past year, and it's kind of been a contender in a lot of the tournaments leading up to this one.
And it's going to take out the Archmage Trap card.
Yeah.
Alteration, I believe.
Awakening?
Awakening.
Yeah.
I knew it started with an
Awakening,
A. Yeah.
Many of these cards start with A.
Oh, yeah,
Numerous times.
Especially the field spell.
I mean, that is the one that you want to have go to the graveyard. You can banish it, target an Archmage monster, and then return to the hand or extract, and if you do, destroy a card your opponent controls. So actually more powerful in the graveyard in this instance.
Kagari going to add back Engage using Ray's quick effect. Power Patron, Archmage Power Patron back to Gabriel's side.
All right, and now the objective for Gabriel really is survive.
This can be quite difficult against Sky Striker. Once they clear your field, they can do a lot of damage very quickly with linkage.
Especially once they start chaining engages.
We're at well more than enough spells in the graveyard now to get the draw, too.
Yeah, being able to summon Kagari on the interface. Looks like he's going to use Graflare's effect as a quick effect to try and take out that spell or trap, force it out if it is that linkage.
And it is during the end phase still.
Oh, is it? I thought he drew for his turn. It might be still the end phase. Oh, takes it out.
Oh yeah, it is draw.
Yeah, it's on the other turn because he already used Grifflair's effect on his other turn.
That's right. You're right.
Just immediately getting that out of the way before it can pose too much of a threat.
Kagari probably turning into, what, a Hayate, perhaps? Oh, it looks like Amaterasu, maybe?
Yeah.
Changing armor, changing modules. Maybe wanting to try and go into a Sky Striker Ace 0, but it looks like we're going to use the quick effect of Archmage Power Patron to fusion summon with the card in hand.
It was the Medius that we knew, right?
Yep.
Now with Amatsu on the field, able to potentially counter a monster effect here.
Yep. Summons Archmage Deactorus.
So Deactorus out with 3 different types on the field. You can negate the activation of a card or effect on the field and destroy it. And Deactorus also has the ability to leave behind a Medius if it's destroyed. So if nothing else, you could pile up a bunch of monsters to block attacks here, in addition to just kind of disrupting things a little bit.
But we do have the Amatsu on the field to protect from the effect of Deactorus, and so we now just have to bait it out. A little difficult with the Rose still on the field.
Yeah.
Blocking the main monster zone is important for the Striker strategy. You need to be able to have a clear main monster zone to activate a lot of the Striker spells. Not all of them, though.
Yeah, he would need to link summon Sky Striker Ace 0, clear that up.
Or just potentially use a Lemnis Gate.
Lots of different ways.
I imagine we have the effect of Ecclesia in the graveyard as well right now, right?
Yeah, I believe he sent both of them, so he's got the Dragon and Ecclesia.
We're not going to start with that, though. We're going to go ahead and link away the Rose and the Amatsu into... is it going to be Azalea?
Oh, Azalea, okay.
All right. So Sky Striker Ace Azalea. I'm going to use Azalea's effect.
We're going to go ahead and try to force out some of these interactions here. Not a whole lot he has to get through, so he's just forcing Gabriel's hand. Yep, just going to go after the Deactorus.
This is whether you use the Deactorus or the Fin Mill here.
Gabriel's really feeling the pressure. You can see it in his face, but he has to make a decision soon.
Yeah, I think round 1 of the World Championship is like the hardest one.
Absolutely.
Like, the nerves really don't come shake off until after that first round. That's at least been my experience in the past.
At least getting one game in helps a lot.
Yeah.
And Gabriel's taking a look at that trap card in his graveyard.
All right, so he's going to let it go and then activate the effect of Deactorus to grab a Medius.
So skipping the effect of Deactorus here, I assume that means his plan is to fuse another one later. And then reactivate the ability to have that negation.
If we can get to it, yeah. We're just going to go ahead and use the effect of Medius now. That's going to attempt to summon a copy of Ginoldo, perhaps? Looks like it.
Yep.
The wall, as you mentioned, has grown wider.
It really kind of snowballs across the field.
But now the board is clear. We can activate a copy of Engage that we added earlier. Plenty of spells in the graveyard. We can pick apart the field now.
I believe that's the new Widow Anchor.
Yeah.
That's gorgeous.
Now we get to draw a card. We'll see how many engages we go through this turn. Still have access to a Kagari right now. Yep, we're going to be linking away the Azalea into what I can only assume is Kagari. Yep.
Yeah, makes sense.
Just get all the tools necessary. We're going to grab back that engage from the graveyard, just to activate it again immediately. There it is. Getting 2 more cards here. There's the Lemnis Gate.
Going to be able to use that to help clean up this field a bit and hopefully clear the way to get some damage in. That Upstart Goblin putting Gabriel at 9,000, maybe that'll come in handy a bit for him to try and survive this turn. We're going to have to see.
Hey, how many Sky Striker aces does he have in there now?
Plenty.
Plenty of spells to put back, that's for sure, too.
Enough to take out
At least 3. I'd assume you have 9.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's 0 Amatsu and Kagari in there, as well as Azalea.
Looks like he is counting.
2 Rays in a row as well.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
He has the Ecclesia still as
Yeah.
well.
To go for Ecclesia.
Yep, going to be able to put back that Albion to take care of one of these monsters. It's all about just clearing up this field the best he can. Gabriel's going to think for a moment.
We're going to be using it now. Oh no, we're just going to resolve the effect. All right, 1 piece down.
I think the last interaction Gabriel has that we know about, at least, is in the graveyard.
Yeah, the Awakening, which can return an Archmage to end to destroy a card. So
We're going to be activating the
let's
Lemnis Gate
see.
now.
Let's look at that graveyard.
So we're going to be eyeing an engage.
Plenty of spells to put back.
Yeah,
So you need an equal number.
it's gonna be 3. It seems like it.
I'm going to put back, I imagine, the zeros and the Kagaris as well.
A little messy.
Okay, it's gonna be 6, I think. Yeah,
1, 2,
Yeah.
3.
Yep.
4, 5, 6.
I mean, it's good enough.
Yeah, that goes up for 2 cards, right?
Yeah, and then we still have enough spells in graveyard at the end of the.
All we need is 3.
Yeah.
This is going to be able to resolve now. Interesting, we leave the Archmage on the field.
Well, it's always nice to have an attack position monster to get.
Right, but was that the only monster that he could use the trap on? Because it has to return.
Junato's elf. No, he's got to return. Yeah.
So it's an interesting choice, but I imagine there's a plan here. I mean, he still has the anchor as well, so he can force it out right now.
Is that talent? Yeah.
Oh, well, that'll definitely do it.
Wow.
He's going to go take a peek at the hand there and put the Junaldo back.
Yeah.
Incredible hand here for Yuki in game number 1.
I mean, when Gabe gives you 2 more
Yeah,
draws.
exactly. Like,
I mean, the Droll and Lockbird when you're going first is so devastating, especially when you're playing something like Archmage.
With 1 copy, it doesn't happen too often, but it still can happen. Unfortunate for Gabriel that it happened round 1 here, but again, this is still just only 1 game.
yeah, I guess at least you'll take it when you go second anyways.
Yeah.
You know? Like, you much rather see Droll go in second than when you go first. So, let's see. That's the Widow Anchor?
Yep.
And now we're going to see the Awakening.
Let's see if Yuki He's aware of their interaction, as you've mentioned. Yeah, as you can see, maybe.
Yeah.
He might not saw him.
I mean,
He's still fine if he could like chain. Does it target the Awakening?
I believe it does.
If it does, he could like chain like Widowing or Linkage maybe. And
yeah,
still
yeah,
find a way
it does target the Archmage, but then like the destruction effect doesn't. So.
Oh, the destruction effect
Yeah.
doesn't. Okay, so that wouldn't work.
Yeah, that
so he
doesn't
just has to. Oh, but if he gives up the Kagari, Ray can come back from the graveyard.
Yeah.
He'll still find a way to probably be able to do some damage. But the fact that he's already had to use Kagari to add back Engage, that's one less linkage that he'll have access to in the battle phase. So maybe that will be able. Losing that linkage plus having the 9,000 from the Upstart Goblin, there's still a chance that Gabriel will be able to survive this turn.
And it does make sense to pop here. So.
All right.
Yep.
So
Let's see.
comes back.
So, see, if he has a linkage, Ray's 1,500, Ray tags out
And I
to
think-
0, that's 2,000. Linkage goes into another 0 plus the 1,000 to 3,000, that's 5,065.
And then it just tags down 2 more.
I don't
Tags
know,
out
without
Ray
Kagari.
and Rose.
Well, if he doesn't add, he can do that.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to add, right?
Yeah.
No, no, for sure not. Yeah, should be.
So that's 35 down. We're going to be using the effect of 0 now. We're going to get them back from the deck here. Going to get a copy of Ray, and I assume the Rose is still in the graveyard. Yeah. That's going to be another 3,000.
Yep, and if he has linkage, it'll be enough to do 3,000.
2,500 left.
Because the linkage will give it that 1,000 boost if he has it.
It's already used Ray's effect, so it
but
really
you
does
need
have to be
to-
linkage.
I mean,
Clear the way. no?
he did use the effect of Ray, right?
Yeah.
That's how he got to the 0.
So, no. Because you need to clear the way, so you
Yeah.
you can't really. no.
Yeah, linkage requires you to also have no monsters in your main
Yeah.
monster zone.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
So it's pretty much done.
Like, it's only Lemnis Gate is the striker spell that doesn't require that.
Yeah. So I guess
She also used this turn.
just leave him at 2,500.
I mean, this unfamiliarity might prove extremely advantageous. I mean, that's one of the reasons you get to play a deck that isn't necessarily one of the ones chosen for this format, and Archmage hasn't been as popular going into this tournament.
I think it's significantly more popular on the TCG side
Yeah.
versus the OCG side.
It very much is.
But this is what I love about the World Championship is that we get to see TCG versus OCG. I know round 1 as a TCG representative, I got to play against an OCG player, and it made it so
Yeah.
like incredible. Like it was just an experience.
No, I guess in this case in particular, the talent might come up to be, you know, the costly. Because if you just took with the talent, that would have been enough. So instead, you know everything anyways in the end. So
All he had to do was, with the Lemnis Gate, not leave an Archmage on the field.
yeah, I mean, also,
There was only one.
yeah, there were a couple of options there. So hopefully he doesn't get punished for it. And yeah, now surprisingly, Gabriel gets to see another turn.
I mean, the Ray is still on the field here. That turns off a lot of his interruption.
Shizuku's going to drain the attack points of opposing monsters, and it's also going to
And
set
that's drones.
Yeah, it's Hornet Drones, yeah.
Hornet
Yeah.
Drones.
A card that's surprisingly better in every non-Sky Striker deck.
Yeah.
than is in Sky Striker.
Indeed. Well,
I mean, just,
It's a yummy card, right?
yeah, it's more of a yummy card. It's like the 4th worst version of linkage in Striker.
yeah.
All right. So they go ahead and
I guess it would have given the extra 1,500 that he needed if he was
There
able
we go.
to
What
use
a-
it.
what if he's got the spells for it? All right, so Gabriel's up. He survives the onslaught. He survives the droll, and he gets another turn.
And you see his pace of play picking up here, maybe a little excited.
Yeah.
The fact that he's still in this game is...
I like his chances now.
So
actually.
he's going to summon Medius from the graveyard.
By sending a monster back to the deck.
Okay.
It's going to be the other Medius.
Here
We can
comes
have Ash
Ash
Blossom.
Blossom. More unknown
yeah.
interactions from the hand there.
I mean, we still likely are able to push through.
Yeah.
Okay.
Alteration.
Good alteration.
He's going to be able to add. Let's see what he adds with it. Just another copy of Medius? Yeah. Or Assault, sorry. Archmage Vandalism Assault. All right, is that
It's the
Latera?
continuous one.
Is that Latera? Or
I believe that's Spell and Trap one again, right?
is it
Eagle Flare,
It's
it's
another
Flare,
Flare.
Yeah.
It's kind of hard to tell. from this distance.
The flare is going to immediately use its effect.
Then
We're picking this apart.
Yeah, this is the first time in this match that feels like Gabriel
It's another
is-
Forbidden Crown!
Just useful card after useful card here from Yuki.
That could be devastating here.
That's going to stick. It can't be used for anything.
But we have ways to keep pushing. I mean, these were the ones we knew about, right?
It's the Finmel. Finmel's up next. But this
Now we
really
get
feels
to
like the
draw.
first time that Gabriel's making headway in this match.
He endured. The school is still in session.
Gabriel has yet to yield.
And there it is. It's the Artmage Academic Arts Acropolis. Arcane Arts Acropolis, sorry.
Gonna discard Lol.
Acropolis?
No. No, Acropolis. The fun thing about this one is because you have to name the cards that you're getting with it. It's like taking roll call at school.
Love that. All right, and then Latera.
And there's the slacker herself, Lutera.
She should be in the library, but she's out there playing music. Special summons.
All right, now the gang's all here.
Yep, even the Artmage Power Patron.
Gonna be finally using our normal summon here on the Artmage Power Patron. Full board. We are not able to use the Flare for anything because of the effect of Forbidden Crown, but we have plenty of other monsters here.
Yep, Artmage Power Patron is going to use the effect of Fusion Summon. Probably for a Deactress. He can still summon a Non-Finito too. Or it looks like he's going to summon Non-Finito.
Non-Finito.
We'll be able to add a Speller Trap, I believe.
That's any two Artmage monsters, and the Artmage Power Patron is such. It's Non-Finito.
It's going to grab a trap.
Lets you set it directly from your deck.
And that one, I believe, you can use while it's set.
Yeah, as long as it's a normal spell.
No, that trap specifically.
Oh, which one did he get? The
Recapture.
Oh, recapture. Yeah, that's true.
If you control an Artmage, you can activate the turn it was set. And it is a negate.
That's helpful, especially if you're going first and you play the Non-Finito without actually committing anything to the field. You can get your negation online before your opponent has a chance to blink.
Essentially what we're trying to do here. There's only so many responses that you could possibly have at this point.
Especially with that zone clogged.
Just look at the body language as well from Yuki now,
We got caught off guard. That's all it takes. It takes one mistake when you have almost everything to your name, and Gabriel's taking advantage.
That's a tough one, too. If he can't finish this one off after starting as strong as he did and having the Ash and the Droll, that could be devastating going into game 2 or 3. He has to reset himself.
Yeah, it can definitely hurt your mental.
Yeah, it's hard to recover from that.
But these players are all professionals, right? They've been here before. They have had to fight a long way to get to this point. Not one game isn't going to end their career in any way.
Yeah,
No, absolutely. But I think now it starts to become a matter of are you conceding to save time? Because as a reminder for the Swiss rounds, these players will have 50 minutes, but then if time is called, it will be a double loss. And so, I mean, we don't really have a timer right now, but I think this has been going on for a while.
We will be able to let you know how many minutes the game was after the game is concluded.
After it's concluded.
We will update you guys so you know.
Now, Gabriel's continuing to build here with the Power Patron Link monster, and he gets Diactress back as well. Purification Power Patron, there it is.
I mean, yeah, now he has 2 forms of interruption for the 2 cards that Yuki could have. It's just smooth sailing from here on out, but we're going to enter the battle phase here, go after the Ray.
Yep, and he's checking to see if he used the, I believe, the halving effect of Finmel.
They are doing some math for the Shizuku as well, no?
Yes.
So, yeah.
Let's pay attention to our life point counter. That should be accurate. Once the damage is taken.
Getting the direct feed from the table itself. So down to 7,100.
We're going to be able to destroy the Shizuku here. I mean, this will trigger the Ray in the graveyard now, which is the main threat, but I imagine we're going to immediately try to respond to that. Yep, we're going to go ahead and stop that before he can put another 0 on the field, and then start swinging.
There goes Diactress in there for 28.
Wouldn't it
And for
still be
Gabriel,
better
you
to
got-
attack the other way around? Because at least you force them to activate the ray and then you push more damage, no?
Mm-hmm.
So it's,
I was thinking the same thing when
Yeah.
he attacks, but I thought maybe he had like another ray in the graveyard potentially, but
Oh, does it summon itself back? What? Oh, the effect of lull, or?
I don't know. I think the big thing is Gabriel knows that time is now like going to be an issue in this game, so he's trying to play a little bit quickly.
yeah.
Yep, and then, okay, immediately in the draw phase, he's going to use the effect of Flare again, try to really constrict Yuki's options, put him down to 2 cards.
Yeah, this is tough because it's really just one Hayate direct attack away from defeat.
Exactly.
And it looks like it's a chain of a Widow Anchor from hand. We're going to be negating that with Deactorus, and then it's...
It's linkage. They're
it's
both linkage.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I know it's hard to
Looks-
tell.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it looked almost like a second copy.
Yeah.
Linkage is the one that's more silvery,
Okay.
if that helps.
Yeah.
This is really the first time seeing the new art out in the wild here.
It just came out here in Japan as well as it's upcoming in the TCG.
We're going to be able to get a 0 on the field. Luckily for Gabriel, you can only use 1 effective 0 per turn, so Yuki has to make a huge decision here.
The downside of playing in under no strategies, your opponent's going to have to read the cards from time to time.
I mean, if you have a strong strategy and your opponent is unaware of how to interact with it, you take that risk.
Ooh, Predaplant Dragos Tapelia. That's a classic fusion monster.
I mean, having access to a powerful fusion monster like that in your extra deck, you know, kind of an indicator of some potential non-engine you could have as well.
Yeah, seeing it actually being fusion summoned properly
Yeah.
is a bit of a unique experience.
I mean, you mentioned this earlier when we were talking about the introduction here, going into this format, because of the lack of powerful non-engine that you could play as far as stopping your opponent, you get to see more of these games where players get to play out both their strategies to their fullest potential, try to break through the board, and we get to see both their strategies play out this much. I mean, it does take a long time to be able to finish a game when the player gets to go first and the player going second gets to crack back here, but it looks really strong for Gabriel right now.
This is what we want to see. This is exactly what you want to see. Is both players being able to go full force against each other.
And then there's that Hornet Drones that we knew about. That was the last card added off Shizuku in the previous turn.
There it is, puts up a Sky Striker
Nice.
ace.
Does he have a Kagari still? The third
Still
one?
has one Kagari. That gets negated by Dragostapelia.
I mean, there's nothing left, right?
Hayate, no? To just try
He's
the
got a
desperate move.
Hayate,
Yeah, like,
But I mean,
Hayate with Kagari being
Yeah.
spent, not the greatest.
But he only has 1,500 left.
Yeah.
I mean, if
Oh,
it gets
that's
through,
true.
if it gets through, it gets through.
yeah,
but
yeah.
That would be devastating.
And it does.
No! And after all of that,
Wow.
Hayate direct attack finishing off game 1.
Wow.
That's a tough one.
That's a tough one. We were talking about the mental.
Yeah.
That's a tough loss.
And that's tough. A great game, though.
Great game, tough loss for Gabriel.
That's tough. Like either one, if whoever lost this one is going to have a bad 3 minutes in between game 1 and game 2. But the fact that it was really hanging in the balance right there just by a thread, I think both of them should have confidence they can pull this out across the next game or 2 games.
the one thing is, because Gabriel was able to play through that game and kind of get back his position, Yuki had time to learn what his cards did.
Yes.
And that could prove to be a detriment at this point in the game. But we are going into this next game with Gabriel being able to start. And if he isn't able to find those powerful points of interaction, Archmage is one of those decks where you can't really attempt to crack back onto the field if they're allowed to go through their entire combo.
Yeah.
It's one of those strategies we saw, or at least we talked about going into this, knowing that there aren't as many ways to stop it. If it's able to resolve its full combo, it's just so hard to ever beat.
Very, very
Yeah.
difficult.
But Striker, as a strategy, would probably be one of the best at cracking through any
with
field.
The breakers, absolutely. And I mean, we have seen some of the options, but I mean, as you have mentioned, even back at the NAWCQ, you know, Ryan showed us what the deck can do, and definitely it has a lot of tools, and especially that draw. You know, we saw the impact of draw and lock bird, even though it's limited. If he gets it again, it could be a quick one for him. So
even the reverse draw and lockbird, not so bad against Sky Striker. So maybe Gabriel will be the one that gets to open up with that draw and lockbird when he goes first here this time. But the biggest thing is these players are going to need to pick up the pace a bit. It's the first game of the tournament. They're both kind of like being very careful for those first couple of turns, but that's going to be the biggest thing working against them, I think, because neither of them want to go to time, because then it ends up being that double loss.
And I'm pretty sure we are close to like 30 minutes at least for that game, you know. So I
think we'll get an update
definitely
here
something.
soon.
Yeah, something you need to keep.
It's a tough one for Yuki, especially the kind of the turning point there was the graveyard effect of the trap card.
Yeah.
That he didn't quite understand how it worked and could have wrapped that game up a lot sooner if he had understood quite what he was facing against. So I don't think he's going to make that mistake again.
Yeah, definitely.
But it might also prompt him into being a little too careful in his plays, just in case there's another effect that he didn't quite get the first time.
Yeah, but at least it was a huge sigh of relief, because you know he still won.
Yeah,
thanks
he still
to
won
what
the
happened.
game.
So
if you lose that one, it's real bad.
Yeah, absolutely.
Getting down to that last card, the Hornet Drones, like maybe he just searched it because like what else? All the other Sky Striker spells are gone. It ended up just being the key card to make that Hayate.
It was probably the only legal card to target, because everything else was in the graveyard, right?
Gone.
Yeah, absolutely phenomenal, and an epic way for that game to end, like back and forth between both players, and that's what you love to see.
It was really good on Gabriel, not going into the tank after getting hit by the droll and being able to grind through it and push to just so close to winning.
He just needed to be able to put himself in a position to have another turn, right? And he identified that and then played to the best of his ability to get into that position. Unfortunate that he still lost out. He couldn't stop a Hayate attacking directly. One of Striker's many tools at being able to be really quick on it.
Did he surrender?
Oh, wow.
And he goes into the next game.
Was it really?
Yeah, he surrendered.
And then offers
a
concession.
Fair enough.
There might have been more time taken off than we realized. And Gabriel, knowing that it's better to have the tiebreakers from your opponent winning than both players taking a double loss, realizes he's not going to have enough time to win the next two games and surrenders the game. A very smart play here from Gabriel.
This is a case of losing the battle to win the war. In the end, if he gets to 4 wins, only 4 wins, for example, needs to have those tiebreaker points to be one of the last 2 into the top 8. The fact that he concedes here rather than both players losing due to the timeout could be the deciding factor between whether or not he makes it in or not.
Yeah, very honorable and smart at the same time.
If we get a peek at his hand, did he just have a non-playable hand?
I mean, he had Pendulum Treasure.
It was Ghost Ogre, but then I don't know. Yeah.
Pendulum Treasure and not a whole lot else.
Yeah, I think it must have been a time issue. Yeah, I'm not sure.
For sure, 100% it was gonna be, but I don't know. Maybe he just thought the one ogre wasn't enough to, stop him in his tracks. So
yeah, we'll hopefully let you know like how many minutes that game was. We'll have that information in the future potentially. But congratulations to Japan, starting off strong, winning round number 1 here. Yuki and his Sky Striker strategy, moving on 1-0. Gabriel losing 1, but as we said, 7 rounds of Swiss. That's a lot of rounds to play. You can take 1 to 2 or 2 to 3 losses potentially. Our last 3 world champions have all gone into the top 8 with 3 losses. So just because you lose 1 or 2 rounds doesn't mean you're out of the tournament. And being able to make that executive decision to surrender, not try and take your opponent down with you, that's what the good players do. That's what the smart players do. So it's incredible to see. And, it's what I would expect here at the World Championship, because it's all about putting yourself in the best position to make that top cut. Maybe not necessarily win that round, but to make it to that top 8. And that's exactly what Gabriel did here. So excellent play from both players.
Yeah, as Jerome mentioned earlier, this is not necessarily, like all these players are used to playing much longer tournaments to get into this stage. So they're used to the marathon. They identify that it's not about that one match. They are preparing themselves to play through the other 7 and give themselves the best chances of making that top 8 cut.
But now, it's gonna be once more Yuki going first, and let's see. Things changed quite a bit. After siding, you can always expect, especially after the breakthrough at the NAWCQ, to have some preparation for your deck. Maybe some spell and trap mass removal. So it's always something you need to be mindful of. but we'll see how he prepared, and no matter what, it's pretty straightforward what you want to do.
I imagine in the small break between rounds, Yuki's probably going to be studying all those Art Mage cards again.
Yeah.
Thinking like, now,
so.
wait a minute, if this is what I'm playing against in round 1, what other surprises are in store for me as the tournament goes on?
I mean, it's definitely strong to get that out of the way. When you happen to make a mistake into a matchup like that, but you're able to pull through, you're able to win that match regardless, then you have that information to go off of. Now you get some familiarity with all the cards, and you know a bit of what their combo looks like, because you've seen their interruptions, you've had to play through them already. You're going to be way more prepared for the other players playing in this tournament.
Like, between rounds when you were playing, did you go and talk to the rest of the team from your country and think, okay, what did you see? What was going on?
I talked to everybody.
For
Not-
sure.
Not from my country. I mean,
Yeah.
everyone. It was kind of a big job. I remember Josh was immediately like, okay, can we stop pretending like we don't know what everyone's
Yeah.
playing? Like, let's just talk about our decks, talk about our rounds.
It gets very
like,
collaborative very quickly.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially when everyone loses, you like to kind of like get some camaraderie in the losses. Like, oh, I lost round one. Oh, yeah, me too, man.
Yeah.
Like, oh, but all the nerves are like kind of shaken off after round 1. Round 1 is definitely the most pressure, like, especially if it's like your first world championship. Like, you don't know what to expect, you don't know how to feel, you've never like encountered like some of these other players. It's absolutely phenomenal. But we're gonna have to see how Gabriel will bounce back in this round, and how the rest of the players will do from all the other countries.
So we've got Julian Kihan. He is our previous World Championship winner, so he's back again. From Japan, we have Ryohei Kobayashi and Seigo Inokizono. We've got 30 players total after them. Yoshiki Saito, also from Japan, and the winner of our round 1 feature match, Yuki Shibano on Sky Striker there. And then finally, another previous world champion, came in 5th at the Japanese qualifier, Koki Kosaka. Next up.
Here we have, the full-on, representation from the United States. Of course, Charlie, I mean, has been to the World Championship plenty of times, and I'm sure he'll try again here to get a title. But then, as we've seen, Gabriel losing, but I'm sure he'll have, another chance at making it to the top 8. And of course, Logan Johnson as well, representing US.
I like Gabriel's deck a lot. I think he's going to do just
Yeah.
fine.
It was definitely a close one. I could have gone either way up until that very last game.
All right, so moving on, we have Sebastian Todd from the United States. And then we get into our very strong year from Canada here with Mario Angelo D'Amico and Luka Kovac. Great year for Canada this year.
Both those players qualifying through the World's Qualifying Point Playoff, which has produced the last 3 world champions. So if history continues this way, one of these two might be walking out with that first place prize card.
And they made the top cut at WCQ as well, did they not?
They qualified twice.
Yeah, double qualifiers.
Yeah, I mean,
absolutely phenomenal.
Mario representing also some Italian origins. All right, name will take him as the third representative. But
y'all got Julian. Now you're going to take Mario too.
All right,
We can't forget about Latin America here. From Costa Rica, we have Esteban, and then from Honduras, we have Mario Moncada, and of course from Ecuador, we have Juan Andrade.
It's been a strong year for Latin America as well. There's some really impressive deck building going on down there that we saw from the different WCQs.
Absolutely, we get some really unique strategies that qualified some of these players for this tournament.
Yeah, Juan Andrade came in 2nd at the UUDS, so absolutely phenomenal player.
Oh, that's true. And then we have from Colombia, Andres Torres, who's a name that's probably familiar. And now we get into our European duelists with...
Yeah, we have Team Grafe on the one end, and then the one French representative with Florian Deron. And of course, I mean, they had a great show this year. And alongside them, we have, amazing players qualifying from both the playoffs held on Friday and then the main event. And we also had some pretty cool, history at the European Championship, because among them, in particular, coming up will be some of the Italian representative, with Danilo getting really close to qualifying twice making it through the playoffs and then to the top 8, where he lost to the other Italian representative. So so that was a pretty good highlight from the event, and I think they are in this slide. Yeah, as you can see, the 2 Italians, Francesco Simoncelli and Danilo Siracusa, which were joined, of course, by Germany's Paul Robert Goss.
Now, Danilo was the Invoke player, is that correct?
Yes.
He's playing the Invoke deck as well.
Yes, I mean, that was amazing to witness. We'll see whether, we'll have some invoked this weekend. But yeah, that was amazing. And we got to see this match on stream. But
next up, from the United Kingdom, it's Josh Kelly. And then also from Germany, we have Yannick Ackermann.
the youngest player in the TCG side of the tournament.
Is he really?
19 years old.
19 years old.
Impressive.
We've had some pretty young players before. I mean, Charlie, for instance, started in Dragon Duel World Championships, and he just keeps coming on back as he grows up.
Yeah.
I mean, Dragon Duel World Champion, but Yannick is actually a Dragon Duelist from 2020.
Really?
Yeah.
So, wow.
My bones ache with every word that you say.
Exactly.
Oh, and then from Australia, SHUEISHA.
And continuing from Australia, Dylan Taylor. And of course, after that, we have previous world champion Chia-Ching Wang from Chinese Taipei. And from Hong Kong, we have Hin-Feng Sang.
Yeah, Chia-Ching Wang is definitely one to watch out for this weekend. Won a world championship, made a finals at a world championship. He is back again and hungry for another prize card and amazing trophy this year. Yeah, any one of these players could really take it this year.
Is 3 the most world champions we've had in a single world championship? I mean, there's always one, just because of how it works.
Yeah, I'd say 3. It's probably happened before, but I don't know if there's ever been more than 3 that competed at one world championship. Yeah.
Well, if we have any dual historians watching us, maybe go ahead and take a look at that. It's interesting to find out.
I think the closest was probably 2 or 3 with, I'm thinking Galileo that came close
Galileo
many
has come
times,
back
but
quite
like,
a few
you know,
times, yeah.
If we go back in time retroactively, 2017 had several future world champions.
Sure.
I don't know if we have the time machine there. All right, but we still have some more duelists to check out.
Representing Korea, Dongwon Ha, and then we do have 2 Chinese representatives with Yagun Yan and then Jiawei Zhang, which will try their best to also bring a title home. And, you know, there is fierce competition all over. It's really interesting to see also the differences in deck building within players from the different regions. And that seems like it is going to be a trend, you know, in really maybe the explosiveness against choosing more, you know, control-based strategies and decks. And I think it's always refreshing to see.
Yeah, it's really interesting. Even from the WCQ season, we saw Europe having a lot more focus on the Invoke strategy. That was not popular at all coming from North America.
Indeed.
So each territory really has its like own favorite decks.
Yeah, I remember when I looked at the top 8 breakdown, I had, you know, to take off my glasses and be like, am I seeing it right? Like 7 Q-tunes in there, while we had almost like 8 different decks, I think, in ours. So it is definitely, you know, something that is always interesting. And again, when you combine different lists, especially, it's interesting to see, because we came from completely different formats, also, you know, the OCG players. And it's interesting to see how they adapt. They still have, you know, new cards that they cannot play for this event alongside, you know, absolutely.
I think this WCS might be the most that the OCG players have had to go to remove themselves from their format.
Possibly.
There's a significant amount of cards that they have, like the Toon cards and things like that they've been playing with for a while now, like having to step back, but maybe to their like pleasure, like maybe they're happy to play like this kind of format.
It feels like they're going back in time.
Oh yeah, because they have more experience with
bit,
this format, right? Because they've already played it.
Yep.
The biggest loss, I think, from our side is Genia from Blazing Infinity. That kind of takes out the Fairy Tale deck that we saw used to great effect, especially in Latin America.
Yeah, Andres Torres actually qualified with the Fairy Tale strategy, so, you know, a bit of a loss there. I think that was one of decks I expected to do well had that card been legal in this format. I think it was a very underexplored strategy, but we don't have to worry about that too much for this tournament without that card.
Yeah.
Another missing one would be Mixosia the Confounder.
That one's a huge one.
The fusion monster, especially in something like Branded.
Yes.
So it might change whether or not you're going to play pure Branded versus one of the hybrid decks that were available.
At least Super Polymerization is only at 2 copies here, so you see it somewhat less, but having that utility tool as an option would have been really beneficial for that card.
But I also think something that flew under the radar is the difference in the Fiendsmith package, because, you know, both Engraver and Tract are limited in the OCG, and so we'll see whether we'll see at all any, you know, Fiendsmith splash in the different decks. So
I mean, they would have been really strong in any Light and Dark neutral strategy, or like even trying to mix into the Mitsurugis. We know that is a popular strategy. It would have been really useful to have access to a full Fiendsmith package just to get access to, I mean, Habakiri.
All right, well, we're going to see how all of this turns out in the future. There's a lot of dueling action left, and it's coming up sooner than you think, so do not go away. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. You're watching Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2026 live from Ariake in Japan. It's been a while since the World Championship came back to Japan, but it's great to see it back in the home of Yu-Gi-Oh! And we're all having a great time here. So, in addition to the World Championship itself, over at the Ariake Garden, there's a KC pop-up store and all sorts of different collaboration events going on. There's a play space. You can see the art expansion shirts and that kind of products as well. Have you guys had a chance to see what's going on next door at all?
Absolutely. I have actually, I didn't know this was a thing. When I was going around the mall just trying to get food and get snacks, I noticed that a lot of the stores had like these pop-up things where specific merchandise for the Yu-Gi-Oh! Collaboration, and they come with like certain, like almost scavenger hunt items. Like I got a bunch of, what's the word I'm looking for?
The coasters.
Yeah.
Yep.
Have you gotten any?
Yeah. I mean, I've been both, shopping at the pop-up store for some also Japan-specific items, which is always cool. I'm a big, I'm a big fan of the fans. So that one was beautiful with the, Dark Magician and Dark Magician Girl artwork.
A very popular item.
Yeah, it's amazing, honestly. And then also having fun at the food court, where, as you've mentioned, we have some specific Yu-Gi-Oh! Food items. So like the Angry Burger, which was
Angry Burger's
a
pretty good.
blast to just come seen to life. And that was a lot of fun, and I still have to try more, so I want to try some more.
Well, they're open to 11 tonight. I think we'll be there in time.
Exactly.
I've had a great time with it. I have spent way too much at the KC store, but all of those items will be coming back with me. You might see them in some of our future broadcasts as well. And I ate a lot of the collaboration food as well. My favorite one was the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon Katsu.
Yeah. I had it yesterday for dinner as well. It was really good.
It was great. That's a good one. It's just a really fun, festive atmosphere around here in Ariake. There's banners everywhere as you go along, the boardwalks. You can see Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2026 everywhere, with that gorgeous key artwork as well with Dark Magician and Dark Magician Girl.
Extends even further into the city. Even the train has so much going on for the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship.
Yeah, like you can see the protagonists as you go up the stairs to the stations. It's kind of a real takeover of the entire town. It's wonderful to see.
Yeah, it's been really fun just walking around, being able to explore Japan and seeing Yu-Gi-Oh! Everywhere.
It's been around for, what, the original manga was 30 years ago, now back in 1996. And the fact that it's grown into such a massive international phenomenon to the point where we're having world championships, more than 20 years later. We skipped a few years. It's been 20 world championships. It's just wonderful to see all this and see all the duelists come here and just over the years look at all the hard work that they put into just being able to get here. And then once they have gotten here, the matches have been great. We saw a fantastic round one matchup between the Art Mage deck and Sky Striker, where really it could have gone either way at any moment.
Well, I was about to say we didn't know who was going to win. I think at multiple points we expected someone to win, and it just we didn't know toward the end. It could have gone either way toward the end of it. It was a really surprising match. I think there was a couple of missteps from both sides, but it was one of those things where round one nerves especially, but also a matchup that you're not expecting, being able to be familiar with the cards, so many different types of interactions going in, a lot of just powerful cards. It's what I hope to expect from the remainder of the tournaments. If we have a bunch of games like that, it's going to be really fun.
Yeah, and I do think play styles matter as well. There is a bit of a discussion among, the years whether they exist or not. But from my experience, even playing the same exact deck, when you play against players from a different, part of the world, you do see those differences. And just in the way that they are trying to play, whether they're more aggressive, more conservative. And I think this played a huge role as well in that match, and it will still be a common factor going forward. But yeah, it was an absolute nail-biter for round one. We still have 6 more rounds to find out who will be those 8 duelists having a chance at the World Championship. And I'm sure we have a lot of different decks, coming up as compared to what we have seen here in round one.
Yeah, I don't know if we'd call them styles specifically, but it's very easy to tell when you watch a duelist for long enough what sort of things they value about their cards and strategies. Like, are they trying to just build up a lot of resources? Are they trying to end the game immediately? And that's something that you also see that's a little different from region to region.
Yeah, I mean, you could talk about the conservative style versus the aggro style. I think the style exists for the player. I don't necessarily think it's optimal to choose either style. Like, you can be a conservative player, but sometimes making the aggressive choice is the correct one.
I think maybe styles, if you want to call them that, hide what is odds. You know, sometimes you play to your odds, and so the really good players, which are the one we are gonna see this weekend, know when the odds are in their favor and when they should try to get the additional risk, because it's worth it. You know, you might as well take it and then close out the game rather than play too passive and then maybe they top deck that one card and then you regret it. So it's definitely something that everyone has to deal with, just like there are other soft skills that I think in Yu-Gi-Oh! Are important, from reading your opponent to knowing when it's time to pack your cards and then call it a day and be like, no, okay, there is more Yu-Gi-Oh! To be played. I want to avoid the double loss, and then I should concede earlier on. So it's a lot into it, and that's the beauty of the game we all love. So
and some of the excitement of just the fact that it can turn around on one card, like that linkage in the last round as well. Like the fact that that can happen, that's part of why we love the game so much, is that you really just don't know until it's over.
Yeah, being able, I mean, that's a card game thing, right? Being able to see that top card, the game is not over until that last card is drawn.
That's how Yu-Gi-Oh! Was always been, from the anime to, the trading card game, and nowadays the digital titles too. So it's really good. I mean, it's something that takes I think the emotions, a lot more to a higher stake, and when Sky Striker is a deck that I think is also part of the equation, because it's a lot less about what you have on the field per se, and a lot more about the resources that you also keep in hand, and engage at any point can just go into a cycle of resources. You draw into Power of Desires, you draw into a lot more cards suddenly, and it can go either way. So
Sky Striker is one of those decks. It's kind of inextricably linked to the history of Yu-Gi-Oh! At this point.
Yeah.
Between being the subject of one of the Chronicles animations and the fact that it's been in the World Championship in multiple different eras of its existence when it first came out nearly a decade ago at this point, and it's still here all these years later. It's a real testament to the staying power of cards like Engage, for instance, and Ray, and being able to just cycle through all the different extra deck monsters. It's kind of a unique mechanic to it too, switching the armors rather than making new, different monsters.
Yeah, it plays with very little, but that's why it's such a difficult strategy to try to utilize. A lot of players really like it for that reason, because it doesn't really allow you to make any mistakes. They're all very small interactions, but they come together really powerfully. But if you ever make a mistake, it all falls apart.
Yeah, for sure it's not the flashiest deck maybe when you compare it to even, the Archmage Power Patron deck that we saw with just one or two cards. It can make a full field, and then maybe when you're not too familiar with the high-end Yu-Gi-Oh! You could look at that and be like, okay, that deck is for sure better, But no, Sky Striker, can really take games away from any. It doesn't really have a bad matchup overall, it just can play through, and at the same time it's quite difficult. You can look at it and be like, okay, yeah, this looks easy, I just start things off, set 4. But no, every single card, like whether you use it, on what you use it, must be calculated. It's almost like playing chess,
Yeah, I want to agree with you where it doesn't necessarily have any bad matchups, but it doesn't have any particularly great matchups either. You have to, every game is a struggle. But that's what a lot of players like about it. Yeah. But I mean, that's why it's such an interesting choice for a tournament at this level, where you're not expected to make too many mistakes. So playing a deck like Sky Striker, it can be extremely rewarding. But playing other decks that are a little bit more forgiving can be even better.
To quote Ryan, it's not the deck, it's the player. So I mean, that can probably be true for that Sky Striker deck. But yeah, regardless of that, I guess we'll see what the others 28 duelists decided to bring for this event. As we've touched on, there are some major differences due to the Forbidden Limited list, but also due to the decks you have been familiar with, because I think that's also important. I don't know, for you, for example, coming into some events, if you play for a long time, for example, the Kultun players I'm thinking about now, or like maybe Charlie on top of them, or some of these players who had a lot of success with Kultun for a long time, do you think you just tend to stay with the deck that you have been consistent with, even though, of course, there is only one rotary, as we've mentioned, or do you think it's worth to put the time into a completely new strategy?
I mean, I think with Kultun specifically, that question is really interesting, because I do think Kultun is a strong choice for this event. But the reason why Kultun is ever strong in any given meta is because the player is capable of playing every other deck in the exact tournament format. And when it's a little bit more open like this, when it's you're not necessarily sure what other players are playing, it's a little bit more difficult because if you look at your opponent's hand and you don't know what they're going to do with it, it's a lot harder to actually play that game, and Cool Toon can't get away with not knowing what their cards do.
Yeah, definitely true. I mean, I can see that being the case, and yeah, I guess knowledge is both you know, a blessing and a curse in that regard for the deck, and it is for sure what would bring me most into the deck. We have seen, although different, some of what, you know, knowledge can do. For example, I'm thinking of Spiral back in 2017, and now, you know, the drone back in the day had such a huge impact, and especially nowadays when you see decks playing 15, 18, 20 entrops, you know, having that knowledge and putting a card on top that you know is gonna be completely useless, I think it's huge.
We actually saw that in the finals match, the game that Charlie won in his finals match against Ryan. He got to look at the top two cards. Engage. Yeah, no, you're not getting that. That's not going there. Of course, that's a much easier decision than if you go against Artmage, for instance, and you look at the top of the deck and you see, you know, Medius or Power Patron Terminus, or both, for instance. In that case, well, both of these are pretty strong. Which one do I leave them with? And that's where that knowledge really comes in handy. Yeah,
really like puts the player on the question, do you know what this card does in the context of the remainder of their hand? Do you know how to potentially stop every single play they have? Given if you can look at their hand, Artmage is not necessarily the most consistent strategy. It has a lot of pieces that you don't want to draw. You either draw the good side or the bad side. And if you look at a hand that has several playable cards, you need to actually see what they're going to do with all of them. But if they only have like 2 playable cards, it gets a lot easier.
Speaking of the event per se, what do you think you would have brought if you were a player for this one?
That's why this tournament is so difficult. There's all these. I think a lot of players have gone along the side of picking up a pile strategy because it's too hard to stop. And I think, given that's just like a me thing, I enjoy these pile strategies. I enjoy these mismatch of all really powerful engines because it's really hard to stop. You get to push so many ways through. It's very easy to play the game that way. There are so many powerful one-card starters that can do so much on their own, and that they're not mutually exclusive, right? You can do all of them at once. So it just makes it more and more. But, I mean, as the game's progressed, you don't need to do all that. Usually resolving one is enough, so it's kind of difficult to justify playing all those together. But if there's not really a good way to stop them, and there's not really a good way to stop your opponent doing their first turn thing, having more ways to push could be the answer.
Yeah, I mean, I can see those combo decks being favored because another big topic for the event will be Mulcharmi Fuvalos, you know. That is a big question mark because we have seen in the last few events the card dropping out in popularity, especially in the main deck. And of course, you can take advantage of that knowledge and just play a heavy combo deck, knowing at least for one game you won't be facing the card. And we'll see whether that would be, you know, something that our duelist decided to go for. Speaking of piles, were you always a fan, since you said it's your style, of 40-ish kind of decks, or going all the way up to 60, you know?
Okay, so I'm not necessarily in the 60 bracket, but I'm a light 50 can get there.
47, 48, somewhere in there.
I'm not locked into 40, but I want to play all those engines together. So, but ideally, if a deck could be 40, I want it to be 40.
Okay.
But I'll do the math is fine if it's at 45, and like you just have that many starters anyway.
When I was thinking about it, I was thinking that one of the most impactful cards for this tournament is going to be Fallen and the Virtuous.
Yeah.
So if I were making a decision on this, I'd be wanting to play a deck that can play Fallen and the Virtuous and also do something that feels radically unfair at the same time. So when I was thinking about it, I was thinking more like Danilo and coming up with Invoked, something where you can play F and V if you want to. You can have Oceanus in your extra monster zone, banishing all their stuff, which is really good against Cool Toon in particular. And you have Hyper Invoked Aeon, so you can just look through their extra deck and make their own strategy unplayable. So that's kind of where I was when I was thinking about it.
Yeah, Invoked is extremely strong. It's able to like actually play its turn. I don't think there's many decks that can actually beat it. Aeon is ridiculously powerful, especially when you're resolving 2 of them. You're going to go ahead and hit 6 cards out of the extract. And as you mentioned, Fallen the Virtuous is a card you want to take advantage of. Under Oceanus, you can't even activate it, right?
Right.
So it's one of those things that's super strong against like every deck in the format, but it's easier said than done to get that far.
Absolutely. I mean, it would be a great side, though, because I'm thinking back at my World Championship back in 2017, and Invoked...
Our.
No, you're right. Our. And Invoked surprisingly made it all the way to the semi-final in that event. So, you know, after almost 10 years, 9 years later, it would be absolutely crazy to see it going back, and who knows?
There were normal summoning and special summoning Alistair down.
Yeah.
All right. Well, it looks like our players for our second feature match are getting settled in over at the table. They're going to go ahead and get ready to start, and so are we as we head into round 2 of Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2026. This time we've got Sebastian Todd of the United States versus the youngest duelist in the tournament, Yannick Ackermann of Germany.
Sebastian gets to go first, and as we mentioned, sticking to what he knows, we're going to normal summon Coulton Q. Going to be met with Psy-Frame Gear Gamma.
Wow, the limited Gamma.
My favorite engine.
It's like thinking, but now that that card is at 1, you think back at it, like, why did we not play 3 every single time we could?
Exactly, and it's incredibly powerful here. We're both going to negate that and get it off the field, so it can't be used to tune.
I mean, that is the single most powerful response you could have to a cool tune normal summon, getting it off the field while also negating its effect. Not many cards can do that. We were kept talking about the restricted number of these non-engine cards, but we're finding the best ones every game. But there is a Ghost Spell in Haunted Mansion. Doesn't solve the problem, but at least allows the Q to resolve. But Gamma is still going to linger in Yannick's hand, able to use in the remainder of the turn, but now you can navigate around it because you get to resolve that pivotal first interaction. Going to get Rotary directly to the field here. We're going to be able to block our chain links for the remainder of our effects here as well. We're going to be immediately synchroing with the Q and the Rotary. I imagine we're just going to make Q chain link 3 in this instance. Yep, there's Trackmaker hitting the board. Chain link 1 is the Trackmaker, chain link 2 is the Rotary, and chain link 3 will be Q. Q is going to be allowed to resolve. We're going to look at the top 2 cards of the Yannick's deck. We see Fualos as well as...
I believe that's the Martyr of the Sacred Beast.
That would make sense, and that's a huge reveal. We're going to go ahead and leave the Martyr on top while getting rid of the Fualos. That's an interesting choice. That means you're going to expect to play multiple times on your opponent's turn.
Now, do not adjust your dial. This is not Genesis. This is really advanced here at the World Championship, and it appears that Yannick Ackermann has brought Sacred Beasts.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. That's Ghost Ogre in the hand?
Ghost Ogre, yeah.
We have Haman, and what is that? Oh, it's Raviel as well.
So Raviel Haman, that's the Sacred Beast searching spell as well.
One of the most ridiculous cards I've ever read, by the way.
It's super good.
Indeed. But that's a huge surprise, and now let's see if Sebastian prepared at all against this deck.
This is what I'm talking about. When you look at a hand, you don't know what it's going to do. How do you navigate as a Cool Toon player? Are you prepared for this?
Has Sebastian played Genesis? Does he know what all these cards do?
Well, we're going to have to find out the preparation going into this tournament. I know that if I was preparing for this tournament, I would have overlooked the Sacred Beast matchup for sure.
100%.
So would Sebastian be better than me? I guess we'll have to find out.
And regardless, this shows the boldness of the youngest player in the event, as mentioned, 19-year-old Yannick, and brave enough to bring definitely an underdog strategy here. But now...
He's got a Cool Toon Synchro to hand, as well as something that I could only see half of.
I can imagine it's a Rico, but we're going to activate Duelist Genesis here. Now that a tuner is in the graveyard, we're going to be able to add a Synchro Spell. Synchro Overtake is going to the hand.
Yeah, so we need to navigate through Gamma and Ogre for now in terms of interruptions.
I mean, it's an incredibly powerful hand for Sebastian. Ideal to have into such powerful cards from Yannick. We're going to be synchroing with the Rico as well as the Trackmaker into Zaylan now.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense.
Zaylan's ability to negate either of the chain links, either 1 or 2, makes it very impactful. As we see the Synchro Overtake hits the field.
Going to be able to summon a tuner from the deck here that is listed on the Synchro monster here. Got a couple options.
Didn't quite see what the Synchro is, but we'll find out based on what the tuner is.
I imagine... Yep, there's going to be a Rico hitting the board.
Yep.
Rico's going to be able to add a monster from graveyard or deck. Going to be looking to the graveyard, I think. All copies are in the grave at this point, except for Mix.
Tuner except level 3.
Yeah, all the Cool Toons specifically go after the level that they are not. Are we just going to get access to Mix now? Yep, going to grab a copy of Cool Toon Mix.
So we've seen Q, Rico, Rotary.
No clip just yet.
No clip.
But we do have Cool Toon Synchro. We're going to be synchroing with the mix in hand along with the Rico on the field. That looks like our remix.
Remix.
Yeah, remix.
Felt early to go into ours right now, but like.
Yeah, that's 3 face downs, and I mean Gamma is pretty good to keep for your own turn as well, but
I mean, Sebastian not going to be too much more into it. He has a cool tune synchro set that we both know about.
yeah.
Just giving the deck several cuts here. And turn is past Ionic. We'll see if he can get value from this Gamma. I mean, the Ogre as well can pose a threat. Honestly, more likely to pose a threat than the Gamma, because we will have to commit cards. But at the very least, you know that the Sacred Beast spell will resolve with the Gamma in hand.
Exactly.
Yes.
That's the important. I mean,
And that's what he's going to start with.
maybe.
Maybe.
Maybe. But let's see.
So Sacred Beast
Will we
release.
see a Dominus
Okay,
Purge? No,
okay.
okay.
That's great.
It's going to go through. He gets to add 3 Sacred Beast monsters with different names, deck to hand, then discard 2 cards. Doesn't even send them back to the deck. You get to discard them, which is also a way to get value.
Now, that would be a problem if those cards didn't have effects in the graveyard, right?
Well, that would never happen.
Right.
I mean, that's almost a better graceful charity for this deck, you know? So
Yeah, you compare Engage to Pot of Greed, where you get to choose the card and then
Yeah.
draw another one. It's similar, right?
Yeah, it's kind of graceful charity. It also has a graveyard effect of its own, but it won't be usable this turn. Let's see. Looks like he got the Summoner Sacred Beast. He got the Ariake as well.
I mean, that completes the ones that we didn't already have.
yeah, and unsurprisingly, Sebastian is gonna have to read a few of these cards, and
And he's checking in the graveyard right now.
It's going to get rid of the Ghost Ogre.
Wow.
Interesting. He
Yeah.
can discard anything. He gets rid of the Summoner as well. The Summoner also has a graveyard effect. You can banish it to special summon a Sacred Beast from your graveyard in defense position, other than a level 8, which is what it is.
Which is very interesting that you discard the Ogre in this situation.
Yeah, indeed.
We're going to go ahead and reveal the Uriah now.
He may be thinking that the Ogre can't do anything due to Zalen. If you activate something and chain Ogre, then Zalen goes right after it. Whether it's the right thought, we'll find out.
Is that really more beneficial than any of the monsters immediately being able to be summoned? I mean, Yannick knows more about this deck than I do if he's choosing to play it at the World Championship, so I'm not going to question it.
Well, he's going to go ahead and start with Ariake and use that effect to get a trap, one of the Sacred Beast trap cards, and discard it.
Combine the Assault, which you can then banish from the graveyard to fusion summon a Phantom's fusion monster from end or field.
This is not the other one. It's not the one that you need the 3 copies of. So this is just a singleton that you play.
And yeah, we are just gonna go for it right away. So banishing it, fusion summon all 3 materials.
Here it comes. It's the Chaotic Phantasmal Sacred Beast.
Amazing artwork.
5,000 attack and defense.
One of my favorite cards to come out of Chaos Origins, but will it be enough to handle the Cool Tune field here?
Well, it's a very difficult card to get rid of, given that the first 2 times you try to destroy it with a card effect, it's not. And then once per chain, but 3 times per turn, you can target a face-up monster controls, negate its effects, and then gain life points equal to half of its attack.
I mean, that all sounds really good, but doesn't stop the effect of Trackmaker in the graveyard to just put it back.
Now that's the thing.
Sebastian didn't necessarily put himself in the position to do that easily right now because he didn't get the remix off the field yet, but at least the Sacred Beast can't go after the remix. Yep, we're going to get the remix off the field now using its effect.
Now that I'm to resolve.
Yeah, now that a monster is on the field, safe from the effect of Gamma, which again, you didn't want to discard the Gamma instead of the Ogre? Okay.
Yeah.
He has a plan for this Gamma, I know it.
He must be assuming that he's going to lose the Phantasmal Sacred Beast
I
and
guess
use
so.
the Gamma
Yeah.
then.
But now Ghost Bell is back into the end from Sebastian, which can also keep that Gamma in check one more time.
And now he's going to be using the effect of Chaos Phantasmal Sacred Beast. I mean, you might as well. You could use it 3 times a turn. Going to go ahead and negate the effect of Rico.
Once per chain, thrice per turn.
Yeah.
Sebastian,
The phrase, I don't think it appears on any other card.
Very few, and they're all quite good. We're going to
Oh,
opt
he's
to
got
use...
infinite impermanence.
I think Sebastian was looking to see if it needed, if the monster that attempting to be negated has to remain on the field to be negated. Otherwise, you might have chained Cool Toon Synchro here. But seeing that it didn't have to, gonna opt to just use Infinite Impermanence now, which is honestly a fine choice. Like, there's not gonna be too many better cards to use Infinite Impermanence on. And then we're going to get that clip to the hand. Going to be really important to be able to navigate through whatever Yannick does next.
And just to keep track at home, the middle column is the imperm column in this case. So just got to be careful not to put any spells there.
Sebastian has full information on Yannick's hand at this point. Don't think there's any more spell and traps to be activated at this, right? Like
That sounds right. I think that's right.
I'm trying to remember what was left on top of the deck with Q.
All right, so next he's going to go ahead and banish Summoner of the Sacred Beast to special summon a Sacred Beast from the graveyard in defense position.
Makes sense that the Ogre was discarded because we needed to have the fusion materials to dump the other 3. Now we get able to use the effect of Summoner, as you mentioned. Getting to see the ideas in Yannick's head here. Try to play through the Cool Toon interruptions as best as he can. Now, Yannick for sure is absolutely familiar with Cool Toon having to play against so many going into the WCQ.
Is that going to resolve, or is it going to get hit by the bell? Or something else? Sebastian's checking his face downs.
I mean,
Goes
yeah, you
ahead
want to
with
use the
bell.
known before the unknown. How many ways to extend does Yannick have at this point?
I was thinking long and hard about this next one. It is...
I mean, the Martyr
it's
was
a
the last
tough one.
The Martyr was the card left in his hand, right?
I
mean, he has a
the
normal
Martyr got axed by the Q, didn't it?
He banished the Fualos. I imagine he left the Martyr on
Oh,
top.
he banished the Fualos. Oh yeah, that would be why Fualos is over there. That's interesting. So if we can get the Martyr on the field, it would place a Sacred Beast field spell or continuous spell.
I mean, unless I missed it and he put Martyr on the bottom of the deck,
Yeah, I
really didn't-
suspect that might have been what happened.
he really didn't want to draw the Fualos. I mean, he does resolve several Synchro Summons potentially.
I wouldn't want them to have the Martyr.
Was that a pass here?
Yeah, I think he passes and Cool Toon Synchro is activated.
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and grab a Mix. And we're going to Synchro Summon with the Rico and the Mix here. The Mix is going to be able to go after the Chaotic. And now, still under the effect of Infinite Impermanence, is not going to be able to protect itself. RS hits the field as well.
All right, so that goes away. Now he doesn't have any monsters.
Gamma is live, but I mean, RS threatens a lot of damage.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure that one Gamma is going to get there, especially because Zaylan is still active.
Are we still on Yannick's end phase right now?
I haven't seen him draw yet.
Sebastian's considering if he has anything else he wants to do. He's going to be careful, though, because, again, as you mentioned, the Gamma is live now.
He should be able to just negate it with Zalen, though, right? He hasn't used it.
That's true. But that might have been the opportunity that Yannick was waiting for. Now we're going to be able to activate the effect of Haman. It's allowed to resolve. He's going to add a Sacred Beast spell from his deck to hand, then discard a card. Each individual one lines up to a monster spell or trap, Haman being spell, Uriah with trap, and Raviel with monsters here. We're going to go ahead and grab the Sacred Beast spell. Now, will he remember the...
Ooh, and the Gamma is gone.
Yeah, so I guess we're not in the end phase here.
No, I think
Because
probably...
Cool Toon
Synchro is
Synchro
in the main phase.
Yeah. And make sure not the Impermanence Helm.
Not the Impermanence.
I guess we tried to enter end phase and
then he used it.
yeah.
So now he still has access to the Zalen and the RS, as you mentioned.
Yep, Thunderclap has been activated.
That's the one that places 2 more, right?
Yeah, 2 more copies of itself. And then it can also get the field spell as well if you still have a level 10.
Like that's the case, but we're going to be using the effect of RS here. Going to go ahead and banish Mix from the graveyard. Stop that in this tracks.
Oh,
And
that's
yeah,
gonna
that's
be
a
it for
surrender.
Yannick.
All right, so Sebastian takes game 1. I mean, convincing opening through that Gamma. The Ghost Bell really came in handy to, you know, keep this side frame for at least a little bit. And
that's one of the advantages of Cool Toon, right? Is that you've got your deck full of these incredibly powerful interactions that just happen to be tuners as well, like Ghost Bell.
Being able to recycle them with the effect of Remix, you get to use them multiple times, you get to use them as extenders, and as we saw in that game alone, when you open a hand that powerful, it doesn't really matter how many interruptions from the hand that Yannick had, he's able to play through all of them and on the exact board he wanted, given having Bell for Gamma specifically, it could have been Ash, I suppose, but really strong interaction there to be able to resolve your most important effect being your normal summon, and then being able to block any other effects from that point on to make sure you get to resolve the relevant ones. The Q he could have lived without, but that being able to resolve also made it so that he had so much information about Yannick's turn, and given he seemed fairly aware, he didn't allow anything to happen that would cause him any problems. I mean, the Infinite Impermanence also very much helped to be able to go after the Sacred Beasts. I think it was just very well played from Sebastian. With the cards that he had, he was able to just completely stop Yannick's Plesh.
It was, and the Zalen was just so threatening there. Like, it didn't actually physically do thing, it never activated its effect, but the Spectre of Zalen was kind of looming over that entire duel.
I mean, that's the best way to use those types of cards. The faster you use interruptions like that stop in a a non-specific effect, the more you can just open up the rest of your turn. If you leave it like that, if you just don't use it, it's really hard to ever actually make a push, and you get to like float through your less important effects and then just allow it to resolve. You don't really get very far.
no, I mean, it's just a safety net. You keep everything in check, and yeah, in the end, he didn't ever need to use it, so good job on him. But now we'll get to see some Sacred Beast action going first, so we'll see whether Yannick can tie the score up, and also I think Sebastian is gonna have to think a little bit about what he wants to bring in his side deck. So
yeah, I don't think anybody was planning on side decking for Sacred Beasts in this one.
yeah, indeed. I don't know, even in terms of the Mulcharmies that you could keep for this matchup, I don't know, what are we thinking?
They're both good.
Yeah,
Like, I mean,
they're both good because you summon from your hand and deck.
yeah, I guess so. So maybe you just call it a day, and I mean, as we know, the Cool Toon deck already is maining a lot of interaction, so maybe you just keep adding some Mulcharmies to get into them, and regardless, I think you know, you are very confident after seeing how game 1 went, thinking about a possible game 3, you know.
Yeah.
Usually we know that the Cool Toon deck tries to bring either some counter traps or some more, you know, going first options. And if that already worked, maybe it's gonna, you know, work fine again in game 3. But for now, I'm really interested in seeing what's the plan for going first for Sacred Beast. Like, what's the ending field gonna look like?
I mean, I had an idea of what it did in Genesis, but when you have access to Link monsters, it gets a little bit crazier, right? And we saw how powerful the Fusion monster is by itself. It's a really just big threat on its own, but it's not going to be nearly the only thing you do. There's so many bodies that you get from the Martyr alone. Martyr gets to summon 2 more copies from the deck. That's a lot of material. Usually not a problem, but now we can see how far he can go.
And then speaking of cards just like we have seen that keep in check, that's a deck that can summon Varudras very easily, you know, and then just keep it in there, you know, just a safety net against any sort of interactions. And
that's scary. You can also put the trains in.
Yeah,
like you play Gustav Max, get a lot of damage and get another negation out that way. You can put Varudras in the other train if you wanted to.
Yeah, so
I think a very underexplored deck as in the advanced format. We don't necessarily know the potential of how far it can go, or if it's even worth going to its maximum potential, because sometimes you just want to do what is necessary to win, not necessarily the most of what you can do. But we're going to have to find out where players are ready to start game number 2 here.
And you can see it right there. He's 1-0. So there is something to this.
Is that Heat Wave?
That is Heat Wave.
Oh, wow.
I would not have expected that.
That's a tough one. So he's going to use Heat Wave, try to force Sebastian into basically doing nothing, and then just try to take him out in one go.
I mean, I guess when you have a bunch of big monsters, attacking for game is the simplest solution.
Wow. I mean, yeah, that could be a quick one, honestly. Yeah, that's it. That's a pass back. And now if we have the chance to just push, I mean, the fusion itself is 5,000, so,
the fusion's 5,000.
Aren't most of the bodies 4,000?
No, that's a pass back.
Oh!
He passed back. Wow, it must be a full brick. He didn't activate a second Heat Wave. It was just a pass. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, it was just a very quick
back. And he's given away all the advantage he gets from getting to go first.
That's so unfortunate.
We're going to summon Q again.
Does he have the Gamma
There's a Gamma again.
He does.
Wow.
These things tend to happen.
Will we have the way to extend here, potentially a Cool Tune Synchro to chain?
Sebastian thinking about it.
Bell again!
What's going on?
Is
this a replay?
Sure? Is this, yeah, he's got the playback going on.
Oh, but there's a Veiler to at least stop the Q. But if there's another tuner in the hand, Sebastian can just keep going.
Yeah, no, keep in mind the ability to synchro summon with the monster in your hand isn't in effect. Can't be negated. It's just something you can do.
I mean, Sebastian knows if Yannick had to pass turn, it's likely that he has a lot of those forms of interruption in his hand.
Yeah.
We're going to synchro with a Veiler in the hand. That is enough to make Trackmaker here. Yep, Chainlink 1, Trackmaker, Chainlink 2, Q, just to play around that Gamma. We're going to see a Droll off the top.
Oh, Droll Bell.
I think he's going to keep the Droll.
Yeah.
Droll's going onto the top of the deck there.
That's tough.
Yeah.
All right, so Yannick's going to have to do whatever he needs to do with just the cards in hand. The Droll's not going to help.
I mean, it wasn't the absolute worst case scenario. There was no rotary in this, so Yannick's hand is still a mystery to Sebastian.
But I wonder if Sebastian's going to try to do his best to get to peek at it.
I think he might just try to do the simplest way to get damage.
Yeah.
I think he could very easily end the game.
Because there's a tuner in the graveyard, right?
But you still have the Gamma.
There's several tuners. We're going to be synchroing with the Trackmaker and a Rico in the hand.
And I think in a way...
Sailing again.
That's rough.
So this one goes to the extra monster zone.
Synchro Overtake as well. Another strong hand, but there is that Ghost Bell.
Okay, and at least now we do have the Gamma.
Yeah, you don't want to use a Zalen here.
Yeah. Especially as Gamma now also has the benefit of shuffling the deck, you know, and just getting that roll away. Yeah, very unfortunate end from Yannick.
At least you drew the Gamma.
Yeah.
This is one of those things is, you know, when everything just kind of goes sideways, can you figure out the way to win?
And Sebastian seems like he's considering.
Ooh, really?
He wants to play into the Gamma because he had
the
Ash.
Oh,
I mean, the way he was thinking about it, he knew he had Ash in the hand. He just thought if it was worth it, and he can always add that Ash back off a remix if he needs to, but I don't think he wants to even allow it. There's only 2 other cards in Yannick's hand. Outside of something along the lines of Nibiru the Primal Being, it doesn't really stand a chance of stopping Sebastian from ending the game this turn.
Funny enough, we could see 3 Gammas in 1 turn from Yannick, so...
Well, the next one will surely resolve. It'll definitely work this time, trust.
Yeah.
I mean, it does, like, as you mentioned, shuffles the deck, puts up 2 bodies, which does matter. All right, Rico hits the board. Imagine you're not activating it.
Nope, going straight back into the extra deck.
Is that back-to-back?
Yep.
Back-to-back kind of sums up this duel.
Yeah.
The first turns of this duel.
Cool Tune B2B hits the board now. Gets an attack here and attacks again.
That's quite a lot of damage there.
Simplifies the game really quickly. Doesn't end the game immediately, but
Yeah, but
Sebastian knows a lot of information about Yannick's hand. He couldn't play before, doesn't want to play too much into the gamma. If he does try to play back-to-back, we'll give him more and more resources. Maybe potentially underestimating how much damage Yannick could do if he is allowed to play.
It's a considerable amount, but
But yeah, he already passed, so like chances are he cannot play anyway. So yeah,
And
that's
just surrenders
it. That's
there.
it.
That's
wow.
a tough one.
Yeah.
Very quick and decisive win for Sebastian Todd on Cool Tune. Moving on 2-0 in this tournament. Only has to win a few more to get his spot into top 8.
Yeah, better to take care of those now and just not have to worry for a few hours at the end of the day. Yannick started out pretty strong, though. You know, he did win 1-0, so there is something there, but we just didn't get to see it here in round number 2.
Yeah, not quite. I mean, in game 1, at least he managed to fusion summon, but then that wasn't quite enough to, to close out the duel. And here, what can you say? I mean, it's unfortunate. Sometimes it happens, and I mean, at least in this whole match, he did lose the die roll at the start, so he's still on a 1-1. There is still a long way to go. He can totally make it to the top 8, and so you just must keep your nerves in check and hope for the best in the upcoming rounds. But I mean, Heatwave is scary. If I'm, a competitor looking at this and then I see the card, I mean, what can you even do about it? There are basically Delta is the only out, I guess. But yeah,
it's almost worse. Like if the other players go back and watch this match, and they don't actually get to see what the deck did, they're still kind of wondering, so what happens to me if I let all of this go?
Yeah.
I mean, apparently, if you do nothing, you get heat waved.
Yeah,
so
that also happens.
I mean, that's a card, as you mentioned earlier, even if you know about it, what are you ever going to do about it? Given Delta is a card that you mentioned is in the strategy, so if you're playing Cool Tune, Delta is one of your few outs to heat wave, but for the most part, if you're going second against that strategy, you just have to hope for the best.
I mean, that's just how it is, and we did see some Cool Tune action as mentioned. I mean, it was one of the most represented decks in the past tournament, so we'll see how many duelists decided to bring it out of the 30 competing. But we do have at least one guaranteed on a 2-0 score, and we have seen why. I mean, we know the deck is up there. You play a lot of interruptions. They are in general gonna be good against most decks, and so it's just maybe again not the flashiest of decks, but it works. It gets you there. It's consistent, even with the one rotary. Especially with the end that Sebastian threw in game 1, gotta be saying, but I mean, it gets you there, you take it. So regardless, we still have 5 more rounds to go to find out who will be those, top 8 duelists advancing and having a chance. So thank you guys for being with us, but don't go anywhere because we'll be back soon with round 3. Welcome back to the 2026 Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading Card Game World Championship. I am joined here by Billy and Esala live in Tokyo for what is round 3 of the tournament. We just witnessed some amazing matches, but we still have quite a few to go, as we will see 7 rounds of Swiss today, followed by the quarter-finals. And for this round, we have table 1.
Yeah, awesome to see table 1 here in round number 3. It was a tough start for a lot of players in this tournament with a kind of unusually high amount of double losses in that first round, but it's really going to shake up how the tournament plays out throughout the day. With more players getting more losses means there's going to be more opportunities for players that took those early losses to climb their way back into this tournament and find a way to make it to that top 8. But we're starting with the people who didn't start with any losses. Those undefeated players. I'm excited to see who it's going to be. Obviously, it's going to be some classic matchups between NA versus EU, which we'll get into really shortly. But yeah, the tournament's been really interesting. I think Cool Tune is kind of doing its thing, kind of expected. It's consistently strong, plays well into things, but we're going to see how it's going to play out here in this round number 3.
Yeah, as you mentioned, Cool Tune has done exceptionally well going into this. When we've been looking at the rounds, it's been one of the most consistent decks, one of the decks commanding the most of the undefeated positions so far. So in our conversation earlier, we talked about how difficult that deck might have been to play in such an open format, but still proving to be quite the strong choice.
Yeah, I mean, consistency is paying out, and maybe also the fact that you can play your turns in just a few minutes as compared to other, combo-heavy decks that are taking so much time and then going into time, which is a big issue. We'll see whether that will be the case, because as Billy quickly hinted at, we're going to see Canada against Germany, and here they are. It's going to be Paul Robert against Mario. So
yeah, both players starting off 2-0. If you watch the NAWCQ, Canada showed up in waves. Mario made it all the way here, but going to Ash Blossom this Fualos. Excellent start.
I love the minigame. We're going to be normal summoning Rico now. Yep. Rico's going to be able to resolve. Almost certainly going to be adding a copy of Cool Tune Rotary if he doesn't already have it in his hand.
Yeah, Cool Tune Rico, a strong start here.
Now Mario already qualifying for the World Championship through the World Points Playoffs, all qualified again by making the top 4 of the WCQ.
And he used Cool Tune in that tournament as well.
Cool Tune all the way through here. Now, Paul, was he through points playoffs or was he through top 4?
Yeah, it was playoffs, but I'm just looking at this facial expression right now, sorry, Esala, because I think in your mind, and as a reminder for the watchers, for this event, Call by the Grave is forbidden, and Ash Blossom is only, semi-limited to 2 copies. So when you see one of those,
who else is supposed to resolve?
You can see that he's a bit, unhappy with that. But
I mean, now we're going to take a look at his hand as well. He seems very dissatisfied with his position. We'll see what tools he has to potentially counter the Cool Tune strategy now that Rotary is resolving.
Yep, going to synchro with that Rotary from the hand for Track Maker, so he gets the 3 of the effects here of Rotary and Track Maker.
I mean,
Mind Shuffle is never a good sight, but
the other 3 cards are pretty strong. It seems like Black Chaos, Ragged Rights, as well as Nadir Servant.
Indeed. Yeah, really good end if he were to win the roll, but even going second, you can do quite a bit.
I mean, 3 cards that demand an answer. So we'll see if Mario has the means to stop 3 cards instantly, or if he has to play through it a little bit. Each one of those cards gets a massive amount of advantage if they are able to resolve.
Yep, the Rotary's going to add JJ Cool Tune. Now Trackmaker's going to be able to add another Cool Tune card. Is it going to be like a Cool Tune Cube, perhaps? Or a Cool Tune Synchro.
Yep, just grabbing the spell cards now while you can. Going to be activating another Duelist Genesis here. Cool Tune has been having some phenomenal hands on this feature match stage. Duelist Genesis can either add another copy of Cool Tune Synchro or that Synchro Overtake.
Yep, Synchro Overtake, allow him to add or special summon a monster listed on a Synchro monster.
Looks like it was RS revealed.
Just going to special summon Mix.
Oh, it must have been Remix.
Yep, Mix is going to add probably Cool Tune Q. It's the one we haven't seen yet. There it is.
Yeah, and also, I mean, that Ash Blossom is not only good to stop Fuvalos, but we can get it back.
Yeah, so, we know we have this Ash Blossom again. Yeah. An immediate use of Remix on the field will potentially stop one of those cards in Paul's hand immediately.
Yeah, that's a good call there, Marcello. Not only is Ash Blossom semi-limited, but being able to shut down the Fuvalos, being able to add it back and use it again kind of doesn't matter that it's semi-limited if you can use it every single turn.
We're going to get access to Ghost Ogre as well. That cuts off the Mind Shuffle. Mario identifying what he needs to do in this matchup. I mean, that is the powerful ability of Cool Toon. When you know your opponent's hand, you get to pair for their exact hand. You get to pick apart every single tool that they have.
Yeah, heads-up play here from Mario, knowing that you can use the Ghost Ogre from the field as well.
Okay, at least, you know, he doesn't get a fully unplayable card on top, but, you know.
It's just another copy of a card
great.
he has, which isn't great. Yeah. Oh, he's going to put the...
He's going to leave him with the VLS? Interesting.
Okay. Wow.
I guess he doesn't want to have to use Ash on the Nadir Servant if he has to use an effect that allows him to potentially resolve 2 Nadir Servants, or not resolve, but use 2 Nadir Servants in the turn. Doesn't want that to be an issue.
All right, so the remix is going to allow him to add back that Ash, summon a monster from the graveyard as well, and then Synchro afterwards. He has Cool Toon Synchro set. We can assume that he added that. So,
yeah, leaving the Trackmaker on the field to be able to Synchro with on the following turn. Going to be able to use its effect in the graveyard as well for that.
And, you know, just having to be able to play quickly with a deck is definitely advantageous from what we've seen so far. I mean, the early rounds of the World Championship, a lot of nerves on the line, so players will pick up the pace of play and speed as it progresses on throughout the day.
Absolutely. The most consistent thing I've heard talking to all these players is how nervous they are.
Yep, the beginning rounds of the World Championship is probably the most nervous you'll ever be, but leading off in Nadir Servant, he has the Ghost Bell on top.
I mean, that makes sense why you wouldn't give him the second copy. You wanted to use that. That does negate the activation.
Yep.
Let's see if he decides to use this remix to grab the Ash Blossom, or if he's just going to hold it a little bit longer. It looks like he's considering his options. Yep, he's going to go ahead and use the remix.
I mean, this checks every single card in his hand.
Yep, this is absolutely phenomenal here from the Canadian.
Potentially be a very quick game 1 here, but Paul has not given up yet.
Yep, Ash Blossom goes in hand, Rico summons to the field. He could Synchro summon here for Zaylin, or he can leave the Rico out to use the effect to grab something like Cool Toon Clip.
We're just going to grab the Rotor from the graveyard.
Yep. He can still use the Cool Toon Synchro to get the clip and Synchro summon with the Rico and the Trackmaker if he wants into Zaylin, and have the follow-up with the clip.
Lots of options from this position. We're going to be activating that Ragged Records.
Yep, it's probably going to be hit by this Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring, I'd imagine.
Well, considering it not an automatic activation here, he knows the other 2 cards in Paul's hand is a copy of Black Chaos as well as the Blackluster Soldier.
And then the Zaylin would check it completely, because he could always just chain the clip, chain Zaylin.
Oh, there's an additional copy of Mind Shuffle as well. I guess he doesn't want it to be live on his turn.
Yep, Ash Blossom for the Ragged Records of Rights.
Makes a lot of sense. And yeah, now we know everything else. This Mind Shuffle, Black Chaos, and the B. Yeah.
Yep, discard the special summon.
Just gets to put it back in the deck.
Shuffle back. Black Chaos.
Yeah, that is the issue with leaving that monster. You are able to actually summon Black Chaos, but without anything in the grave, with no ritual spell in the graveyard, Black Chaos can be affected by card effects. This will likely prompt a response from Mario before Black Chaos is able to use its powerful effect on the field.
Yeah, he doesn't have access to Cool Toon Mix to go with Clip, but plenty of different things he can use here.
Yeah, I mean...
Good.
And we can just grab Mix right now, right?
Well, you probably grab Clip, I would guess. Or you could go Mix and then just use it to Synchro and then destroy. He could go for Loudness War, anything really. Or just RS.
Yeah, no shortage of options here for Mario.
That's the cool thing about Cool Toon. It's just so consistent, so strong, so toolboxy, so many different options, so many different ways to play. Is going to go for the Mix, Synchro with the Trackmaker to go into that Loudness War. Now the Mix, since it was used for a Synchro summon, it's going to be able to take out that Black Chaos. Yeah. You don't want to send it back to the hand. You want to send it to the graveyard. And then is this going to be a concession?
I mean, the last card in hand is Mind Shuffle with the Ghost Ogre face up on the field. Yeah. Not that it would even do anything with no other cards anyway.
And a Rico on the field that can take it out just as fine. Yep, he's going to go ahead and not concede, just decides to continue play.
Interesting, yeah.
I mean, at the very least, the Cool Toon strategy is very quick at ending the game. It has a lot of damage potential.
Yeah, just have to get to back-to-back, and every tuner can attack twice, can end the games quickly. Mario draws her turn. He already knows this game is over. Activates Mind Shuffle, chain the Loudness War, gonna banish the Track Maker, and just send it right back to the hand.
Yeah.
Yep,
And I
and it
think
looks like that is a concession.
I mean,
just getting through the motions here.
yeah, a few seconds more, and I mean, what a masterclass by Mario in this game one, having access to 3 different, you know, sisters and traps, we could say,
Yeah.
in, you know, Ash, Belle, and Ogre. But yeah, I mean, you're really showing us why he made it twice to this tournament, I guess, and just 1 game away from advancing with a 3-or score.
Yeah, an absolutely phenomenal hand, right? We started with Rico. He had the Ash Blossom for the fall. It was the Rico that had the follow-up.
Yeah.
Like, it was just pretty much everything you could ask for. I mean, even the Bell on top was really the cherry on top for that game. Not even having to use the Ash Blossom. He could have probably had like 2 less cards and still checked everything down. That
We're taking a little bit more effort, but
yeah, a little bit more. Like, he didn't even have to go into anything like Zaylin. Didn't have to worry about the Track Maker, like really returning anything on the turn, but really showing why Cool Tune is so powerful. I mean, Loudness War is just like such a cool card too. Like, not only are you going to be able to, you know, make it with mix, destroy a card, the Loudness War is like the gift that keeps on giving. Being able to pick one of those effects from the graveyard when your opponent activates a card or effect is absolutely phenomenal, especially because you have such a wide spread. It really reminds me of like the way Shadal's were, really, where you just had to use your monsters and use them as a toolbox to take care of cards when you need them. And Cool Tune just does that probably better than any other deck right now.
Yeah, a lot of players I've talked to, they've actually really enjoyed the Cool Tune strategy because of how complicated it is, because of how many options it has. It's not one of those decks that just blows out your opponent as far as powerful effects. It's a bunch of small effects and use of knowledge, use of their own skill that makes it seem so powerful.
Right.
Yeah, on the other end now, let's see what, you know, Paul is gonna try to do. Going first, of course, he changes a lot. His hand, we saw, was gonna be extremely powerful, and you know, it's a deck that can set up a lot of different layers. Just the Grifo alone gets you going, and it's kind of tough to interrupt. But with the side deck, you can also have a lot of different options on how you want to do, whether you want to add some layers on top, shut down, for example, spell and traps. We have seen some Diabell Star action sometimes bringing out a sort of anti-spell fragrance, you know, sort of effect. And, you know, let's see. Of course, we're going to see a lot of interruptions from Mario in Cool Tune anytime you're playing against it. You know, it's like pick your poison kind of thing. We're going all the way from 18 to 20. So, I mean, it's going to be interesting to see how Paul navigates this one.
Yeah, I mean, you touched on a really cool point. Not only like the fact that the Cool Tune deck can use tuners and synchro, you need to synchro with tuners, right? You can use them from your hand. Well, it just kind of works out where all those defensive options, Ghost Spell, Ash Blossom, even the Psy Frames and stuff like that, all tuners. So not only can you use them defensively, they also help you offensively too. And like, let's say you normal summon a Cool Tune, the effect gets negated, you just synchro from your hand with one of those options. And so you, like you said, you know that his deck is packed with those options from the hand. But it's going to be interesting to see how the deck plays out. I do think the Light and Darkness Ritual deck does play much better when it goes first and has an opportunity, as it is like one of those combo-heavy decks. At least that's the way a lot of players are playing it.
It has a lot of combo
now.
potential. It's one of those strategies that you can mix in with so many other ones. It mixes really well because of the Skull Archfiend Chaos. There is so much you can do with it. And it's a question of how much he's actually committing to his strategy. Is he just playing more low to the ground? Is he playing just basic Light and Darkness Ritual? Or is it just every engine in the game?
Hey, well, I guess we'll find out, because we don't want to, you know, reveal too much about his deck. But yeah, he has some surprising going for us. He has been on the deck for a while, and
he's 2-0 right now in this tournament. Like, he has not lost yet. There's a chance he lost game 1 in one of those previous rounds, but that's what's so great about Yu-Gi-Oh! You know, best of 3, side decks, everything can change no matter how that first game plays out.
Now, as you mentioned, with Cool Tune taking advantage of how many points of interaction that it can play, something I've seen a lot of players do in various points of Cool Tune is they side even more and then just take out a lot of engine to even just go into the dominance traps. Cuts off a lot of what you can do, but you identify that you just need to stop your opponent entirely and resolve one thing, and that is enough for Cool Tune to get there. I wonder if that is something that Mario is trying to do in this instance. It's fallen out of favor sometimes for Cool Tune, depending on which points of interaction are most prevalent in the format, but sometimes those Dominus cards, Dominus Spark even, can be so relevant against a deck like this.
Yeah, Dominus Purge is also another one we see a lot of times in a lot of the Cool Tunes deck, but can really kind of mess you up. Like, you have a couple of fire monsters like Rico, but we're going to have to see now that we're finally jumping in here into game number 2. Paul will be able to go first.
And
Black Chaos.
Black Chaos, it's a good way to start things off.
All right, so he's going to get access to Mind Shuffle right away. Gets placed it on the field here. Now we'll be using the effect of Mind Shuffle, I'd assume, to be able to add and discard.
Do we have Ghost Ogre? No.
It looks like it's allowed to resolve.
Yeah, that's the main difference between Grifo and Black Chaos when you open, is that one sets it, and so Ghost Ogre cannot be activated when you flip it right away, but...
Oh, because you just activated it upon the flip, yep. That's a really good thing to note.
Looks like we're going to be adding Scholar's Fiend to case and immediately discarding it for the effect of Mind Shuffle, which will trigger the Scholar's Fiend in the graveyard to send Light and Darkness Ritual as cost to then send another card, or to, sorry, add. We're going to be adding the very long name here.
Magician of Black Chaos, Black Chaos?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Magician of Dark Chaos, Black Chaos.
Almost.
Almost, I was close.
Yeah.
Close. But yeah, the Scholar's Fiend of Chaos is such a strong card, and that's why Mind Shuffle is so strong. It also can bridge into Mitsurugi cards as well, but it's so fantastic.
We're thinking maybe about a Ghost Bell here, but no.
Yeah, no responses. And now that you're at this point, the like 1-for-1 trades with defensive options from the hand aren't going to be as impactful from this point on.
Yeah, once Mind Shuffle resolves, the Light and Darkness Ritual deck has so much going for it. There's so much value of Scholar's Fiend already in the graveyard. Getting one Ritual Monster on the field is really all the deck needs to do to win, because then it just starts playing that loop with Mind Shuffle. They just keep hopping in and out. It makes it so difficult to deal with the Mind Shuffle itself as well as the monsters.
And there it is.
Oh, he does use the Ghost Spell.
Yeah.
So he's going to keep the Ritual Spell into the graveyard along with the other card it would have added back. So yeah, that is an impactful turn. This was the last opportunity for one of those trades to work out.
I mean, can we find a way to put a Ritual Monster on the field now?
Kind of looking at the demeanor here from Paul, it's looking like he's kind of in a tough spot. Where to proceed from here?
He might just be one of those guys, though, where you're never happy with your hand.
Yeah, I mean...
That's true. Oh, yeah, he has...
He is.
He's one of those guys.
He is.
He's got the Fallen of the White Dragon, so we do see that he is not just playing a pure Light and Darkness Ritual deck. There are definitely some branded cards in here, which is a really popular strategy to combine with these cards. He's going to be able to send that Albion, the branded dragon, special summon out the Fallen of the White, and then he'll be able to special summon Incredible Ecclesia from the deck. Unless Mario has a response, does he have Mulcharmi Fualos?
That's an interesting one in this. Oh, but Infinite Impermanence.
Another good one, another good one. He's going to try and stop him from being able to synchro into that Ecclesia on the Dark Dragon.
A few more unknown cards in the end from Paul.
The Albion's going to be solid, just being able to get access to like the Fallen and the Virtuous.
I wonder if Paul actually already has the Fallen and the Virtuous that he might chain here just to make sure the White Dragon resolves. It looks like that might be the case.
That would be huge. Oh, it looks like Brandon.
Brandon High Spirits. Interesting. In response?
Interesting. Not exactly the card you're going to want right now.
I think he does.
But he'll be able to search just for like an Incredible Ecclesia potentially and special summon it onto the field. He's not going to want to... Yeah, he's sending Granganol, so it's going to be adding an Ecclesia. Well, I mean, yeah, he has to do it because it's a spellcaster, so it has to be Granganol. But I can't imagine you'd add another Fallen of White.
I'm trying to figure out what is the reason to chain it to the Infinite Permanence right now.
Why not?
I guess.
Yep, there's the Incredible Ecclesia. He'll be able to special summon it since he does have a Fallen of Albaz on the field. Yep, special summons Incredible Ecclesia. Going to still go ahead and synchro for Ecclesia and the Dark Dragon.
Or the Chosen Sword.
Yeah, makes sense.
Never mind.
This is going to add a level 4, level 8 monster from the deck to hand. We'll see which one he chooses to grab.
3 Champions of Sword Soul. Really cool card. Featured in the Chronicles anime.
Okay.
All right, going to add the Dogmatica Ecclesia now. So already having access to Fallen the Virtuous with the Albion, they're going to...
I mean, sometimes you want to use it twice.
He is playing, like, we did see Nadir Servant in the deck as well, so we know it is kind of heavier on the Dogmatica package, so he could potentially have some other Dogmatica cards outside of the Fallen of the Virtuous in the deck.
And it looks like we're about to find out.
Maybe he sided some in going first, potentially. Does he have any other cards that are not Fallen of the Virtuous?
Yes.
Oh, is that the Fleur-de-Lis, the
Fleur-de-Lis.
Thunderbolt?
Yep.
Absolutely.
Awesome. Love that one. So this also would lead me to believe he has another card. Because Dogmatica Fleur-de-Lis, the Thunderbolt, lets you grab a Dogmatica trap from your deck.
Usually punishment, so we'll see whether that is the case.
I think the most relevant part here is this is a level 8 spellcaster that can hit the field, that you're like turning on Mind Shuffle to go ahead and start swapping.
That's true. Very, very good point. This is cool. I like seeing like the heavier Dogmatica package here. Like you mentioned, this is kind of the cool thing about the Light and Darkness Ritual deck. So many different strategies you combine with to utilize the cards. So yeah, it looks like he's going to special summon it, since there is a monster special summon from the extra deck with 2,500 more attack on the field.
Let's see what we grab off the effect of the Thunderbolt.
It is going to be that Dogmatica punishment. So Mario already down 2 cards from the hand, drawing to 4 cards, and with multiple interactions here from Paul, he's looking to try and even this game out and push things to a game number 3. Like, Mario's going to have some incredible cards in his hand to be able to come back from this.
Now we're activating Skull Archfiend and Chaos in the graveyard. Going to be putting back that Magician of Dark Chaos.
Does he want to put back? Yeah, just try and give him cards he doesn't want to draw for his turn. Non-cool tune cards. 2 cards for Mario back into the deck. 1 card for Paul, and that Skull Archfiend of Chaos will be summoned to the field.
Now we are locked out of the extract because we activated the effect of Dogmatica Ecclesia. But just remaining on the field is still strong enough. If it goes to the graveyard, it gets even more value.
Paul really putting on a masterclass, showing what he can do despite getting stopped for the first couple of actions he had there. I think the Ghost Spell was probably the most impactful, just keeping that Ritual Spell in the graveyard, along with the card it would have added back as well.
But did not cut off Paul's ability to start summoning them, because now on Mario's turn, he's going to be able to use the effect of Mind Shuffle again, discard a card, get one of those rituals to the hand, and then start swapping it out, as I mentioned earlier, as soon as Mario activates any effects. But doesn't have access to both.
Ooh, this is a good one. Bestial Magnament is going to take out the Albion, the Branded Dragon, more than likely, cutting him off from the Fallen Virtuous, as well as being able to let him add Hydraulis Harmonia from the deck to the hand.
I mean, Cool Tune has so many powerful effects from the hand that he can use. This is one of those that just gives you even more.
Yeah, I don't know if there's going to be any like opportunity for him to trigger the Hydraulis Harmonia. I don't know any monster effects that Paul might be activating on Mario's turn, but we'll have to see. I'm sure it can come into play. But yeah, Bestial Magnum being played in like Cool Tune now is really interesting, but just being able to get that body on the field, being able to search out Hydraulis, just absolutely incredible.
Looks like we set a card after the fact here, and now in the end phase, Incredible Ecclesia is going to be able to go back to the hand, and the deck will be shuffled because there's nothing else to grab after the Albion was banished. And Magnum will resolve now, grabbing that Harmonia, as you mentioned.
I guess maybe jump the gun on that a little bit. There's usually not any other dragons played in the Cool Tune deck. I guess it could have been a Bestial Druid. So
maybe.
There could be other Bestials potentially, but unlikely.
Let's see. Now Mario.
Still only having 3 cards in hand at the moment, drawing to a 4th, but as we've seen so many times, the deck can do so much with just 1 card.
4 drawing to a 5th, right?
I think it's 3 drawing to a 4th.
But the Magnet replaces itself, right?
Yeah, he... was I missing a card?
Yeah. You use Imperm, Ghost Spell, Magnumate, and then the Magnumate goes back, so he has 4, draws me 5.
Also Impermanence, no?
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, yeah, never mind. You're right. He's down 1 more. All right. We'll have to see. The Italian Mario, as Marcello would say. Honorary Italian.
No, I'll claim when he wins.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I like it. I like where your head's at. Smart.
All right, Mind Shuffle activated immediately to discard, to add Blackluster Soldier and then discard Ecclesia, resolving its effect. So now it is alive to be able to summon from the hand. We're going to be normal summoning Q.
Cool Tune Q, going to try to special summon a tuner from the hand or deck. Or graveyard, but there's nothing there quite just yet. So he has that Blackluster Soldier in his hand, right? So he'll be able to summon that, but he knows if he summons that and tries to banish a card, that will turn on that Hydraulis Harmonia, which could be more detrimental than the card that the Blackluster Soldier would be taken care of.
Yeah, Paul has to be careful now. is in a strong position, but doesn't want to let an opening commence for Mario.
This game much more competitive than the first one we saw.
Ooh.
His own Harmonia.
It's always the cards you don't know that are spicy and can really turn things around. But yeah, Harmonia is going to be revealed here to try and take out either the Q or the Magnumut. He can do both.
Stardust Dragon?
Wow.
Hey, I got the Stardust Dragon coaster yesterday, so it's very timely. Oh, he's going to send the... Malong, yeah. I just saw the Lulu Wallet, which is kind of cool that he uses that as well. Yeah, so the Phydralis Harmonia is going to destroy the Q. The Q will be able to summon. The Malong will be able to return a card to the hand. Probably just going to... Not really useful, the Malong here. Like, even putting the Rico back in hand, I guess, is something, but...
I think it's probably the option that does the most. None of them are fantastic.
But this also turns on Harmonia here from Mario, if he wants, from the Harmonia effect. Or from the Malong effect. Harmonia doesn't need a monster effect on the field, actually,
yeah,
right?
No,
it is on the field.
Yeah, it's only
so
if
he
it
couldn't.
controls.
Oh, okay, so he couldn't do it on the Malong or the Harmonia.
I think in this position, there's nothing that he would need to go after anyway.
No, he'd just be getting another tuner onto the field. Like, I think that his biggest problem right now is trying to get a monster to stick.
What a wall from Paul.
I mean, as you mentioned, sometimes the wall is enough. You just need to get to another turn, and we've seen what the Light and Darkness deck can do with just another turn.
Yeah, we might be going to a game 3 here pretty quickly.
I don't know about quickly, but I could definitely see...
Quickly from now?
Yeah.
Maybe not quickly for the whole game, but from this point on, like, Mario's down to just using this rotary effect to try and get an extra normal summon, but...
I guess asking for a translation, maybe? Yeah.
Making sure to know what all variables are.
I think the Lulu Wallet, if like a card leaves the extra deck, you can return a card or something. It's been a long time since I've read Lulu Wallet. We should pull it up.
You can negate the effect.
Negate the effect,
yeah.
That's what if a card leaves the extra deck?
Yeah.
Yep.
And then just gives you a boost of 500 to every monster you control, which can be relevant.
For sure, for sure. All right, so Rotary reveal Rico. He gets the normal summon a tuner if this resolves. The Lulu Wallet would allow him to summon the Harmonia from the hand potentially, but.
That's very tense out here. You can tell that Paul knows he's in a really good spot, but he also knows that if he makes just a single mistake, this could be costly.
Yeah, I think all the players also know, like, kind of what happened in round number 1 to so many players. So being able to go 3-0 is so significant right now with how the tournament has started for so many players.
I mean, if you go 4-0, you're pretty much guaranteed.
Yeah, I think
you
so.
Are, yeah.
So they both know they're just 2 wins away from being able to punch their ticket potentially into the top 8. So everything on the line here. Oh, he had a Fallen of the Virtuous, so he didn't even need to set it there with that Albi on the Branded Dragon last turn. Going to be able to send the Renbrum.
Just even more to try to stop. And there's a surrender from Mario.
Yeah.
So many resources from Paul.
Makes a lot of sense. As you've mentioned, Billy doesn't want to waste time. There is no reason to risk a double loss after winning game 1, and he recognizes he's beaten. And well played by Paul. I mean, it's showing us why his deck, even through 2 interruptions from Mario, was able to set up a full field here.
Yeah, definitely a great bounce back after losing that game 1 so decisively. But when you're going second against Cool Tune and they're getting to look at your hand, your Fualos got Ash Blossom. Like, you kind of know, like, there's nothing you can really do about that. And you just got to lock in and focus what you can do. And it wasn't like he went unopposed in this game either. The Ghost Spell on the adding back the 2 cards, the Imperm, not high impact defensive options, but at the moments he used them, they were key. That Brandon High Spirits was able to recover, made that Imperm pretty much useless. I wonder if there was any, like, thought from Mario to hold the Imperm, to let him go into the level 8 Synchro and use it on whatever Synchro he made, whether it was the Ecclesian, the Dark Dragon, or the Champion Sword Soul, the 3 Champion Sword Soul. Like, maybe if I'm Mario, that's what I'm thinking about here going into Game 3. Could I have Impermed at a different time, knowing that there was a chance he could get another monster onto the field, but...
I mean, yeah, it's difficult to say. I think he really wanted to just stop him short if he didn't have any ways to extend. But we did see that he had the Magnamut as well, so it would have been potentially, oh, maybe he was just really considering that he would have to use the Magnamut at any point in between, so he would not have to, he didn't want to have to use the Imperm any earlier in between if he didn't get to waste it there.
Yeah, like you want to make sure you get the Imperm out before the Magnamut touches down so you can use it, but that could be the thing. But yeah, I'm trying to think that's probably the only like decision that might have been able to change things that match potentially. But at the same time, like he still had the Fall into the Virtuous, still had the Mind Shuffle. We didn't even see him summon like the Blacklisted Soldier from his hand to banish another card. There was so many more interruptions, more interactions that he would have had. It's just kind of one of those games where like you had some defensive options but just not enough to slow him down. Maybe if it was like an Ash Blossom on the Mind Shuffle to just stop that Skull Archfiend of Chaos from ever getting into the graveyard to begin with, instead of having the Ghost Bell, maybe things would have worked out differently. But now you got to lock in. Mario's going to be going first here in game number 3, and if it plays out anything like game number 1,
it's good.
Yeah, it's going to be good for him.
For sure. On the other hand, from Paul, we'll see what he brings in for this matchup. Something that I just realized was, I don't know if it was the same for the NAWCQ, but the European Championship Pot of Slot was like a premium card after siding. We were seeing it every single game.
Absolutely.
And we haven't seen it yet this weekend, so we'll see whether maybe we'll get a chance to see the card, or I don't know if the popularity has dropped a little bit with these sort of anti-spell fragrance-like effects that can happen after siding. So
yeah, I mean, Pharaonic Advent's always out there looming to be able to get you access to something like that. I don't know if any of the players are playing it this weekend, but yeah, I'm glad you brought up Pot of Sloth. I think that is a card. It was really popular at the NAWCQ, and especially a deck like the Light and Darkness Ritual, especially this like Dogmatica version, like with lots of cards. I think a lot of people might be looking at to include it because yeah, it fills up your field. And y'all were talking about like all the decks. They try and put up these walls, right? Like when I'm going first, I want to survive. The bigger your wall is, the more cards you're drawing off that Pot of Sloth. So we could see that be coming in here against Mario. But if there's one deck that Pot of Sloth might not be as effective against, could be Cool Tune, could potentially, because they can just end on a couple monsters, a set spell. But even if it's just 2 monsters, a Cool Tune synchro set, and a field spell, that's still 5 cards, right? So you're drawing 5, getting to fix your hand and look into the options that you need.
The biggest thing there is that you get to change your hand.
Exactly. So it's actually really good against Cool Tune because maybe they stuck on top, you know, a bad card, and then you can switch it around.
And, so they know all your cards in hand. All of a sudden, they don't know anything.
Just start creating variables against the Cool Tune strategies where you want to be. But like this goes back to what you mentioned after game 1. Mario gets to go first with the Cool Tune strategy. You've seen a lot of powerful traps come in for that deck. Being able to go after cards that are just powerful spells like Pot of Sloth, or just really limit their options so you can focus your actual Cool Tune interactions on the exact pinpoint strong cards in their hand.
Yeah. Do you think Mario might focus on making sure to establish like an RS or something, like to be able to negate one of those powerful go second spell cards that could be potentially going in? Because a lot of times we don't see RS coming on till like later on, right? So maybe like making sure you can establish that after like a remix, adding back something, and then immediately go into RS before they have that opportunity. And obviously if he has access to Rotary, he'll be able to see you have the spell, so I need to have the RS, or the Zaylin, the Shackled Dragon. But let's go and find out. We're in game number 3 now.
Mario, big moment.
Almost certainly Mario will be going first right now. No Fualos this time.
Yeah.
So at least so far.
All right, Mario starting off with Cool Tune Rico.
Strong start still.
Gonna add a Cool Tune that's not a level 3 from the deck to the hand.
Looks like there's no response from Paul.
That's surprising, yeah.
Yet.
I mean,
after you add, could we draw? Do we have that one draw in Lockbird? Doesn't look like it.
I mean, there could potentially be a Griffo after the effect of Rotary resolving. That could matter a lot as well.
I'm trying to read the body language here of Paul. Kind of looking around, maybe looking for answers. Trying to play it cool. Who knows? This is a pivotal game.
For one effect happening, both players seem so stressed in this position.
All right, he's going to use Rotary's effect before synchro summoning, revealing mix. No shortage of Cool Tune monsters here. You're going to get that extra normal summon.
We're going to go for the mix.
Wow.
Is there a Harmonia? Anything here from Paul?
Trying to take a look at the end, but unsure on what's going on.
Yeah.
It's a copy of Q. He's going to be looking to normal summon that with JJ Cool Tune at some point in this turn, I'd imagine. If he's next up, might synchro for Trackmaker with the Rotary and the Rico.
Yeah, usually the Cool Tune strategy wants to resolve Rotary as soon as it can. So interesting that he opted to do the affected normal summon mix play into potentially more cards. But I mean, I don't know what would have happened in between this interaction, so I'm just trying to get the value out of the rotary while it's in the hand.
Ooh, and it resolves. There is nothing, no interruptions from Paul.
Yep, Fallen of the White Dragon, Incredible Ecclesia, Black Chaos, Foolish Burial, and Ragged Record of Rights.
Another fantastic hand if he went first, but
unfortunate going second for sure.
I mean, it's still a lot of cards that demand answers, so not necessarily the easiest for Mario to stop all of those cards.
Yeah. So now the question becomes, what has he brought in for going first? We know that, you know, there are some trap cards that usually Kultun can put in going first, whether it's the Magnadium engine or playlist or, you know, anti-spell, whatever, Solemns, you know. It will be interesting to see what kind of combo Mario goes for here.
Yep, adds the JJ Cool Tune and the Cool Tune Synchro. JJ Cool Tune's going to let him get another normal summon for a tuner. We know he has the Q in the hand.
Yep, all following the script, as you mentioned. Will we see another Ghost Ogre hitting the field off the effective Q? Or are we going to opt for something else this time? Maybe get access to Ash Blossom because we don't have that one yet?
That would make
as far
sense.
as we know.
Yeah, he could have it in hand.
There it is.
Mario's seeming very Italian right now.
Indeed, indeed.
Canada's been so strong this year. They really brought some of their best players, and they did phenomenal at the WCQ, and now they're out here trying to reclaim the World Championship title. It has been some time since any player from Canada has won, and they would love to do it again. Pot of Prosperity. Oh, that's brutal. There's a good chance he's going to find something, especially after seeing the hand and being able to pick from your top 6 cards.
The beauty of Kultun. I mean, Mario, specifically, not even just as a Canadian trying to represent his country, he has attempted to make it to the World Championship the last 3 WCQs in a row, getting so close, only 1 game off so many times, and now he is here, qualified twice, and could be very soon 3-0.
And we're going for 6. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Won a YCS with Tempai Dragon as well.
Yeah, he did.
But you know, showing he doesn't just need to rely on like a go second strategy, being able to play one of the top decks and do so well at so many tournaments.
Yeah, very flexible player, just does what he needs to do.
Huge moment.
Yes, what will we hit off this Prosperity? As you mentioned, he did opt to get rid of 6 cards, even though he was already playing, just trying to find the most powerful card he can.
Let's see. Looking for trap cards.
We are looking for trap cards. I mean, playlist is okay.
Playlist isn't bad. Cool Tune Synchro is not bad.
Okay.
Reframing's pretty nice. He might be able to find...
He could have done that anyway, right?
He could still access the reframing potentially. Oh man, there might be...
Both these traps are cards he could have... I guess that's the difference though, right? Now that if you get it here, you don't have to do that line.
I mean, even the Cool Tune Synchro seems kind of appealing. Like having 2 of those, not so bad.
Yeah, at least here, you know, revealing critical
reframing
information, and yeah, makes sense to me, honestly.
It's just a card that'll trade 1 for 1 with one of the cards he needs to take out.
And it's perhaps the more expensive one of the 2 when you want to go for the line, so...
All right, so he's going to probably go into Remix right here, and then maybe Zaylin with the other 2.
And let's see, big moment.
That Perulia can stay there, I think. I mean, I guess he doesn't actually want the...
Yeah, no, he's not going to summon from the hand on his turn, so yeah. Banishes the Blackluster Soldier.
I mean, this is the tricky part, right? Putting the Blackluster Soldier in the Banish Zone is available for the Black Chaos now.
I mean, sort of, yeah. I guess so, yeah, that's something. But even if it was like you were to draw, it's the same thing, right?
Well, you could put it on the bottom outer. Like, yeah,
I guess. Yeah, I wouldn't do that, though. I'm not trying to give him a fresh card I don't know.
Perulia definitely one of the easier cards to play into. With such a powerful hand, having a dead card on the top is ideal for Mario.
Oh, so he used JJ Cool Tune to tribute off the Ash Blossom to summon a Rico from the deck.
Just loading up the field with possible interactions. You have the Trackmaker to go ahead and answer a card. You have Rico to go ahead and answer Mind Shuffle by destroying it if it's able to resolve its synchro effect.
He has Reframing to be able to use as well.
Ash Blossom in Graveyard for the remix.
We know the end from Paul, and there are a lot of cards that he can use, so this for sure will be a tricky one. It's not like the game is completely over.
All it takes is one mistake from Mario, and
Yeah.
Paul could easily get in there.
Immediately using the remix to add back the Ash to summon the Rico. Not going to synchro summon, so we can activate Rico's effect to probably add like Cool Tune Clip or Mix. I haven't seen a lot of Clip yet. I mean, there's usually one that they're trying to find a way to, but
You
it's going to add
can
back
get to it
Rotary.
eventually with Cool Tune Synchro if you need to,
Right.
but you just want to have the actual effects in the graveyard that you need, right?
Yeah, and especially when there's one Rotary, anytime you can add that back, it's pretty useful to do so.
So we had Ecclesia, which is one way that we can start things off.
Yeah, especially if they're playing like the original Fallen of Albaz, that kind of works as something you have to stop.
We're going to start with Foolish Burial.
Okay.
I
guess
imagine
that's looking to send Skull Archfiend of Chaos.
that wouldn't be a bad one. We're going to use the Ash Blossom immediately,
Wow. Okay.
identifying that he could be sending that Skull Archfiend. Putting the Light and Darkness Ritual in the graveyard could pose a problem.
And you wouldn't want to Ash that because then you're just giving them a monster they can summon back from the graveyard. Next up is Ragged Record of Rights. Does he reframing this? Or does he just let it go?
Looks like this one's going to resolve. Dangerous. I don't know how pleased Mario looks either, having resolved full combo with no interruptions.
Yeah, still waiting. Maybe waiting to use Cool Tune Synchro to Rico to destroy Mind Shuffle when it ever comes down onto the field, potentially. Mario taking his time to summon like anything like Zaylin.
Revealing Light and Darkness Ritual, gonna grab that Skull Archfiend to Chaos.
Okay.
What is up next? How is he going to navigate through this tough field? He's going to...
Ecclesia.
Ecclesia and use its effect.
He just had to normal summon it, right? Yeah.
Well, his opponent controls more monsters.
No,
than
no,
he
you
does.
can
special.
special.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was thinking Blazing Cartesian is the one you can special
Yeah,
summon
yeah,
to
yeah.
give Albaz, yeah.
Ooh, and it is the original.
There you go.
Albaz.
So this is going to be something he'll be able to discard the Perulia or the Skull Archfiend of Chaos and force out something here from Mario.
I mean, this is a strong interaction.
Yeah, really good. Getting to trigger the Archfiend in the next chain.
You got to get rid of the Fallen Albaz. It's the only real solution here, but the Skull Archfiend is going to do a lot of damage of its own.
Ooh,
Gonna be
okay.
using the reframing.
Yeah,
No,
it doesn't
because-
destroy it.
yeah.
Just negates the effect. Now the Skull Archfiend of Chaos is going to resolve anyway. Wow. Paul's
it's tricky.
definitely not out of this quite just yet. Going to add the Magician of Dark Chaos, Black Chaos.
I mean, this is the power of the Light and Darkness Ritual deck. When you have so many ways to push through, it's hard for a deck like Cool Tune to stop it, even when it has all the information. 5 live cards is hard to stop. We'll see what Paul does next. Still has the Fallen of the White Dragon in hand as well. It looks like we might be activating the effect of Light and Darkness Ritual now.
I have to think Mario's not too happy with the position he's in after being able to start uninterrupted.
Yeah.
Paul's really putting on the
But-
pressure.
Okay, Ghost Bell is there.
So we are still able to cut off the Light and Darkness Ritual for now.
That was
really good.
huge. Yeah, that was huge.
Yeah.
It's always the unknowns that get you.
Is he going to try and put the Albaz back into the hand and make a Zaylin? What can Mario do? I mean, he's down to so few options now.
Yeah, we know one Synchro is face down, and yeah, that's gonna be the card.
Cool Tune Synchro
And
is activated here.
We at least know the other one is not Cool Tune Synchro.
Yeah.
Because it is semi-limited here at the World Championship. Yeah, there's the clip.
And Rotary in hand. Rotary likely going to use its second effect here to go ahead and go after a card in the graveyard.
Shuffle back that Skull Arch Fiend of Chaos. And also get a search here with Trackmaker. So Trackmaker will probably add something like Mix. He's going to take out the Skull Arch Fiend of Chaos.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense.
Maybe not Mix. If his plan is to still go into Zaylin, yeah, he'll want follow-up instead of Mix because there's no way he'll be able to synchro with the Mix. Because he'll just use the clip to synchro with Rico and Trackmaker into a Zaylin, or even like a back-to-back maybe. There's so many different options, but yeah, it looks like he's going for Zaylin.
Yeah, clip, as you mentioned, activated. Gonna summon itself and then
no,
synchro.
it is going to be back-to-back. Oh, because back-to-back can get you to Zaylin too, because if he uses a monster effect, he'll just be able to summon back a Trackmaker and then synchro for a Zaylin if he wants.
Yeah, just trying to play the value game, out-engine your opponent. Trackmaker is going to be able to put back that Fallen of Albaz. Clip is going to hit a random card in the extract?
Yep. Till the end of the turn.
Just confirming where everything came from right now. Clip is the last card on the chain, so that will have to resolve first. Gonna hit a random card in the extra deck. It's going to be, that's a strong one!
Wow!
There's only one of those. The Dark Magician of Destruction.
That's a brutal one, because we know there is the Black Chaos in end.
Yeah, that's like one of the best ways to keep extending, for sure.
Wow.
Looks like we're going to be using the effect of Black Chaos here.
Yep,
Putting back its ritual form.
Black Chaos can take out some cards on the field.
And is unaffected by everything because Light and Darkness Ritual is in the graveyard.
Will Black Chaos save Paul Robert Goss here? Back-to-back looks like he's using the effect of back-to-back. Is the black? It's not an effect to summon itself, right?
I believe it's not.
Yeah, so he won't be able to trigger it until he decides to use the Black Chaos effect to destroy cards. But then he can immediately bring something back and synchro if he wants. Let me pull up Black Chaos. Yeah, it's not an effect to summon.
A really difficult game for Mario to navigate, but he's doing the best that he can so far. I mean, this game is a testament to both these players' skill. What are the cards we still know from Paul's hand? We know the Perulia that was left on the top. We know... What else? We use the Ragged Records. We have the Fallen of the White Dragon still remaining in the hand. What is the last card? It looks like it's another... well, okay, so Perulia...
Perulia White.
All right, so he's going to take out the mix and the back-to-back.
Do you know Albats, maybe?
Oh,
the Albats that we back? Okay, okay.
Wow, this is huge. The Black Chaos being able to banish both those monsters. Mario's in bad shape. Gonna special summon the Fall of the White, sending the dragon that devours Dogma. Be able to use the effect there if he wants to special summon an Ecclesia from the deck or graveyard. He's gonna summon the incredible Ecclesia from the graveyard. Wow, Mario in bad shape. Paul really bouncing back in this game. I just have to wonder if Mario found a way to get to like Zaylin a little bit earlier, if there would have been a way to just negate one extra card to like stop some of this from happening, but...
I mean, he had to stop the Ragged Records, right? Cut off all access from the Skull Archfiend. That's really what it was.
Yeah.
If you were willing to stop the Foolish Burial, then Ragged Records is kind of the same thing.
Yeah, maybe he just needed to go into Zaylin right away, because with no quick effects in hand, he wouldn't be able to hide it. Yeah. Goes back into the 3 Champions of Sword Soul again.
Using its other effect now, when going second, is going to be able to destroy a card.
Special summons the Blazing Cartesia since there is an Albaz now in the graveyard. Wow, absolutely incredible here. Incredible play from Paul Robert Goss from Germany. Really putting on a masterclass and showing why the EU players are so strong.
Using the effect of Cartesia, Fusion Summoning Grand Guignol using its effect. Gonna send Scholar's Fiend into Chaos back into the graveyard.
Phenomenal.
Yeah, really well played.
This is 8,000 damage. Oh, can Black Chaos attack the turn it uses effect? I'm assuming it can, yeah. Once returned to your main phase, just banish 2 cards your opponent controls, yeah.
I don't think there's a single bad line of text on that card.
It's a great card, yeah. This is absolutely phenomenal. This is 8,000 damage on the field.
Just moments away. Paul's full engine hand combating a very strong full Cool Tune combo.
Yeah, luckily no duplicates, so at least having just different cards. Like,
Is this gonna be it?
oh, Fallen and Virtuous. All right, he might be
Okay.
able to survive here. Sending Albion, taking out the Scholar's Fiend into Chaos. It's all about surviving. Going to take 5,500 points of damage here.
Sigh of relief, gets to leave another turn.
I mean, we just know his 1 card in hand is Cool Tune Q, but is it enough? Well, he'll also be able to get another copy of the Fallen and the Virtuous. While Black Chaos is strong on your own turn, doesn't have any defensive options. The Grand Guignol can summon Despian Lulu Wallace, since we know he does play it as well, which is some form of interaction.
Yeah, 2 forms of interaction here. You know the cards in hand are Albaz and Perulia, not going to pose any threat. Looks like we're activating the effect of Fallen Virtues right now. Going to go ahead and get rid of the JJ Cool Tune. Going to get another card off the effect of Albion here, likely just another copy. Yep, another Fallen the Virtuous, really limiting Mario's options right now. A Q and a Dream.
All right, Mario grabbing his copy of the Fallen and the Virtuous thanks to Albion.
In the end phase, Cartesia and Ecclesia go back to the hand. Is there still an Ecclesia in the graveyard for Fallen Virtuous to go ahead and summon something back?
I don't think so.
That's a draw.
Mario able to start another turn after Paul picked apart his entire opening combo. We're going to normal summon Rico?
And the back-to-back being banished is huge. That's a big way that Cool Tune's able to put out a lot of damage fast, and Mario will not have that option if he does find a way to play through everything. All right, so Rotary and Q going to reveal, so he can normal summon the Q again. He can summon back from the graveyard. He's going to summon back Trackmaker. Trackmaker's effective surge can trigger on special summon, but Paul is going to activate Grand Guignol's effect since the card left the extra deck.
Going to Despian Coritis.
Oh, and that's it. Mario's going to scoop. He knows he has no way to finish him off. He's going to have to pass back. Paul Robergas has so much follow-up and well played there from
Fantastic
the player
game
from Germany.
I mean, what a match. Really, really good comeback from Paul. Gotta give credits to Mario in the first place. I mean, he put up a masterclass, but in the end, it wasn't enough here in this game 3. Really well played nonetheless, showing us time and time again why he's one of the best Tune player in the world.
For sure, yeah. But yeah, you gotta look and wonder, like, maybe he just needed to find a way to get to Zaylin before he could activate the, he stopped the Foolish Burial, and then maybe making a Zaylin right after that to be able to stop that ragged record of rights.
I mean, he still had Incredible Ecclesia, he still had Fallen of the White Dragon. He was like potentially not going to be able to stop the Fallen like easily. You don't have enough ways to stop a 5-card hand that can all have powerful effects. You can't stop all 5.
Yeah, it was tough, but probably the best match we have seen so far, back and forth between both players. And I think we're going to have some more incredible matches coming up. I can't wait to see how it's all going to play out. Only 1 loss there for Mario, so Canada not out of it just yet, but Paul moving on undefeated, going to have a real good opportunity at making that top 8. And if he keeps playing like that, keep your head up, because a lot of times, yeah, you see all into your hand going second. Your opponent sees your cards, they know what you're drawing. You can just mentally lose there, but he knew he could fight, find a way. Yeah. Utilizing that Black Chaos, like, it is really strong being able to discard and place that Mind Shuffle, but when you're going second, you can just summon on the field and banish 2 cards. Phenomenal. And yeah, I can't wait to see how it's all going to play out as the day continues. We'll be back very shortly with our next round of Swiss. You're not going to want to miss this amazing action here at the World Championship here 2026 in Japan. Stay tuned for more dueling action.
Hello everybody, welcome back to Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2026. We are in day 2 of the competition, and today we're taking care of the trading card game category. We're having 7 rounds of Swiss today, followed by the quarterfinals, and 3 rounds of Swiss are already in the books, with only a couple players making it to 3-0 with a chance to almost lock in their spot for top 8 here in round 4. But first, before we get to all that, we had some thoughts beforehand about what it was going to be like, whether bold deck building or consistent deck building was going to be the way that things shape out. So after a few rounds, getting an idea of what everybody's playing and what's going on, how do you feel? Who do you feel is kind of having the advantage here? Do you think that the risks have paid off?
Surprisingly, no. It's the Kultun deck that is having the most success. It's being well represented, covering about a third of the field, and for now they're all doing really well. So here we can just quickly go through some of the updates. Julien, the current world champion, unfortunately not starting off too strong with the 0-2 score. Then he eventually won finally his first round, so now he's on a 1-2 score. He's gonna get still has a chance. Of course, he wanna win out, but we know that a few duelists with the next 3 score are also gonna make it. On the other side of the field, Seigo unfortunately is one of those duelists who is 0 and 3. So very slim chances to advance, but he needs absolutely to win out. But on the other hand, instead, Ryohei on a 2-1 record, and still really good chances. He will be facing off against Paul. But here are the duelists we're gonna see in this round. It's again table 1. It's the 2 only remaining undefeated players alongside Paul. So let's see.
Yeah, the winner of this will be moving on 4-0 and basically putting themselves in the best position you possibly can to make the top 8. So this is a pivotal match, and it looks like Hin Feng Sang is going first. Start with Pot of Desires into a Visions. We're drawing cards for days. We're chaining the linkage to send the Visions.
This appears to be Sky Striker, as we've seen before. Pot of Desires is one of those ones that kind of goes in and out of vogue in Sky Striker. But seeing more draw cards these days between that and Radiant Typhoon Visions with all the powerful quick play spells the deck has to offer.
Yeah, the only thing you really have to worry about is banishing like all your copies of Ray or Rose, potentially making Sky Striker Ace 0 not as impactful, but the odds that are happening are unlikely. But now the linkage will be summoning the 0. The 0 is going to affect to add.
But
met by Mourner.
Ghost Mourner and Moonlit Chill.
So we see that Logan Johnson certainly packing a heavy interaction from the hand package, a little more so than we normally see for a lot of cool tunes.
Hang on, he's chaining Fallen and the Virtuous here to destroy his own Sky Striker A0 and try to force that through.
On the one hand, I think this also reveal a lot of information, because I can't think of any other deck that would run the card outside of Kultun, no?
Oh yeah, for sure. And especially when they're both undefeated, chances are they kind of know what each other are already playing. But really showing off the power of the Fallen and the Virtuous. It's kind of the gift that keeps on giving. Not only is it a defensive option, it's something you can use to protect your own monsters from these targeting negation effects. Really showing how it's offensive and defensive at the same time.
And that's what Logan's questioning the judge about right now, is whether or not destroying the 0 is going to stop Ghost Mourner and Moonlit Chill from negating it.
Gonna take a look at what we banished with the Pot of Desires, and then get to resolve. Yeah. This is going to be an amazing opener. Now getting the first copy of Engage, most likely.
Yep, taking his time to decide. Looks like he's going to add Widow Anchor.
Interesting.
Perhaps he already has the Engage there.
But, yeah.
We're going to go ahead, and that is the indicator about whether or not the deck needs to be randomized.
Is there any reason why you would?
He has 3 copies of Engage in the hand.
Yeah, I mean, I know, maybe Pot of Desires.
Oh,
so, wow.
Yeah, because he played Pot of Desires.
That could be devastating, though. Like, if he banished, at least 2 copies of Engage, I guess. That could also be a very bad news. Hopefully not all 3, because that's
That's disaster.
Yeah.
That's, you know, under 2%.
Wow.
Not good.
I mean, we were talking about the downsides of possibly playing Pot of Desires, but looks like they're still waiting on a judge ruling here. Both these players are undefeated, looking to win that 4th round. There's 7 rounds of Swiss, so even if they win the first 4 and then lose the next 3, they will still have a decent chance at making the top 8. So this is the biggest round of the tournament for both of these players.
I want to say it's almost guaranteed given the amount of also double losses that we've had in round 1. So it's really, really an important match, and you can see how much it matters to both. Not quite sure what the call could be about. I guess the rose was used.
If we get word on what it'll be, we will relay that information to you. But it could be even a matter of, you know, some kind of procedural thing coming up that a judge needed to take a look at.
It seems like everything is fine, and so we should be able to proceed normally. But I don't think I see engage in the end.
So if it's not in the hand,
there has to be 3.
And didn't go get it.
That is absolutely unbelievable. I think, at least. I see a couple monsters and maybe a couple... Yeah, I don't see it. Maybe. Let's see, though.
I like to say it's unbelievable, but it happens to me every time I try to play Sky Strikers, so I just stopped.
Yeah, and that's Akagari. So now we pretty much get the confirmation that there is no engage.
Definitely. Looks like he's targeting to add back the linkage.
No way. Yeah. Wow.
I mean, this is an uphill battle without engage. I mean, it means you're going to be losing out on a lot of cards. Who knows? Maybe the Shizuki's going to add engage to the face since there isn't one in the graveyard.
I mean,
it's unlikely, but going to set a couple cards. Can imagine it's going to be the linkage, the Widow Anchor, and then he'll still be able access to get another copy of Fallen and the Virtuous thanks to the Albion, the branded dragon there in the graveyard.
Yeah, I mean, it's still winnable, but it would have been just so much easier. He would have had at least 2 engages, so getting 4 more cards than he does now. If even just 1 copy was in the deck.
All right, Shizuki's going to add the linkage.
I believe that is linkage.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm still getting used to the new art.
No, I've got it down now. If the more silver one is linkage, it's kind of just so hard to tell.
I'm hoping I can get used to it on a more personal level by pulling it.
Oh, that would be nice. Out of Magnificent Monsters, September 2nd. At your local OTS. September 4th everywhere. Hashtag ad. And next up is JJ Cool Tune coming down for Logan Johnson.
All right.
Let's see if he's going to prompt the activation of the Fallen of the Virtuous. You don't want to let them get that extra normal summon. It also threatens the tributing of a tuner to summon a Cool Tune from the deck as well. He's definitely going to... Yeah, you got to check that Vanish. Maybe are the 3 engages still there? Yeah, Fallen of the Virtuous right away. Going to take it out before he gets the extra normal. And he has
got a second copy. Oh.
The mind games.
Yeah, a lot of players are playing 2 copies of JJ Cool Tune nowadays. Just more ways to make sure you can access more normal summons, and now he's going to use the extra normal summon Ghost Ogre. This is good news for Hin Feng Sang because this means Logan's hand is weak, or maybe he just wants to try and force out that interaction. Maybe he wants you don't want the Ghost Ogre to get Widow Anchored really, but if he takes the Ghost Ogre and then he still has a Cool Tune in hand, you'd much rather lose the Ghost Ogre than one of the Cool Tune monsters that you normal summon outside the
He's going to go ahead and trade it out with JJ Cool Tune next. Interesting.
Yep, so he's going to probably summon Rico or Mix. The only one you don't want to summon is Q, since that one only activates its effect on normal summon.
It's one of those cases where things seem like they might all work the same, but they don't in this case, so make sure you read all of your monsters carefully.
Yep. Mix will be the one to be summoned, and that will be met by Widow Anchor. Does Logan have a response? It looks like...
the Synchro?
It's, I think it's Fallen of the Virtuous.
Yeah.
It's the ultimate rare one.
Cool Tune Synchro would have been even better, that's for sure.
So Hin Feng used Fallen and the Virtuous to sneak something past the removal. Logan's going to try to do the same, but a second Widow Anchor is used.
Yep.
And it'll negate it, then it'll be destroyed, then it will try to negate it again, but it's gone. And then it will still resolve negated because it was negated first before it left.
It's end phase, I think.
Logan didn't open any Cool Tune monsters, unfortunately for him. So now he will be going to the end phase using the Albion, the branded dragon.
Yeah, this is the situation where you get a lot of the most interesting games, where everything's just kind of going wrong for both players.
Yep.
And they just got to scrap and claw out a win.
That is definitely what this game is. Not pretty, but it is what makes the most out of these players, being able to do what they can with the bad hands. It's easy to play the good ones, but when you don't when you have things going wrong, that's where you can really find out if you are a true duelist.
Interesting also that we chose not to use the Ash, but I guess, yeah, we can use just the 0 now.
He's just feeling like and really confident in his position. No need to here. He's going to, linkage for the 0, use the 0 effect. And the last card is Ghost Bell. Can he catch him on not having any Sky Striker monsters now? This could be huge. He does have a Rose in hand, it looks like. But with no engage.
All the Widow Anchors are gone.
The Fallen and the Virtuous can take out the Rose.
Does he have a Lemnis Gate, maybe?
To try and get rid of the card before he's able to use it? That would be heads up. Oh, he can use the...
Oh, he's got,
the Ecclesia and the Dark Dragon.
Right,
can force out the Fallen.
Yeah, it looks like despite Henfeng's unfortunate banishing of the 3 engages, he's still going to probably find a way to climb into this game. He may not have engages, but he still had plenty of cards with the 4 cards he drew. And Logan just not having a good hand at all.
Yeah.
Probably the worst hand we've seen drawn today, I would think. 2 JJ Cool Tunes, a couple of Ghost Bells. Just when you draw 2 copies of the same card multiple times, it's tough.
Reinforcement of the army? Yeah, that's it. That is it. Wow. I mean, Hing-Fung Tsang really dodging a bullet there with that Pot of Desires, banishing 3 copies of Engage, but still finding a way to close this duel.
You got to feel good about that. You've used up all your bad luck for the tournament in that one game and still came out on top.
Yeah, chances are that won't happen again. And yeah, if you're able to have something go wrong but still get the W, fantastic. But, you know, we just saw in the last round where we had Mario take a decisive Game 1 victory and then still was able to lose that match. So, you know, the best of 3, the side decks are getting involved now. Logan's going to have that chance to go first here in game number 2, and we're going to see if it's going to be able to turn the tide back in his favor. Because at the same time, like how unlucky he got with the banishing the 3 engages, Logan's hand was not good at all. Like 5 cards, but 4 of them are just 2 of the same card. Like not where you want to be as a Cool Tune player.
That's always a tough time, having to manage the hard months returns on all of these things. So you're obviously going to play all of these copies of Ghost Bell and Ash Blossom and the like because, man, they're real good when you draw them. When you draw them together, that's why a lot of decks, and I see this more actually out of a lot of the OCG players' decks, they might just diversify their lineup of the different things. You can play 1 Ghost Mourner, 1 Ghost Bell, all the Ash Blossoms, and just one of each of a bunch of things so that when you draw them in combination, you can have more ways to play.
But now it's going to be Logan going first, and unfortunately we have seen how good of a matchup it is for Sky Striker, even going second into the Cool Tune. You know, they have so many field breakers. After siding, they can choose a lot of different options from cards such as Evenly Matched to Lightning Storm, you know, a lot of different options. And I think it's also one of those matchups in which the additional power of Cool Tune Q doesn't really matter because, you know, there are very few cards. If you don't play Entraps at all, there is nothing you can stack that is completely useless. So, you know.
Yeah, and even if you put, like, you see one, you banish one, you put the other one to the bottom, chances are the next card's just going to be just as useful. Sky Striker's just full. Were you talking about the wants return cards? The Sky Striker deck doesn't have many of those.
No, there's not a ton.
Most of them you can use no matter how many copies you draw. The Pot of Desires, the Radiant Typhoon Visions. I guess Pot of Desires is one of the major ones. But Visions, I mean, being able to you have multiple cards that will let you dig deeper into your decks. So you're able to keep finding those options. And Linkage is just one of the best cards. But really this weekend, I think so far, the key card in all the players' decks, no matter what strategy they're playing, whether it's the Light and Darkness Ritual, whether it's Branded, whether it's Sky Striker, whether it's Cool Tune, is Fallen in the Virtuous. It has been all over the place and has been super impactful in a lot of these matchups, whether it's dodging that effect negation or then having that follow-up to take out the key cards. It's just been phenomenal.
And when you get the second one, that automatically leads into the third one as well, because you have the Ecclesia and the other fusion in your graveyard, so you get to remove yet another card with just an effect before you start playing any of your actual cards.
Which is also what we're seeing now in the ending, you know, just activating the Synchro in the graveyard. But I think we are quick with it, so our duelists are ready. Let's see if Logan gets a more playable end. Oh, no, no way.
No, not like
No.
this.
Set 2 pass is,
wow.
that's not where you want to be.
Worse than the last hand. I bet he would want to trade this for his hand he had last time. At least he would have the JJ Cool Tune and a normal summon.
Oh,
Whoa.
okay. Now, that is devastating.
All right.
That can cause some real problems if he doesn't have quick plays.
He's going to chain Visions here to try and dig deeper. It's better than him chaining the Fallen and the Virtuous.
I was about to say, do you ever just add Mystical Space Typhooning and hope it, you know, gets you there next turn? But I mean,
This is one of those things, though. Like, this is also going to affect Logan as well. So if he draws into another spell, his own anti-spell fragrance might stop him from playing it.
yeah.
Yeah, anti-spell much stronger when you also have a field to support it, but yeah, the Ray is going to give Hinfeng Sang at least some tempo here onto the field, and we at least know Logan's already in a position where he needs to draw a Cool Tune monster. But yeah, as you said, Jerome, his top decks are even more limited now by his own anti-spell fragrance.
And this is devastating, because if in the past anti-spell was extremely effective, now with 0, you just have an easy out, so...
We're going to the battle phase here. Ray gets in for 1,500.
Then, let's see, I guess...
Tag out into the 0? Like,
I would say so. You can push so much damage here.
There's
it is,
0.
yeah. I mean... Yep.
tax for another 2,000.
Next swaps out 0 as well.
No response. Wow. So,
It's tough out here for Logan Johnson.
yeah.
I mean, the anti-spell is just keeping him alive at this point, let alone just slowing down his strategy.
That's
it's not
gone now.
anymore.
Yeah, so this could just be game.
It's 15.
If he has a linkage, oh no, he can't use linkage because his
Yeah,
monster's
yeah,
in the
yeah.
monster zone. So I mean,
No,
if anything,
15.
maybe Logan might be happy the anti-spell's gone because now he does have those more options to top deck off his deck.
Yeah, I was about to say that maybe there was a universe in which you just keep the anti-spell there and you just pop the face down. It's bold, but it can work, honestly.
Yeah, this is the danger zone where he
Yeah.
really has to do a ton, otherwise you just get there with Hayate. Next turn.
Okay, don't
Goes
take
with,
any risk.
Is that Azalea?
Camellia, I believe.
Camellia.
Yep, it's going to be able to send down Engage. Now that he has Engage back in his deck this time, potentially. There it is. He does
Yeah.
play them. He does play Sky Striker Mobilize Engage.
Oof.
Kagari's going to add back.
I think we have to stop this. Yeah,
Like, gotta stop this one.
Is it a Effect Veiler? Yep.
yeah. Is there linkage? Wow. Brutal.
This is not your game, Logan Johnson.
Yeah.
Well, it's a good thing it's happening while you're 3-0 and you really only need one more.
True.
Indeed.
There are worse times for this to happen.
But, yeah, unfortunately. Okay.
Looks like he's considering going into Hayate.
No, the thing is, you can only summon 1/0, no?
1-0 per
And
turn.
so,
Oh, he summoned the second 0.
yeah, so he might get a warning for it, but I mean, nothing too serious.
So he summoned, what, Kagari, 0.
No, because then he tried to go for another 0, but he cannot, so he
Yeah.
must...
Oh, but he would have a monster. He wouldn't be able to get rid of both his. Oh, he could have to go and do Zeke
Which is
or one of the ones that takes 2 monsters because he had the 2 monsters on the field. Or no, Camilla.
No,
Camilla
no,
takes 2
it's
monsters.
fine,
yeah,
it's
yeah.
fine.
Camilla takes 2 monsters. Yeah.
Yeah. No, that's fine. It's just now that the linkage...
Oh, with the linkage. Yeah, switching into Hayate. Yeah, the Camilla took the 2 monsters. Yeah.
Yeah. I think that's what they are discussing, probably just asking, you know, the usual procedure.
Yeah,
of-
just be a warning.
So it's, yeah, you can't do that. Normally it's warning. Have you had a warning
Yeah.
for this thing before? And they go check it. And then it's usually just fine in the end.
But yeah, regardless, Engage gets added to the end.
Checking to see if he has 3 spell cards before he actually engaged. He does. Does he have Ash? Nothing.
Wow.
This might be the easiest game of the tournament for Hin Feng Sang.
Draw and lock, but
now
a
I
bit
get
too
draw
late.
awkward. It's way, way too late.
And I mean, yeah, he does get the draw anyways.
Yeah, both of them are part of the same thing, so he has to use draw afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, you see draw and lock and anti-spell, and you're probably thinking, wow, this is a great end, and then you don't draw any more playable cards. That feels devastating for Logan.
Yeah, that's the issue. It's only 40% of a great hand.
Yeah.
And now they're going to go ahead and pause again. I think there is a bit of a issue with tossing the droll before engage finished resolving.
Maybe, but yeah, I mean,
Is it really that big of a deal? Like,
I mean, it's the World Championship,
Yeah,
so
that's true.
you know, you got to do it properly.
I guess so.
only one
It's
card.
kind of like
in
pouring
hand.
salt on the wound here for Logan. Like, you could just not even use the droll. Like, you know, all he has is a clip in his hand.
Oof.
We can see it now. Like, that's the worst cool tune to have. Yeah, man, he had clip, Veiler, droll, anti-spell, and whatever that other face down is. Just brutal. Because even with the clip, you just need another monster to be able to synchro with, and your one other tuner is just Effect Veiler, which is, there is no level 3 cool tune synchro, so goes into Amatsu.
Sets 2.
And yeah, I mean, 3 or 4 cards in hand.
Summons clip.
I mean, let's see.
I don't know what he can. I don't think there's anything he can draw here that
Yeah.
will really change the tides in his favor.
I also doubt it.
I
Well,
think he's going to reach for that surrender flag.
are we just gonna activate something right away? In Feng Sang is thinking about it.
You would just take out the cube before anything can happen,
Yeah.
before he can get to the main phase.
And what is it?
It's Rico. I can't. Yeah, I think it's Rico.
All right.
Oh no, it's a mix.
I think it's mix.
It's
yeah.
mix if he went for track maker.
So
Yeah.
for track maker first.
All right, at least it's something.
Yep, get any cool tune card from your deck to your hand.
I'm sure he has. Yeah, the Widow Anchor just to negate. Does he have? Oh, Manadium
He's got
Reframing.
Manadium Reframing. All right.
Okay, he's trying.
That's another one doesn't do any good without a synchro, but he managed to get there in the end.
Fair enough.
The clip will be able to banish a random card out of the extra deck. Let's see if we can hit like a 0 or something for the turn. Is that Zeke?
Zeke?
Looks like
Looks
Zeke.
like
Yeah.
Zeke.
Got to start somewhere.
I mean, this is much further than I thought he was going to make it for the turn, so this is awesome to see him bouncing back into the game after such a devastating start. Adding Cool Tune Q, which is like the most impactful of your normal summons in your deck. Unfortunately, Hin Feng Sang does have more cards. Forbidden Crown. So now he won't be able to synchro with it with the track makers, so Logan basically sitting on nothing right now.
Yeah, so negating the effect doesn't stop you from tuning to hand, but making it unusable as material at all will. Forbidden Crown, very, very good against this deck. And he passes with that. And really just needs to sneak past for 1500 to finish it.
Yeah, I mean,
Links away into Kagari.
I think this is it. Yeah,
Yeah.
Logan
And
has
that's
seen
it.
enough. Picks up his deck after 2 very unfortunate openings. It is Hin Feng Sang that is the first to advance with a 4-0 record.
So chances are we will be seeing him again in the top 8. We are going to be playing the first round of the top 8 tonight. We have 7 rounds of Swiss, and then we are going to have the our first quarterfinals match they're going to be taking place. We're going to have one feature match. All of them will be taking place. And then we'll have the semifinals tomorrow morning before we have our final epic match where we're going to crown the world champion for 2026 here in Japan.
Yep, it's a tough one, but for the rest of the day, basically, Hinfeng is going to be jockeying for position, trying to get lock up that #1 seed, if at all possible, and get the best chance against somebody who was just able to sneak in with 3 losses. That is going to happen.
Could be a little dangerous because, you know, the past 3 years, all the world champions snuck in at 4 and 3, so it could be punching his ticket, you know, to not make it. But that's all like superstition. All you can do is play tight, play strong, and clearly knows what he's doing with a strong deck. Was even able to win the game with that Pot of Desires, banishing through the 3 engages. But yeah, the cards just didn't fall the right way there for Logan in these 2 games. It was kind of tough.
Yep. Well, there's even more action from round 4 coming up just momentarily, so make sure that you stay tuned because we're going to check out the feature match going on our other feature table momentarily.
Yeah, I'm excited to see. I want to jump into that other feature match as soon as possible. Yeah, it would be really cool to see. I believe it's Julian Kahn on the other feature.
Yeah, so we'll be able to get our first look at the current, or rather the reigning world champion, just as soon as they are ready for us. I'm interested to see what he's up to. So I've seen a little bit of the other match, and you know, we know he's playing a similar deck to Gabriel's that we saw earlier.
Yeah, the Power Patron Art Mage strategy. And as Marcello said, starting off 0-2, but able to win the next round. Julian I just talked about the world champions in the past 3 years. Last year, Julian did go in to that top 8 at 4-3, so as long as he can stay at 2 losses, since they're early losses, I don't think he wants to take on that 3rd one, because then it gets really dicey with the tiebreakers, because there will be multiple players with 3 losses. So it's win all the way out here for our previous world champion here for the rest of the day.
And I gotta give credits to him, honestly. I think there are a lot of players throughout the game that maybe have won one event, but then maybe it disappeared a bit. He had a fantastic season, and let's see what it's looking like.
He's getting hit by Illusion Gate as we speak.
And he lost game 1 also, most importantly, to Dong Won-ha.
You're talking about Julian this past year, won 2. After winning the World Championship, he won 2 YCSs and got 2nd at another one. And I believe he also got 2nd at the French Nationals. So absolutely phenomenal year for Julian Kian. And now he's trying to survive and stay in this. And it looks like he did stop the Illusion Gate.
Yeah, so it's indeed an Art Mage Power Patron deck, similar as Jerome was saying to the round 1. And
so we've got Darudris there on the other side, blocking the Illusion Gate. And it's always good getting your opponent to pay half their life for no benefit. But whether that was the actual goal here, or if it's just a means to an end to get that Darudris negation out of the way so he can keep attacking with something else.
Does he have the trap card in his graveyard? That might be what his opponent might be looking at. I can't really tell what's there on the screen, but
I think it's Verudris. Yeah.
Oh, it's just Verudris letting him know what. Basically, if a card says negate, destroy, it destroys. It is the final bringer of the end times. A very cool looking card.
All right, Stalman's going to continue with Fallen of White, sending Albion to the graveyard there.
Yeah, looks like on the other end we do have the Ritual Light and Darkness branded deck. So
and then there's a Sinker over there on Julian's side in the graveyard.
All right, so Incredible Ecclesia is going to...
Pretty sure it's the Junora in the graveyard.
Yes.
Now, I know I talked to Julian this morning, actually, at breakfast, and he said if he goes first, his field is unbreakable. So but it looks like Dong Won-ha is here putting it to the test. And wow, Fallen Albaz, discard Skull Archfiend of Chaos. That's so many layers of threats all at once.
That's the thing about the word unbreakable. It sounds an awful lot like unsinkable.
Let's see if he's going to fuse for something like the Dragon that Devours Dogma, being able to also send down the Light and Darkness Ritual.
It's definitely considering that. Gonna take a look at the graveyard. Maybe also not completely familiar with the strategy. Don't want to miss out on those graveyard effects that also We saw.
Yep, he's taking them both. Is that for Dragon that devours devours the dogma?
Yep.
Yes, it is. Dark and light.
He'll also be able to shuffle back a couple cards from the graveyard, get access to Light and Darkness Ritual to add either the Black Luster Soldier or the Magician of Dark Chaos, Black Chaos. But the Dragon that Devours Dogma is just such a cool card. Absolutely phenomenal and strong. If there's any sort of cards he wants to take out of Julian's graveyard to put back, he can.
And it's got an attack boost too, I think, if you have the right cards in the graveyard.
If you have an Ecclesia, yep, gets that 500 bonus, and it's unaffected by your opponent's card effects.
That's one of the considerations here is, can you end it right now and not give Julian another turn?
Yep.
Could be.
He's going to Synchro.
Synchro 11, which is Psychic and Punisher, and he's paid half of his life points to Illusion Gate.
He cannot.
But he can't because of Fallen of White being special summoned.
Julian knows that, lets him know really quickly, got to put those monsters back on the field. Might get a PE minor here just for an illegal attempt to summon.
Yeah, so that was special summon Fallen of White, normal summon Fallen of Albaz. And he did use the Fallen of White effect, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, he probably summoned the Ecclesia and then tribute the Ecclesia to summon the Albaz, yeah.
You can only go for level 8 fusion or synchro monsters from the extra deck. Well, again. I guess they're clarifying it with the judges just like before.
Anytime I play Brandon nowadays, my only goal is just to summon the Dragon that Devours Dogma and then summon another one if I can. It's just such a powerful card, so cool. And the ability just to shuffle 2 cards back on summon is also really, really strong against certain decks. Especially like decks like the Light and Darkness Ritual deck, being able to get the cards out of the graveyard back into the deck is huge. Or like mirror matches as well.
But yeah, here we move on, activating the ritual.
Does he have a Griffo in his graveyard? We have yet to see Griffo, so maybe we missed it. Nope, he's just going to
banish 2 level 4s.
Yep.
Yeah, in the end, it might just be, academic.
He put them.
So Magician of Black Chaos, or Magician Dark Chaos, Black Chaos will add back the Illusion Gate.
And he can use, I think, the Illusion Gate again because it was negated. So the once per turn doesn't attach.
Wow. So it looks like this ship is sinkable, as you said, Jerome. Being able to have all the right cards, the Phydralis Harmonious put into attack mode, Fallen of the White, the Varudras he just summoned back from Julian with the Illusion Gate, the Dragon that Devours Dogma.
Incredible.
This is so much damage, and it looks like our reigning world champion might be taking his 3rd loss here in round number 4. I've always said it, players with 3 losses can still make it. It's going to be tough losing 3 of the first 4 rounds to be able to have your tiebreakers be strong enough to come back.
And that's something to note on Illusion Gate as well. It can summon any monster from your opponent's graveyard, ignoring its summoning conditions, not just one of the ones it's destroyed. So, like, even if you're never safe as long as you had one powerful monster that was summoned properly the first time.
Definitely. Looks like he's going to go ahead and summon the Skull Archfiend of Chaos, putting back a couple cards from his opponent's graveyard, 1 from his. Just wants to make sure he has even more damage on the field in case Julian has something. He hasn't conceded yet.
And that is it. Wow.
And our reigning world champion falls. This is not the result he wanted here. 1-3, not a good start. But Dong Wan Ha moving on 2-2. His tournament still alive. And Julian is still not out of it just yet. There are a lot of players that had that double loss in round number 1. It's tough. The tiebreakers aren't going to be strong, but all you can do at this point is keep playing to the best of your ability, right?
Yep.
You can't get too down on yourself. He did make it into the top 8 with a 4-3 record last year, so he's going to at least try and finish out as strong as he can to put himself in the best position. You can only control what you can control, not worry about anybody else. You never know what's going to happen. We've seen some crazy things happen in the last round of a lot of tournaments, so you just have to keep doing your best, keep putting your front foot forward, but tough break there for the reigning world champion.
That's the other thing. It's the world championship. You might never get here again. So you got to go out there every single round and give it everything you got, whether you're 1-3 or 3-1.
Absolutely, taking one at a time, and regardless, I mean, I'm sure we'll have more amazing matches coming our way, because this was the end of round 4, but for today we still have 3 remaining rounds of Swiss, and then finally we'll get what we all want, you know, those 8 names, those 8 amazing players that are gonna have a shot at becoming world champion. So I guess thank you for watching, stay tuned, don't go anywhere, because we'll be back soon with round 5.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. This is Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2026, and we are getting ready to start round 5. We have passed the halfway point of the day here. 4 rounds are in the books, and we've got 3 more Swiss rounds and the quarterfinals coming to you tonight. It's been an action-packed day so far. We've seen some crazy outplays, some real tenacious dueling through bad hands, and just some real mastery of some unusual strategies.
I will say the Light and Darkness strategy has really shined, I think, in the featured matches we've had so far. It was able to power through so many of these other combos, given they're trying to be not necessarily low to the ground, but they're not so powerful that you can't possibly stop them, and the Light and Darkness deck can push through so much, so maybe that is the deck that's going to take it.
Especially the variants with the branded cards, because you're able to push through so many things, and we've seen how powerful the Skull Archfiend of Chaos is, because it also gives you that additional effect if you can discard with the Fallen of Albaz. I mean, Fallen of Albaz, like the OG one, not just Fallen of White, even though that gives you access to it, being able to push through multiple monsters, go into the Dragon that Devours Dogma, just being that extra push outside of your main strategy has really been the difference maker, and I think a lot of these matchups.
It's one of those things that we didn't really see at the NAWCQ, right? When you get to the top 8 there and it's 7 Cool Tune and 1 Sky Striker, the thing a lot of people were wondering was, what happened to the Light and Darkness Ritual deck? Wasn't it supposed to, be able to do well in situations like this? And it certainly can, and we're seeing it here this weekend.
Yeah, I think maybe it's the popularity of the Mulch Armies. Those have kind of fallen out of favor, so more of the combo strategies have been able to shine a little bit. And the ability to go second with these cards obviously is where they shine the most, because you don't have those tools to really pick them apart. And I think maybe it's just a meta call in this situation.
Yeah, I also think, we haven't got to see too much of it on stream, but the power of the Mitsurugi cards in combination, there's so many just different things you can add on top of the Light and Darkness Ritual that just synergize so well with those cards. And, there's just something so awesome about seeing, like, the Yugi cards having that opportunity to become, like, the deck that wins the World Championship. Years ago, we saw Blue Eyes win the World Championship, right? So now that the Kaiba become a World Champion, or the Kaiba cards become a World Champion winning deck, maybe it's Yugi's time to shine, the true king of games.
It was 10 years ago.
Yeah, it was, huh? 10-year anniversary. Maybe we get a Yugi themed strategy.
I don't know, Cool Tune is still holding on strong. Sky Striker was undefeated last time I checked. So it's going to be a tough one for Light and Darkness to get there, but it has the tools to power through both those strategies, as we've seen so far.
Some of those cards are so powerful. Like Black Chaos has multiple effects, both of which are backbreaking on their own, but they're both in one card even.
Yeah.
And then there's the Magician of Black Chaos that has the original Dark Magician of Chaos effect, grabbing back a spell. We saw that at the end of the last match, where he plays Illusion Gate, it gets negated, and then he gets it right back with his ritual monster and is able to use it anyways. There's just so many things, and we didn't even see Mind Shuffle last time as well. So why don't we talk a little bit about kind of the key card of that deck and how it works?
Mind Shuffle?
Mind Shuffle.
Yeah, being able to, if you're able to discard Black Chaos, Griffo is also another key card to get you access to it. We haven't got to see a lot of ways to get to it, because a lot of times we've seen the deck going second, so we're not seeing that power of Mind Shuffle, but you're able to get that interruption, having the Blackluster Soldier of like the Chaos one in your hand, Light and Dark one, being able to summon and banish a monster. That used to be like what people saw as the form of interaction from this deck, but not even really needing to utilize. I don't think we've even seen on stream being able to bounce back or return one of those level 7 or higher monsters in your hand to be able to reutilize it, and the synergies with that and Phydralis Harmonia, just so many different options with the Light and Darkness Ritual deck. So
yeah, well, the games have never really even gotten that far, where it's just so much of a war of attrition of just getting those ritual monsters between them back and forth. And I think when we compare this deck to, let's say, the WCQs, where we've had 15 rounds and eventually the deck draws the wrong half of it. We see how many powerful cards they have with Griffo, Black Chaos, but sometimes you just draw the ritual monsters, you open the Mind Shuffles, right? You don't want to see it in your hand, you'd rather access it from your deck, and that is where the deck can falter. But maybe in a tournament like this, you don't have to win as many rounds, you just need to win the majority of them.
Yeah, at least 5 or 4 even rounds to still make it to the top 8, and then it's just a couple more rounds after that to become world champion. So yeah, I think the less rounds, you talked about this at the beginning of the day, having less rounds than a YCS or like a WCQ, but you're still playing against the best players in the world every single round. So less rounds, but a higher caliber of player makes it an interesting dynamic that we've got to be able to see a lot of these decks do what they want to do. And except, Logan, unfortunately, for the last round, where just things didn't really quite go his way. in terms of the cards he drew when he was playing. But
So the card of the tournament so far, I would argue, is the Fallen and the Virtuous.
oh, absolutely.
But we've also seen some good work out of Fedralis Harmonia in a few of the matches we've watched as well. And even when we tuned into Julian's match at the end, Harmonia was already on the field, having done some good work there. Talk a little bit about Fedralis Harmonia and what it can do in a format like this.
Yeah, absolutely phenomenal card. I mean, being able to search it with Bestial Magnuma, you're seeing that card just included in decks that use it with no other dragons, like Cool Tune, for instance, because it's so impactful having that card. Getting a tuner on the field that's level 7, being able to use it in Cool Tune means it's a tuner you can synchro with for your synchro monsters. It's just been absolutely phenomenal because you're not only destroying the monster, not the monster that activates, non-targeting destruction, you're also getting that bonus effect from the synchros you're sending to the grave. You get tempo on the field, you get disruption. It just really does everything that you want. And in combination with the Fallen and the Virtuous, it's just been phenomenal all weekend.
And there's not really a lot of sacrifice, right?
No, not at all. I mean, the cost is having the multiple synchro monsters in your extra deck, but there's so many decks in the format that want to have synchros in their extra deck anyway, and that's part of the value of playing the branded engine, as you mentioned earlier. Now, notably not a fusion engine anymore, but more of a synchro-based engine, taking advantage of Fallen of the White Dragon. You have so many powerful synchro monsters in your extra deck, so it makes sense to just have the Fedralis Harmonia in your deck anyway.
And we saw Incredible Ecclesia doing a little bit of work as well. We saw the 3 Sword Souls, 3 Golden Sword Souls. It's just, there's not a whole lot to go wrong.
You talked about the 3 champions of Sword Soul. Yeah, Paul Robert Goss really showed how impactful and powerful that card is, just being able to get you more follow-up, getting you a synchro monster on the field, and then Paul is playing more of like that Dogmatica engine, being able to access the Fleur-de-Lis to Thunderbolt. One of my favorite cards. I'm really excited to be able to see that here on the biggest stage of all.
All right, now let's see what our duelists have in store for us here in round number 5 of World Championship 2026.
Yeah, I can't wait to see our feature match this round. I think we're just moments away from jumping into this game, and it's going to be a good one. So now we only have 1 undefeated. We've been featuring a lot of the top players leading up into this. We wanted to feature the only undefeateds left in the last round because basically we know that the winner of that is punching their ticket into top 8, especially with the way round 1 started with so many double losses for the players. Kind of paved the way for whoever starts off strong will be going on into the top 8.
Yeah, absolutely. It makes a lot of sense that these players, they only have to win the first half of their rounds now when there's this many double losses. But there's still a chance for a lot of those players with 3 losses to make it this far.
But now we're going to check out some players at 2 losses here. They really don't want to pick up that third. 5-2 is going to get it.
Yeah, so we saw Mario from Canada, one of our players who qualified through the World's Qualifying Point Playoff. This is the other player who also qualified, Luka Kovac.
It looks like he's won the dice roll here.
So step 1.
He had a 5-2, I believe.
All right, so it's going to be Canada versus Australia. A lot of strong duelists out of Australia here this weekend. We get to see Ji Ryu Zhang, and they are ready to duel. A handshake between the 2 opponents. This is an important game. No one wants to take a third loss, but Perulia is coming down here from the main deck from Ji Ryu Zhang. A very strong card against Cool Tune that likes to summon from the hand up to 3 times potentially on their turn.
It looks like that is going to be able to resolve. And we have a Griffo as well.
There it is.
So we are going to get to see the Mind Shuffle this time around.
I mean, this is an extremely strong opening, and it looks like you can just see how many cards he's holding in his hand. This is a pile for sure. That is 60 cards.
Yeah, a lot of cards in the deck just means a lot of chances to draw those non-engine cards, less chances to open up with the Mind Shuffle, but also means less chances of opening up with Griffo, but we see that's not going to be a problem here for Ji.
The trick is finding cards that replicate the purpose. That's kind of the whole point of the pile decks, is that you are replicating the same purposes throughout the deck and being able to circumvent all the restrictions on the card and just keep playing no matter what.
Yep. So he's going to set the Mind Shuffle with Griffo, and Griffo lets you activate it the turn it's set. Going to add that Skull Archfiend to Chaos, send it straight to the graveyard to send a ritual spell, and then be able to add a ritual monster that mentions the Light and Darkness ritual.
The very strong start here. Light and Darkness Ritual in the graveyard and gets the Magician of Black Chaos.
Yep. Magician of Dark Chaos, Black Chaos.
Dark Chaos, Black Chaos.
Now, I wonder what prompted Jerry to do it all right now. Was it actually a pass from Luka after the Perulia?
No, it's still the same, the Griffo. This is...
No, but like...
Luka hasn't had a chance to play
yet. You can see our turn indicator over there on the side.
But I imagine this might have been during the end phase, is what I'm saying.
Maybe.
Luka seemed to have made, I couldn't tell if it was I'm passing priority after the Perulia resolved or if he's passing turn.
I think he was just passing the priority. Or surely he has a play. Well, we would like to hope because we want to see some of the most interactive games that we can. We'll have to wait and see here. All right.
Yeah, and I think that sounds like a pass. Yeah, he was
Okay.
passing the turn. That's what I got from his body language there.
Luca having that same luck as Logan, not opening too strong, or maybe just not wanting to play into the Perilia.
I don't think it was worth committing to
Yeah,
it, is what
it's not.
he attempted.
So if you're watching at home, you can see there's a bit of a turn indicator over there. The player whose turn it is currently will be lit up around their box. So you see G is lit up right there. That means it's his turn. And when it's back to Luca, the light will shift over to him.
All right, so he's going to use Ghost Spell as G tries to add back the Light and Darkness Ritual along with a card that mentions it from the graveyard. One of the stronger cards against Light and Darkness Ritual, keeps it in the graveyard.
Let's see if there's any response.
Well, it's not going to be called by the grave. That can't be used in this particular tournament.
Yeah, Ghost Spell's been in a lot of players' decks that we've seen so far because they were anticipating this. It's also a strong card against Cool Tune if you're able to stop something like Cool Tune Remix from summoning back and adding back from the graveyard.
I mean, makes sense. Level 3 tuner monster that happens to function against all the best decks at the time.
All right, so Jiri goes ahead and he's going to use the Mind Shuffle here.
Time to find out what other strategies he is including with his Light and Darkness Ritual deck. I think I saw a Futsu, so we might have some Mitsurugi.
I saw a very powerful one of in his hand. So we'll see how much he can bait out from Luca before having to use it.
All right, going to go ahead and grab Black Chaos and sending a copy of the Magician of Dark Chaos, Black Chaos to the graveyard.
And that's the ritual monster that you need.
Just trying to figure out where to...
Put the deck randomized or not randomized.
Are they going to move it again? No. Come, what is going on? Sure?
Sure.
All right. Well, we're inventing new field layouts moment by moment.
Covering up that beautiful logo on both sides.
It looks like he's going to activate it. Nope, nope. Still holding on. We're going to be playing a different card here. That is Wanted.
Seeker of the Sinful Spoils. If you haven't checked out the latest Chronicle episode, you definitely want to. You'll see a lot of the cards from this strategy, including Diabell Star, the Black Witch. One of my favorite Chronicle episodes that we've released thus far.
Definitely a fantastic piece of lore.
I believe Wanted is at 1, Diabell Star's at 2 for the weekend.
Yeah, it's something like that. I know Wanted's at 1 for sure, but definitely a good hand for Xi here.
I mean, what a ridiculous hand, actually, just seeing every single piece of it and having the Griffo as well. We're going to be using the Diabell Star now, getting rid of the Mind Shuffle.
I imagine since Luca passed, you just try to put 8,000 here and don't get too fancy.
Yeah, in combination with the Black Witch and the Black Chaos, that's already 5,500 points of damage, so he is close to finding a way to 8,000 here. But, you know, if Luca's passing, maybe due to the Perilia, we still can expect some defensive options from the hand.
I imagine the safest thing would be to keep the Mind Shuffle, but how powerful is every other card in his hand to give that up? I mean, you do have another copy of Black Chaos now, so you can access a different copy of Mind Shuffle if you so need.
All right, there it is. We talked about it. Jerome mentioned it's an impactful card. It's very strong. It's Hydraulis Harmonia in response to the Black Witch effect.
Now, in this particular version of the deck, how important is it to get rid of the high-level Dark Spellcaster that's used its effect?
Pretty important. Yeah, you don't want to see that turn into the Dark Magician of Destruction, which you can only assume is in the extra deck, especially when you see 60 cards and the Black Witch. And okay, so
Chainlink 1 or Chainlink 2 Harmonia, Chainlink 3 Ghost Morning. So he's going to try to destroy it and negate it.
something you could really do here at the World Championship as a TCG player, but maybe not back at home, since we do utilize more of the OCG rulings here for the World Championship.
No, you'd still be able to do it.
Really? You can do a Harmonia Chain Mourner? Oh, okay.
They're both triggers, right?
True.
All right. I'll have to check that on the wording of Ghost Ogre. It's when they special summon, right? Not when they activate an effect.
Oh, it's on special summon. That's right. Yep, you're right.
So it has to be that order, though.
Now, deciding how he wants to continue. There's going to be Habakiri.
That is a strong card. Is that the card that you were
And that's a surrender button.
That's, yeah, that's to be expected.
Yeah, a quick game here for G. Just absolutely incredible. We talked about Light and Darkness Ritual dominating this tournament so far. It's between that and Cool Tune that have really been impressive. But showing, if any deck can win going second, it's this Light and Darkness Ritual strategy.
All three of those starters there, Griffo as well as Diabellstar and Habakiri, are independently able to do the entire full combo, right? They are so powerful on their own. Any one of them resolving is all it takes, and we just see them power through, just pushing through. And having all of them together in a 60-card deck, I mean, that's just what you want to do. That's how you win a World Championship.
Along with the high-impact interaction from the hand there with the Perulia in combination with the other cards. Because when you're playing against Cool Tune, a lot of times you have those defensive options that trade 1-for-1. Don't work really well into Cool Tune. Like an infinite impermanence on a Cool Tune monster might slow them down, but being able to still synchro from the hand despite the effect being negated means that you're not always going to get that same kind of value out of those cards. But when it comes to the Mulcharmies, that can really help, especially Perulia against Cool Tune.
Yeah, it's not even so much as what the Perulia does, it's what it stops your opponent from wanting to do. If they just don't have the will to give you all of those cards because they know they can't do anything about it, and their best shot is to just hope you don't have anything else either.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, Perulia is an interesting one against Cool Tune because you can get away with giving them 1 or 2 draws and doing the entirety of your combo. But against a strategy like that, 60 cards, you know they're playing. At this point, they definitely know what each other are playing. And you see all those engines, and we saw it in Mario's match alone. Even if you do your full play, it's not enough to stop an actual hand that can get crafted with that many cards. So you just have to pass sometimes.
Yep.
Yeah, and he might have not even had any starters to begin with. We will never know if it was the Perulia that slowed him down or if it was just not like the right cards in hand there to actually be useful there for Luca.
That's kind of the good feeling, though. Like, if you don't actually have anything and your opponent just, like, full of Perulia and uses all this stuff, you're like, well, yeah, I wasn't going to do anything anyways, so it's not that bad.
Like, it feels good in that sense, but it also feels terrible because you went first and had to do nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, but when you get Mulcharmy, like, your mindset goes to, okay, well, my best option sometimes is to leave them with less cards in hand, hope they don't have the starter cards, but plenty of starters there from G from Australia. It's cool to see the Australian players really showing up here, and it would be cool to see one of them make the top 8, if not multiple of them as well. Oceania is a region that doesn't have as many players as the other regions, but they always send really strong representatives of the World Championship.
Yeah, shout out to Bowden Temnick.
They have, what, 2-3 players this year?
They have 2.
2 players this year. That's about normal.
Yeah, definitely going to be interesting to see if he can take this win. But as we were saying, there's going to be multiple players with 3 losses that can make it in. So even whoever loses this match will still have that opportunity to make top 8. But
it's just very scary.
There's going to be a lot
scary
of
path.
Yeah, there's a lot of players that will have 3 losses that are going to be looking to try and still make top 8, and it's going to come down to those tiebreakers potentially.
Yeah, you just want to win as many early as you can, just to have those better tiebreakers, as you mentioned, going into the later part of the tournament. The winning early means that the players that you lose to later on will still have higher breakers because they also had more wins.
Yep, and we see the players finished. That is that? Look how tall that deck is.
That is a tower.
Yeah,
that is a
it's
tower.
beyond a deck. That's a tower.
Double sleeved, very large, just absolutely phenomenal. I'm a fan of 60-card decks. You know,
they're very entertaining to play. I think when you have so much power in your strategy, it's so fun to get to do all of them. But you never really need to do all of them.
Yeah, maybe. I kind of enjoy it. I mean, you just use so many more options, but yeah, it's a trade-off because the more engines you have, the less likely you are to draw those interactions when you do go second. But we've seen time and time again with the Light and Darkness Ritual, whatever variant you're playing, even if you don't have any defensive options, sometimes all that power is strong enough to push through any sort of disruption that the opponent can set up on turn 1.
And the nature of 60-card decks have changed over the year. Back in the day, it used to just be grass decks.
Yeah.
Decks playing that grass looks greener because they're trying to throw half of those cards in the graveyard right away. But now you're going to play as many of them as possible.
Or Curry Bandit. The first time I ever played 60 cards, it was all about the Curry Bandit, which is like grass way before grass. I mean, it's only 5 cards, but it was enough back then.
I like Curry Bandit.
Oh, it's a classic.
Those are good times, playing Curry Bandit and the Fire and Ice hand, those sort of things.
Love it. All right, looks like the players are side decked, and we are ready to jump into game 2. Luca will try again at going first. Doesn't look like G has any Mulcharmies here, so Luca will be able to play, and he's going to start with Synchro Overtake.
I mean, strong one to start off the turn. One of the more powerful starters because it doesn't take away from any of your natural plays in the deck.
Yep, and it can naturally play around like a Fualos because you could choose that out to your hand. And he looks like he's going to reveal a Remix. So He'll be special summoning Cool Tune Mix from the deck here, I'd imagine. And there it is.
Mix is going to be able to add any non-level 2 Cool Tune monster.
Yep, from the deck or graveyard to the hand, and it's going to be Cool Tune Q. That's the one you're going to want to normal summon.
All right, the Droll and Lockbird check here. Looks like he's all good to go.
We're checking again real fast, though. Nope, looks like it's good.
Always good to double check.
Always good, just in case. Maybe it manifested.
This is the difficult part now when you're playing Cool Tune and you know your opponent is playing that many engines. He saw Diabellstar, he saw Habakiri, he knows all of the Light and Dark neutral cards are there. How do you combat that? When you get to look at his hand, how are you going to be able to beat 5 starters if it's there?
Yeah, it's definitely a tall order, but Luca off to a much better start than he was in game number 1. It looks like he may have a copy of JJ Cool Tune, but he wants to keep that information private right now. Just go ahead and use his regular normal summon on cue to special summon a tuner from the deck, and it's going to be Phydralis Harmonia. Okay.
Likely just to get access to reframing here going into Visas later.
And then here comes the JJ Cool Tune. There it is, the jukebox.
Going to be swapping out the Q right now.
And all of this is resolving. We haven't seen anything from G's side.
But that's what you'd expect from a 60-card strategy, right? You're trying to push through with Engine. Maybe you have Mulcharmies in there to try to stymie your opponent's play. But for the most part, you're trying to just play through what they're doing.
All right, you looks like you called it there, Asala, summoning the Rotary from the deck, synchroing with the Harmonia for a level 8. It's going to be Visas Armitara.
And now we're all going to get to see.
Hey, as a Monadium fan, I love to see this card being, utilized still to this day. Even if it's not, there's no Visa Starfrost, but definitely an iconic card. All right.
It's Baron with extra steps.
Ooh. So we talked about having defensive options in the hand. We talked about being able to take a peek and look at your opponent's cards. But the card,
good stuff.
The card that counters the reveal is Pot of Sloth, being able to use that card to sculpt your hand on the following turn. And we also get to see the other strategy he is playing. You've seen it a lot in between rounds if you've been watching the Yummy Snatchy go around and grab the Yummy monsters. We have a Yummy Lollipo in the hand.
That has to be devastating for Luca to see. You saw 3 powerful engines, now you see the 4th as well as a Pot of Sloth.
And Magician Souls.
Luckily, the only Mitsurugi monster there is the Saji, which doesn't really do anything on its own. You can get access to Mitsurugi Prayers, potentially to get to a Habakiri, but not, you'd rather have like an Aramasa or something like that.
I mean, that's going back in the deck if Pot of Sloth resolves, but like you kind of can't let it resolve, right?
Yeah, I think that's going to be the card that's going to be hit with the reframing, and he'll probably try and find a different way to stop the Black Chaos. But even just the normal summon of Lollipo is so threatening, being able to start going into the Yummy part of the deck. And now he's going to Synchro summon 4 Cool Tune back to back.
Cool Tune Synchro is activated now. Going to grab a copy of Rico. Going to be using his extra normal summon, summoning the Rico. Now, this is why we see Luca going for this line of play. He's going for the absolute maximum output that his deck can put out because he knows he needs it against Jerry's strategy here. Now we're making the Trackmaker so late in the game because he's not going to try to stop you from playing. You have to go for maximum output. And in Luca's favor, I did see an Ash Blossom in his hand already.
Yeah, that's a good one.
All right, Zaylin, the Shackled Dragon, is coming down next. Now Q will be able to check the top 2 cards. He could choose to banish one of these, and the other one can either go to the top or the bottom.
This is also a situation where the level increase from B to B might come into play.
It's really strong against Yummy, extremely strong against Yummy.
Okay, so he leaves the Futsu on top, knowing that he has the Saji, which will be able to add Mitsurugi Ritual to really start the Mitsurugi portion of this deck, potentially.
Or even Prayers.
Could be, yeah.
But I imagine Luca's goal is to let 0 spells resolve.
That's usually a good way to win. If your opponent can't play any spells.
Easier said than done, but I think it's possible here.
Yep.
So here's the reframing, another card face down.
That's why you play Anti-Spell Fragrance.
Maybe he will. I mean, it's Cool Tune Synchro and reframing. That's
we know it's not this one, but...
All right, so he draws the Futsu. Let's see how G is going to play out all these strong cards in his hand. What will he use first to try and get an interaction? If he uses any monster effect, the back-to-back will be able to summon back from the graveyard any tuner. I mean, that's the cool thing about Trackmaker, right? It's not only when it's synchro summon, it's also on special summon, so that can lead to more shenanigans.
Jerry does have to find his way, navigating through all the responses that Luca can have. I mean, just 4 immediately on the field that are extremely threatening. Will we start off with the Pot of Sloth? We will.
It's going to fire that off immediately, and it gets hit by the Ash Blossom. Doesn't have to use reframing there. So that's good. I always want to use your most restrictive ones first.
That does make the situation a little bit more complicated.
Looks like he's considering using the Black Chaos first. Let's see if he wants to. Yep, so Black Chaos, the monster effect is activated, so now back-to-back will be able to special summon back a tuner.
Will he use his Zalen as well? He will. Just limit access to the Mind Shuffle.
Brings back.
I think this makes a lot of sense here because of the Magician's Souls. Luca knows there's no spell and traps remaining in Jerry's hand, so Magician's Souls will get very minimal value.
It at least gets to put the ritual monster in the graveyard. They can potentially try and find a way to summon the Black Chaos from hand, but with so many options here for Luca, it's going to be tough to have that actually happen. He's going to add Clip off the Rico. Next is the normal summon of Saji to try and add a Mitsurugi spell or trap.
I think this is a fine one to negate, simply because you're going to have to negate the spell anyway. Or at least just make sure to cut off access so it doesn't turn into a random draw.
Yeah, he could also trigger the back-to-back. Oh, he has another defensive option in hand. Just plenty of interaction here for Luca. Just a complete turnaround from that first game. Yeah, the Limited World Championship Pack 2026 with all those new cool artworks for a lot of the cards. The best one, in my opinion, is the Ame no Murakumo no Mitsurugi.
I love the one. I got the clear file at the Casey store. I got that one in Caesar Valius.
Yeah, those are definitely some of the top ones from that pack. I definitely can't wait to get my hands on that. I've been playing in Master Duel because they also released it in there as well. If you haven't checked out Master Duel, plenty of cool rewards to celebrate. And we're going to see a Link summon. Saji has 1,000 or less attacks, so he can go into Salamangreat Almirage. But now he's going to use Cool Tune Synchro to bring out Remix. Mix will take out the Almirage. And it's going to be a concession here from G. Light and Darkness Ritual decks have been really strong going second. He's waving the flag, letting him know I surrender. And Luca is going to even out the match here. And a lot of these Cool Tune decks do side the Manatim reframing. Some choose potentially main deck it. Don't know where it falls in a lot of these players' decks, but having that option when you go first really helps you to counter those really strong spells like Pot of Sloth. But he also had Ash Blossom. I think he had another Ghost Bell in hand as well. So plenty of interruptions and excellent play there from Luca. You talked about it. Maximizing, making the most optimal field is key. You can draw all the right cards, but knowing how to use them properly is the biggest difference, and getting the most you can out of those powerful cards.
And Cool Tune is not typically a deck that tries to maximize its output. Like, it tries to play safely, try to resolve Rotary first. It's something we see so often in normal summon Rico. Add Rotary, just go Trackmaker 1, Rotary 2, or other way around even, just to make sure you see their hand before you do anything else. But when you know that their hand likely will have nothing to stop you, but also just try to play into you and you won't have enough to stop it, then that means you have to make as many responses as you can.
Yep, but now G will have the opportunity to go first for the first time in this match. So you know Luca's going to be looking for more options when going second. We're going to have to see if maybe he'll draw something impactful like the Phydralis Harmonia. And you know the Cool Tune deck playing only 40 cards versus 60, a lot more opportunities to see those defensive options when you're going second.
And he's got room to side stuff out as well. So if you're main decking the Mulcharmies, for instance, you don't need those when you're going first. If you have something that you really want to put in that's going to help you out here, well, it's really easy to figure out what to take out.
Yeah, made side decking. The Mulcharmies are great, and it also made side decking just a little bit easier sometimes because you just have those obvious options to go out. But even like you could consider keeping in like Perilia because of cards like Hydraulis Harmonia and stuff like that. But I still think, yeah, taking out the Mulcharmies for more cards that are going to be more advantageous to push through, because Cool Tune utilizes like, yeah, a lot of those one-for-one trading defensive options from the hand. The Ash Blossoms, the Ghost Spells. We've even seen Ghost Ogre be really popular in a lot of these decks, being able to summon it with Q to take out stuff like Mind Shuffle and things like that. So if he's able to find a way just to have more cards to push through a lot of those options, it could be key here in this game number 3.
Now, you mentioned all those cards. If you're on the Cool Tune side, on Luca's side, if you look at your side deck and you see the Mulcharmies, are you putting them in? You need them against the yummy part of the deck, but the Light and Darkness Ritual cards don't even care. You can play the Mitsurugi cards without really caring too much about either of them. The thing is, they're playing all of them, so they're all good. How do you make the choice?
Yeah, it's tough, especially when you're playing against decks like, yeah, a pile kind of deck with 60 cards, all gas, no breaks. It's hard to slow it down. And then they have, yeah, the Mitsurugi cards, I think, as you mentioned, really line up well into those Mulcharmies, not needing to summon from the extra deck as often as other decks might need to. That's like the make or break for some decks. Like, I can't summon from the extra deck without giving you cards. I don't know what to do, but yeah, so many options. You might cut off like a portion of the deck, but what if they have all the other cards instead?
You know, like if they had the Diabellstar stuff, for instance, a Fulos could help you. If they have the other one, maybe not. So I guess you just have to do in your math, what's the size of each of these engines? How many cards does it take up? What are the odds they're going to draw this versus the Light and Darkness stuff versus the Mitsurugi stuff? And it's tough because the math doesn't add up well in favor of the Mulcharmies in this case because of the weighting towards Mitsurugi and Light and Darkness versus the other ones, especially in this format where there are fewer copies of the Diabellstar related cards available.
Yeah, but
very true.
In my opinion, I still think Luca has to just maximize everything and put in all his options because he feels really terrible if he has the wrong cards for the situation, and he just needs to have something, right? He needs to see some combination of cards because that's what it comes down to. No one card is going to get there. You're going to try to find a combination. The Mulcharmies are the best way to find combinations if they give you at least one draw. So I think he's going to try to put in every single piece of interaction that he can, because that's what Cool Tune tries to do. It tries to really limit every single option your opponent has, because your engine cannot actually play through their entire combo. If you have a full Cool Tune hand, it's really difficult to play through your opponent's full engine.
Yep, definitely could be the case here.
And on 2 losses, it's better to try everything than do nothing, I think.
Yeah,
I'd probably just throw everything at the wall and see if it works.
And we're going to find out if that's going to be the case here. Will Luca have the options? Will G be able to push through those defensive interactions? I do think I see a Griffo, and that will be the first card activated here for G.
And it looks like he did get the Charmies.
Yep, I do see a Fuwalos in Luca's hand. Griffo is a strong start for Jerry. I mean, it's difficult. It's so easy to find the wrong half of your deck. You have to be thankful every time you find the Griffo. You're able to at least resolve one of the strongest parts of your deck, being the Light and Darkness Ritual.
Yep, they're going to activate the Mind Shuffle here. Going to use the effect on activation to play around something like Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit.
No Ash Blossom here in response.
All right, so he's probably going to add that Skull Archfiend to Chaos and then send it to the graveyard for the Mind Shuffle resolution. He also has a Ragged Record of Rights in his hand, so more cards for the Light and Darkness Ritual strategy.
It can get Habakiri.
That too. Oh yeah, since he is playing so many different engines as well.
That's where the redundancy can really come in when it has multiple routes.
Yeah, he could send Mitsurugi Ritual here, or Mitsurugi Mirror with the Skull Archfiend of Chaos if he wants to have access to Habakiri as well. And it's going to be the Light and Darkness Ritual.
I think at this point, when you have the Ragged Records, you just want to limit what your opponent sees, so they use their interactions in a certain way.
True, true. Adds the Magician of Dark Chaos, Black Chaos. Does a Droll and Lockbird check. Nothing here from Luca. Going to use the effect of Light and Darkness Ritual, trying to add itself back, and a card that mentions it, the Griffo. No Ghost Bell. We've seen that effect Ghost Bell multiple times throughout the day. Not this time, though.
It looks like smooth sailing so far for Jerry. I mean, there are multiple points of interaction for Luca, but oh man, what a strong combination. There's the Ghost Bell. Looks like he was saving it. He knew that this was a potential option.
I think Pre-Preparation Rights is also a card that's limited to 1 because of the combined list as well. Very strong.
Is that a crossout?
That is definitely a crossout.
It's crossout designator.
It's the no.
He's saying no right now.
No to Ghost Spell.
How many powerful one-ups can we have in 60 cards?
A shake of the head there from Luca, and the inclusion of Ghost Spell in Jiru's deck, and now he is going to be unstopped here.
This is just devastating for
That's tough.
Luca.
That's tough.
No called by the grave, but definitely cross-out designator still looming. So there's the Mitsurugi Mirror and the Habakiri.
I actually, just looking at Luca's hand, I don't even know if he has a starter. It looked like Fua, Veiler, Mourner.
Well, at least he'll get a draw here from Fua as he changes it to the Habakiri, which will special summon a Mitsurugi monster from the deck and immediately tribute it. Doesn't have a second copy of Crossout, and it's limited to one. No called by.
It could have been an Ash Blossom.
True.
But I think this is still a fine position for Jerry. Can give close to no additional draws after the Saji is summoned. If he can even find it.
That's the other thing. Sometimes it just takes a little while to sift through all of these cards.
This is when he finds out it's in his hand already. Oh no, there it is.
There it is. Okay.
Summons the Saji, a draw for Luca.
Knocks one off there. That goes back to the deck.
Mitsurugi Ritual is added to the hand off the effect of Saji.
So many cards in the hand here for Jerry.
So they started the duel with 5. He's got 7 in hand and another one on field.
All right, next up, it looks like it's going to be the Mitsurugi Ritual to summon from hand, I'd imagine.
Yeah, because we already have Mitsurugi Mirror in the hand, we can circumvent the Fuwalos really easily by just sending Murakumo for the effect of Ritual. I imagine that's what he's going to do.
We were just talking about this in between the games, how the Mitsurugi cards can play around Fuwalos pretty well.
And Habakiri takes the field.
Going to probably send down a Kusanagi and an Aramasa.
All right, we're opting to do that, just getting maximum value as well.
Yep, be able to add back that Mitsurugi Ritual from the graveyard and add a Mitsurugi monster from the deck to the hand. Unless Luca has something here. Nope. I'm a big fan of the Mitsurugi cards. They're just so strong, and like just being able to summon a few of them, you get so many cards. Murakumo is just such a big threat. Not only you're going to potentially take a card out of your opponent's hand, being able to destroy all monsters your opponent controls just can be absolutely devastating when timed properly.
Yeah, just that additional tax that it provides on the field.
Yeah. It's all good.
You're allowed
It's
to resolve
coming
your
right
effect,
back.
just give me a card.
And if you can get them to have like no cards in hand, it can become absolutely powerful. And next up, he might be looking to, I don't know if he'll be using the Mitsurugi Ritual to summon from deck. Maybe just use the Mitsurugi Mirror here to tribute the Habakiri to summon the Murakumo from hand. And then the Habakiri can summon back from the graveyard and add another Mitsurugi card. Since it's game 3, he could either main deck the trap card, or he could just grab something like Prayers. Maybe he sided in.
I mean, you definitely want access to Prayers if you don't have it already, but it does look like there is a copy of Purification in his deck. Prayers is the most flexible one, though. You just want to get it in rotation, and there it is.
Prayers is limited to 1 here at the World Championship.
Oh, he's going to go ahead and check to see what was going on there. This is a Light and Darkness Ritual deck, right?
It's a Ritual deck.
It is Ritual. There is light and there's darkness.
The Mind Shuffle is on the field. Like, he just doesn't have to use it yet.
All right, where is he going to go next? He's under the Mulcharmy Fualos. He doesn't want to give his opponent too many more draws.
I imagine it will give him 0. The Ragged Records is activated now.
So he's going to reveal the Light and Darkness Ritual to add a Ritual monster. That,
Or any card that mentions it.
yeah. Oh, it could be Black Chaos, I suppose. Yep. I don't know. I mean, I think he'd want to make sure to have access to the Black Luster Soldier as well. Maybe. Or he can always just grab it with Mind Shuffle during his opponent's turn as well.
Exactly. especially if you can resolve Skull Archfiend again. That's usually the best way to get the additional ritual monster.
So he's going to use the light. We're seeing the synergy of the Light and Darkness ritual to tribute the Habakiri to summon Magician of Dark Chaos, Black Chaos. He'll be able to add back a spell, summon back the Murakumo, add another Mitsurugi card from the deck to the hand, adds back the Ragged Record of Rights to be used next turn.
And then just putting the mirror on top just to make sure all the other effects are safe from an Ash Blossom or a Ghost Spell of any kind. Given Ghost Spell's already used.
He checks the Ragged Record of Rights first. Really? You can get Black Chaos? Yep, it's quite good.
Just making sure it's not once per turn, I think, at this point.
Now, let's see if he adds the Purification. Having Prayers and Purification is huge, and he does have it in the deck.
There's not many decks that can actually beat this setup alone in Mitsurugi, but having the Light and Darkness Ritual cards as well, so difficult. Oh, it looks like did he target Crossout Designator with the effect of
Black Chaos?
Yeah, let's see. He must have.
Yeah, I think all the rest of those came back on their own accord. It is kind of the original Dark Magician of Chaos effect, any spell.
Yep, sets one face down, sets another face down, another face down, and is there another one? The spell and trap zones are all now filled up. Plenty of cards on the field, plenty of cards in the hand. Luca's gonna hopefully find a way to push through this, but it's going to be quite difficult. Jerome, you mentioned how the Mulcharmy's not so great against the Mitsurugi part, and Jerry definitely knew that and found a way to navigate through this really well.
But if you're Luca, what card was that going to be that does something against this?
Droll and Lockbird. Another copy of Droll and Lockbird. Yeah, it's tough.
We're going to fly back to California and get the second Droll.
There you go. All right, and so now it looks like he's using that Mind Shuffle to add and then send the Ragged Record of Rights.
Yep, he grabbed the Blackluster Soldier, Soldier of Light and Darkness.
So now he has multiple forms of interaction, even more than before. He's going to use Rotary here, revealing Effect Veiler to summon a tuner from his hand. An extra summon.
I wonder if he's going to summon either of those or maybe a mystery monster from his hand. Just going to go ahead and use the Mind Shuffle now to put the Blackluster Soldier on the field. He's going to be able to banish a card and protect all of his back row, and that is enough for Luca. He is going to surrender. I mean, I don't know what 5 cards could really deal with this situation.
There's not a ton. There's really not a ton. It's probably not going to be a bunch of one-for-one kind of things against a deck where the cards all multiply themselves significantly like this. But the crazy thing is we see how powerful that deck is.
Yeah.
He lost 2 times before this. So it's not impossible.
It's a high variance deck. There's a lot of cards you don't want to draw, but if you draw the good half, the redundancy, the actual value cards, every single one of those cards just gives you multiple. As you mentioned, they all multiply. So if you see the good ones, it's just so hard to beat.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm a little sad we didn't get to see any of the Yummy action. At least got to see an appearance by Lollipo just for a moment, especially because we got to see that awesome, Crane game in between every single round. But
and, we know there's probably the Dark Magician of Destruction in there as well, but we didn't even need to get to that one as well. So, we saw just, one of the many paths that this deck can take to victory.
I imagine if you are not met with the Mulcharmy, you could just have an end field of just every single zone taken. And just a whopping 6 cards in hand as well.
Yeah, we could it's fine. 6 monsters, 5 spells and traps, 6 if you count a field spell.
But that's the
Didn't
magic
even room
of
for a
it.
field spell.
Yeah.
Probably fit one in there somewhere.
They don't need to. I mean,
No.
they probably play one minion.
You could get like a Yummy field spell in there.
Yeah, I imagine they don't play a Croaky, but maybe a minion.
yeah, sure, Mignon, if you're playing Yummy cards, because you need that card to have just one Yummy being able to actually segue into the rest of your stuff. But it looks like we're going to go ahead and jump into our other feature match, and we have 2 players that we saw earlier, not facing off against each other, but it's Yannick up against Mario.
Oh, it looks like Yannick's turned things around here as well. I have 2 wins and 2 losses. And he's just had his hand peeked at by Cool Tune Rotary. And we saw Card of the Soul in there. Like, once again, that's a Genesis standout as part of that Sacred Beast deck, where you look for something whose combined attack and defense points equal your life points.
Oh, That's
and
right.
the Psy-Frame Gear Delta, we discussed that a little earlier as well, too.
Yeah, it's awesome to see Yannick bouncing back after losing that round. And, you know, this is definitely probably the most unique deck out of all the players in the World Championship. The only player bringing the Sacred Beast strategy here this weekend.
Now, looking at the situation here, both players have won a game. This is game number 3, and it does seem to be Mario's first turn. Delta has resolved.
Ash on the field. Mario also bouncing back. Both these players are 2-2. A lot of players 2-2 are in the deep part of the tournament, needing to make sure they get a couple more wins.
Now, what we don't know quite yet is if this is the first turn of the duel.
Almost certainly.
It looks like it is.
Yep. This is game 3, too. Both players have already each won one.
Mario going through his plays here, getting to resolve. Is that Crackle? Crackle going ahead and banishing Secure Gardener from the extra deck.
Secure Gardener, that's a Invoke Shadal card.
And he hit the Link Rebo as well.
Linkuriboh. Ooh. I do like that Linkuriboh bag that they had at the shop.
That was sweet.
I managed to get one of those before they
I
sold
personally
out.
think the Quillbolt Hedgehog one is better.
Yeah?
Yeah, I mean, it hits different. I don't know.
I'm more of a Link Karibo guy myself. I like that there's multiple. We've seen multiple versions of Karibo being so impactful here this weekend.
All right, and you got the Visas Armentara.
I mean, going first, post side, you know what this gets. It's going to be Vanadium Reframing. That is going to be a powerful form of interaction. You see the Ash Blossom on the field. That's going to end up in the hand somehow, some way. I imagine Mario has already seen Yannick's hand through the effect of Rotary. At some point in this turn, we saw a Q resolve right when we jumped into the game.
Yep, and his hand was revealed at that moment as well, so we know Rotary was there. I saw a Card of the Soul in there, but I didn't quite register what the other ones were.
I mean, we're going to have to find out soon, but it looks like Mario has been navigating through the turn well. He has access to Ash Blossom, which we know is so strong against this deck, being able to stop the spell card.
Sacred Beast released, yep. Yeah, when I first read that card, I was like, add 3 cards to your hand, discard 2? Sounds like Graceful Charity.
Now those monsters are going to go back to the extra deck at the end phase, and now Yannick is up.
We'll see how we want to start this turn. Mario has a very daunting field. The Vanadium Reframing set, almost certainly Cool Tune Synchro set. Now we're going to be using Remix to get that Ash Blossom back to the hand. Let's see what monster he chooses to summon here. It looks like he's eyeing a copy of Mix.
All right, Ash Blossom to the hand. Does he special summon to the field? He's going to summon Mix, and he's going to immediately Synchro Summon into Cool Tune back-to-back.
Opting not to get the effect of Mix on summon here, just getting back-to-back on the field, which, I mean, honestly, a lot more value.
Yeah, for sure. And he can also just summon back, like, the Mix later on, get a search with it, or potentially Synchro into, like, a Loudness War, where he'll be able to trigger the Mix, Destruction Effect, and the Track Maker to return a card. But there's the Card of the Soul. Like you mentioned, Jerome, you saw it in the hand.
He's going to be able to grab a card that can add up to his life points total?
Yes, so this is a great card for if there is ever a powerful deck that uses a bunch of 4,000 attack, 4,000 defense monsters, and it just so happens we have one right here.
Upstart Goblin could really mess that card up a little bit.
It could, or even an incidental burn effect.
Yep. Luckily for Yannick, none of that happened. Not the first Ackerman to play in the finals. Not related, but or play in the World Championship, as it were.
This one's going to go through, it looks like.
This one isn't as high value as some of the other ones, so I think this one's okay to resolve. It looks like we're going to grab a copy of Raviel here.
And that's kind of the challenge, is seeing if you can get that Ash Blossom out of the hand and still be able to get to release, which he also has in hand.
Going to be using Raviel. I believe this one's going to be able to add a monster and discard a card.
Yeah, it's pretty easy to remember what they add based upon if you know what the original Sacred Beast used to tribute themselves.
Yes.
Like the Raviel's the monsters, the Uriah is the trap, and Haman. Sorry, I'm trying to hold back. I'm trying to hold back my Kagamaru impression as much as possible.
It looks like B2B is going ahead and summoning Rico to the field.
Doesn't look like he's going to immediately synchro summon, so he'll be able to get that Rico's effect.
And discards. It looks like another Cypher.
Yep, another Delta. Gonna add back Cool Tune Clip.
Yet another interaction available.
We still haven't seen like a Cool Tune RS be summoned yet.
That's not true.
Or I haven't, at least.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
Maybe it's someone on the round I was not on.
All right, he's going to start with Martyr of the Sacred Beasts.
He's going to try and summon more copies of Martyr from the deck.
So the first thing it's going to do is like get the field spell.
I wonder if this is something you allow to resolve. I imagine you wouldn't. Looks like we're going to be just using B2B, getting the mix on the field. And immediately synchro summon using the mix in the Rico.
All right, here comes RS. So now I have seen it.
All right, and he's going to place the Thunderclap. Yeah, you can get either
Oh, that just gets rid of
either the
both.
field spell or a continuous.
Yeah, but it will not be on the field for much longer. Both these cards will be destroyed thanks to Rico and Mix. And Yannick has conceded. Mario bounces back and moves on with a 3-2 record. So we just saw one of the Canadian duelists lose to go 2-3, but Mario holding it down for his country of Canada and moving on 3-2, needing one more win to put himself in the running for that top 8.
The very minimum.
Yeah, but he could still win 2 more rounds and then
Yeah,
guarantee
if you get
his
to
way.
5, that's great. You don't want your fate to be in the hands of the numbers.
Yeah, you don't want to play to the odds that much. It's a lot of odds going on in this tournament, but getting to 5 wins, the odds are very, very much in your favor, almost guaranteed. I want to believe it's guaranteed.
Yeah,
Oh, 5
the
wins.
5 is
Yeah,
going to get
yeah.
5 will do it. 4 is going to get some people in because we had so many of those double losses in round 1. I think we had 6 matches that went all the way to time there. And that kind of messes the point math up a little bit, but at least you know what the cutoff is at that point. It's like, I will definitely make it at this number.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And it's very understandable, like, to see that many double losses in round 1. I'll tell you, I've played in hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of, like, major events, right? Big tournaments. Nothing has been more nerve-wracking, more stressful than the first round of the World Championship, especially when you've never been there before. It's just, you got to get those nerves out. So sometimes, like, you're playing just a little bit slower than maybe you're used to, but it opens the door wide open for other players to capitalize on those double losses to punch their ticket into the top 8.
And the other thing is the communication, right? This is probably the first time a lot of these players are dueling across the language barrier in addition to everything else. So it's tough to kind of come up with a communication style that is the best for you and your opponent to understand each other clearly and be able to do the match in a efficient manner.
Yeah,
let's say.
It is difficult getting through it. You get a lot more used to it as we get through the rounds. We see a lot less double losses going in throughout the rest of the tournament. I haven't heard of any since round 1. I'm sure there may have been a few, but I think a lot of players are actually counting on there being some more, because the more double losses happen, the more players that make it with that 3-loss record, maybe potentially even a 4-loss record if things get crazy. But I'm not counting on that one.
I don't think it would get that crazy, right?
No,
Has it ever gotten that crazy?
I've never heard. It's unheard of, but things happen all the time.
That's true.
But the pace of play from these players has picked up significantly as the day's gone on. They get a lot more comfortable. They've been playing their deck throughout the day, so it's kind of tough to bank on having more double losses as the players are becoming more comfortable and like realizing like we got to keep playing. Especially if you take a double loss early, chances are you won't let that happen again. You're going to keep playing faster.
You're gonna
the
learn
fear
from
is
that
in
one.
them now.
Yeah, definitely.
And always at the World Championship, you always see something you've never seen before every single year. Yep. Whether it be on the field or off the field or on the tours or anything like that, it's just a place where things that couldn't normally ever happen will happen.
I mean, history is being made every single time.
Yep. But this was round number 5 that has now concluded, so I think we're going to wrap up here very shortly, maybe go to a quick break momentarily, and then be back for round number 6. We only have 2 more rounds of Swiss left before we find out our top 8, and then you don't have to wait. We're going to immediately go into our top 8 feature match as Swiss concludes, so we're going to find out who our top 4 competitors are going to be returning tomorrow, and we're going to be able to see the semifinal matches, and then eventually we're going to get to the biggest stage of it all, and It is beautiful. You're going to want to not miss day 2 because the finals of the World Championship is always extremely epic. We're going to crown the Duel Links Rush Duel champion, the Duel Links Speed Duel champion, and the Master Duel team that will win it all. We already know the finalist and eventually the final, the main event to me, the TCG OCG champion. So stay tuned. We have a lot more dueling action to come. So we'll be back shortly with our next round 6 of the World Championship. Don't go anywhere.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. It's Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2026, and we are now getting close to the end of the Swiss rounds. We're getting into round number 6 here. I know it's late for some of you back home, but thank you for sticking with us all the way to the end of the first day of TCG competition, though it's the second day overall of the World Championship competition, as we had our digital titles all yesterday with Speed Duel and Rush Duel in Duel Links and Master Duel as well. It's been a crazy tournament so far, and I don't know what we're going to see in these last 2 rounds. We feels like we've seen it all, but I feel like there's something more that we can get out of this tournament before the end.
I mean, there's always surprises all along the way, but so far it seems like Light and Darkness Ritual has been the deck to beat.
It really has.
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of variants, as you've mentioned, is one of those engines that can really fit in a lot of different decks, but for sure it has been. And first of all, for our European friends, good morning instead, because it's about 8 AM over there, so some are waking up, and now you get to see, I think, the most interesting part of the end, the last 2 rounds, the one where you can guarantee yourself a spot in the top cut. And first and foremost, I want to announce that after these 5 rounds, there is only one duelist standing with an undefeated record, which we have seen on stream, and that is Fung Sang with his Sky Striker deck. So he's the only one that for now is guaranteed. We'll see him again later on, but now we gotta, find out who is gonna join him, and we'll have the first Italian on stream on our side, because we do have Danilo Siracusa.
Oh, all right.
We made it all the way, winning the playoffs, and then also made it to the top 8 of the European Championship. So it will be interesting to see. He made it with Invoked. Now we'll see what he will be running, but he will be facing off against Dylan Taylor in this round.
Yeah, interesting, because going into the previous feature match, we saw both those players coming from the Canada side. They both qualified via the playoffs, but then also qualified again in the WCQ. Danilo almost did the exact same thing, and then versing an Australian. Yeah, so almost the same match.
And I mean, we'll see what they have in store for us. But regardless, taking a look at both our stream and of course our Japanese colleagues as well, we have seen a lot of diversity. Maybe Kultun in terms of representation just on top, but a lot of different decks, and going back all the way to round 1, we have seen, that Archmage Power Patron deck. Not going so well for Julien, unfortunately, but we do have other duelists representing the deck, and we'll see whether it has enough to make it to the top 8.
Yep. Yeah, we saw Jib playing it in our round 1 feature match, and even though he took that loss in the first one, he did win the next 2, and then I think he was still evening out his record. He's still in the tournament, and I do believe we will be seeing another Archmage soon.
Now, there's a lot of people in that 2 and 3 loss range. The 2 loss players, if they can just make it to the end, just get these last 2, they don't have to worry about it in the end. And if they take that 3rd one in this round in particular, oh my goodness, the pressure in the last round's got to be intense.
Oh well, I mean, there are only 3 players at the moment who are on an X1 record anyways. So, as we've mentioned, I think in the last couple of years we have seen world champions with an X3 record. Might
almost
be the
exclusively.
Case. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So, we are guaranteed to have some X3, made it all the way to the top 8. We'll see if history repeats. Or maybe we'll have the first EXO, with the Sky Striker deck, so you never know.
We've seen Striker do it this format even.
Exactly.
Yeah, the NAWCQ. Ryan, you have hit the perfect tournament.
Rounds,
Yeah,
so I mean, you never know with that deck. But yeah, in terms of other notables record, we still have a lot of duelists up at the top tables. I can tell you that there is the diversity also in terms of regions. Julien made it to, at least the 2-3, so he's winning, getting his pace. Maybe there is hope for that. And in terms of the other duelists, we do have Europe going pretty well. So on table 1, playing against the undefeated will be Josh Kelly from the UK. And then Paul is still on an X1 record. We have seen him shine with the Light and Darkness Ritual deck. So, a lot of diversity, though, in terms of decks still at the top tables.
So anyone's game still so far. Yeah. How's the host nation doing?
So let me take a look at the top tables. We don't have anyone on X1, but we do have a few on X2. Most notably on table 3, we have Ryohei. So he is doing well. And also Yuki, which we have featured.
Round one.
He's on X2. So
Sky Striker doing quite well this tournament then.
Indeed. Sky Striker is up there. So only few players brought it, but it seems like it's working out. So, I mean, Always a good choice.
And it worked out for Ryan, right? Like his
Yeah.
whole thing was, I'm going to play against Cool Toon all weekend, and I'm going to beat every single one of them.
If you're confident with Sky Striker, it is one of those strategies that can just take advantage of the rest of the format, given it usually takes a bit more of a solid format, which the World Championship almost never is. But we've seen it clearly be successful, being the only undefeated so far.
I mean, and it is for a reason. As you have mentioned, it's going to be an interesting tournament, but draw and lock is limited. So that also is one of the few cards that we have seen in the main deck, and that can be annoying for the Sky Striker deck. So you obviously take that away. And why not? I mean, it's working out. The Cool Toon, as we've mentioned, it is the most represented deck even in this event. And so considering that they are even a little bit weaker, given that, you know, Rotary is at 1 and Synchro is at 2, I think you have a very good matchup against those anyways. And if you play a mirror match, I think also is one of those matchups where it's very much skill-based, and even the die roll doesn't matter that much. So I think it's a solid choice. But of course, I mean, we have seen also the combo pile decks, and those are a bit tricky if you lose the die roll. So, you know, it's anyone game.
So if you're the Sky Striker player, you want the top 8 to look a little more like the NAWCQ than the European Championship.
That's the dream. But I would say, as compared to, for example, I think Ryan really did something remarkable, but the difference is here you can afford to lose, you know. So even if you play against a couple of combo decks and you lose the die roll, you're fine, as long as you know you get to play a few again Cool Toons, and I think, you know, it's totally doable to make it with the next 2 record with Sky Striker. So of course then you make it to the top 8, and then there it's anyone's game. You can play against literally any deck. But here they are. Round 6, already on his way, actually. So Danilo looks like he won the die roll.
Off to a great start here on his branded strategy. From what we see, we see an Aliber on the field, which is more indicative of a more pure branded strategy.
Absolutely. I mean, Danilo has been on Dragotail branded and then pure branded for most of the season. He switched it up for that Invoked at the European Championship, but now he's back on his, I guess, familiar territory, and I mean, been working out pretty decently here for him.
I think this is the first Ecclesia and the Dark Dragon that I've seen synchro summoned this tournament so far. It's normally just being sent off Fallen and the Virtuous. Yeah,
we've been seeing the Sword Soul being summoned a lot more, but Ecclesia and the Dark Dragon, honestly, the more powerful of the level 8 synchro options that this deck has. And we see him playing even the more extensive version of the combo, having Golden Sword Soul in his deck.
Oh, that's what Tri-Brigade Spring and Kit.
Absolutely.
Yeah, definitely a pure branded deck, this one, but
going into both of those synchros now, the Sword Soul summoned onto the field. Going to be able to grab another level 4, level 8. We're going to just summon back the Fallen of the White Dragon.
Not 1, not 2, but the 3 champions of Sword Soul.
And yeah, here comes Cartesia.
Blazing Cartesia at a blazing pace from Danilo. Very comfortable with the strategy, just going through the motions.
Yeah, he's definitely one of those, I would say, quick players, you know, usually pretty confident. Ooh, and we did see pretty good card in the end.
Absolutely. This is going to be an interesting matchup, though. You can kind of peek into Dylan's hand.
Yep.
It's a matchup we've seen several times in this tournament.
He's got the nice Mirror Jade, huh?
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, and there's
Endure Servant.
That's real good. This is a great setup from Danilo.
Amazing start, and I mean, we've talked about it at the start of the event. The World Championship is a 30 duelist tournament. Voices spread quickly, and at this point, I'm pretty sure they both know what they're playing against.
Absolutely.
So
I would say after round 1, everyone knew.
Yeah, pretty much.
There gets the Dogmatica Ecclesia, special summons are out. Dogmatica Ecclesia is going to add... Well, that's got to be the Fallen and the Virtuous.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, we did see Dogmatica Punishment before, but yeah, probably Danilo just on the Fallen. Gonna set a couple of cards and then move to end phase.
And then a couple of effects here in the end phase.
Yeah.
As
I usually call it main phase free for branded, because branded really has a lot of action in the end phase.
Oh, we even see a Courier.
Courier.
Okay. Yeah, that's not
Courier,
so usual.
Fleur de Lightning?
No, that's Incredible Ecclesia.
No, Incredible Ecclesia, okay.
No,
and there is
Tri-Brigade, yeah.
branded Retribution from, I believe there must have been an Albion in the graveyard as well from previously in the turn.
Yeah. I mean, this is...
Ecclesia returns.
Wow, Retribution. This is a great opener.
Absolutely
Probably,
ideal. Yeah.
yeah, as good as it gets for the pure branded deck.
Dylan will need a lot of powerful cards to go into this, but I see one strong one already, a powerful spell card to start things off. That's going to be Pot of Sloth.
Wow, in the main deck. Interesting.
Oh, now let's go ahead and count those up. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
You're going to be able to craft the perfect 6-card hand here, now that it's able to resolve. Branded not typically having too many ways to actually stop your opponent from activating and resolving effects, just mostly just points of interaction, just trying to remove cards. There is Retribution, which is able to negate a summon, but outside of that, it's all removal.
Let's see. I mean, as you've mentioned, pretty much we are able to shape up the end that we want.
So in this case, draw 8, put back 7.
Yeah.
Anything you drew that you really didn't want to draw, it's going straight back. It's one of the strengths of Pot of Sloth.
I wonder if Dylan, within those 8 draws, I mean, total, what, 6 plus however many, will he have found that one card that he's opting to main deck that separates his list?
If it did,
it's going to be pretty significant.
Yeah, I'm worried about Danilo if it did. And if it didn't, it would be quite unfortunate because you pretty much saw half of your deck now. So
let's see what we do next.
I think we did.
Is that it?
I think we did.
It looks like we are entering battle phase.
I think we are entering battle phase. Danilo can read it as a bluff just to force.
Yeah, does he believe in the main deck?
That's wild. And you can see Danilo shaking his head and being like, is that for real?
I mean, these are the gambles that can make or break a world championship.
But I mean, in the moment in which you saw Pot of Sloth in the main deck,
kind of start thinking, right? If your main deck can just go second cards.
You're like, either he didn't side out, and I don't think that's the case, or there is some going second action going. So, ooh, and I think it's there on top.
Oh, it's definitely there.
Oh wow, unbelievable here from the Australian. And I mean, what can you even do?
We were talking about cards that could potentially deal with the situation. That is probably the best card he could have. We're going to activate Fallen in the Virtuous here. Going to attempt to destroy his own Ecclesia by sending
it in the graveyard. Yeah,
makes sense.
Just trying to mitigate some of this damage that's going to happen.
And I think that's fine.
And there it is, evenly matched. Hits the table. Danilo will have to get rid of every single card except for one, and the remainder gets banished face down.
That's incredible.
And you can't really resist this effect either because it's forcing the player to do it.
It gets around some of those cards that are unaffected by things.
This is brutal. Unfortunately, Retribution does not interact with this, and regardless, we are gonna be...
What do you choose to keep? We're going to change the polymerization. Going to discard a card from his hand here. Going to be the Ecclesia. That will come back. And then just try to put some cards in the graveyard to have them come back if he sees another turn, which he will. We are going into main phase 2 after this, so he will at least get another turn. Try to get some advantage back in the end phase.
Oh.
There's a Grand-Guignol that hits the field. I imagine that's still getting banished. Halibur's gone, Grand-Guignol's gone. Are you keeping the Retribution or the Mirror Jade?
No,
we're keeping the Mirror Jade.
Makes sense.
I like it.
But now it's just Mirror Jade for Dylan.
And a Dream. I see. It's had a Fallen the Virtuous in the hand as well. We're going to start off by scaling Ginoldo.
Ginoldo, all right.
I mean, confirming here what deck he is on. It's indeed another Power Patron deck.
Oh, it's actually Norvetto. Card to tell with the Starlight. Very shiny card.
Just recapping the effect for Danilo.
Yep, this is the Art Mage Power Patron.
Okay, and we see the Rinbram.
Going to be able to summon out the Fallen of the White Dragon from the graveyard. It's going to use this effect to summon Ecclesia.
This Ecclesia has been properly summoned, so it can come back.
Danilo doing a lot of damage control for that evenly matched, leaving him with multiple interactions still. There's the Realized Lull. Looks like this is going to be able to resolve because he controls an Archmage card. He's going to be able to summon a Medius the Pure.
There it is.
Medius is now going to be able to activate its effect. Or, no. We're going to start off with Fallen the Virtuous. Sending his own copy of Ecclesia to go after Danilo's Ecclesia.
Yeah, and the big thing is Danilo cannot interact because the lull says that when the monster is summoned, your opponent cannot activate cards.
So everything in this chain here, the Medius effect, the Fallen, the Virtuous, anything else you want to put it on that chain, it's all free.
Yeah, that's great.
Really, really strong here. I still have to deal with the Mirror Jade.
Let's see how it navigates this through. And this is the time for the Mirror Jade to be activated. Yeah, Titanic Lot.
Yep, going to banish the other copy of Nervetto that was summoned off Medius the Pure. And then we're going to summon Griflair.
Yes, and he's pointing out, yeah, so this doesn't say Archmage, but this one counts as.
Yep, each of the Power Patrons are always considered their appropriate name, whether it be Archmage, Dooms, or Elf Note.
Griflair, nice. Gets the Arcane Academic Acropolis.
Yep, the field spell for the strategy. Seeing if there's anything that Danilo wants to do in between. Grand Guignol is going to summon Coritis. And now we're going to be scaling.
Wow.
Ooh. All right. So Dolem is scaled. And that can get a different pendulum. Which I don't even think it needs to be a different pendulum. It could be another Dolem.
Yeah, once it goes to the extra deck.
Yes.
Just going to go ahead and destroy itself. Just to make it so all the level 12s gain 5,000. Because I imagine he couldn't use the other effect.
Then it goes to the extra deck and triggers its other effect.
As I mentioned earlier, he's going to be able to grab any of these Power Patrons here. Dylan considering his options. I mean, most of his cards are face up on the field now, so he needs to try to navigate through Danilo in a way where he can't go for game, so he has to make a board that can allow him to survive the following turn. We're going to normal summon the Archmage Power Patron. Use its effect to fuse.
And one or both of them is thinking on this one.
I imagine Danilo has no more responses left. It's just Coritis that can
Turn
change the
everything
attack,
0.
which doesn't matter without a battle phase.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, so Deactorus is here, Archmage Deactorus.
Now we get a search of the patron.
Yeah, Power Patron, when it's sent to the graveyard, can go ahead and grab any card. Yeah, Power Patron grabs any Archmage spell or trap, so he grabbed the... Let me see quickly, which one did he grab there? Was it Assault? Or was it Alteration? Looks like Alteration.
Then flips the Arcane Arts Acropolis. He's going to go ahead and discard both Alteration and the trap card as well, Awakening. And take roll call to get the remaining members of the Archmage class.
Lutera hits the field, gets the Awakening back, discards it again.
There's Finmel.
Going wide here, but Danilo gets a lot of the resources back during the end phase.
All right, so he does have to shuffle there because Finmel's going to give him another draw.
Now we have access to the Awakening effect in the graveyard as well, allowing us to return a monster to end and then destroying a card.
Yep, just bouncing his own Archmage card to go ahead and destroy a card on Danilo's side. The Deactaurus is a negate on the field. Has the floating effect as well. There are 3 different types on the board now, so all these effects are quick effects.
Next, I can go ahead and link those 2 away for SP Little Knight. Okay.
Banishing the Titanic lot.
All right, just
Oh, and yeah, but there was the Mercurier indeed.
we knew about the Mercurier added off the Dogma that Devours.
And then 4.
4.
Interesting.
3 or 4. It's going to be 4 for Charmer Quartet in Bloom.
Just going to go ahead and summon back the Archmage monsters here.
And that is, which 2 did he get? Diactress and
Littera. Littera will just summon back another one because there's 3 types, and then it'll just keep the chain going. Gonna want some Finmail back because that's also a form of interruption.
But now Danilo gets to add back a lot of cards.
The Titaniclad will be getting a card as well. So starting with a brand new hand, even after losing so many cards to the evenly matched.
It's a brand new game now. Important moment, definitely a grindy game, a lot of back and forth action, and it seems like Danilo will have a lot going on. So,
and we see this a lot with a card like Evenly Matched. It just forces a much longer game, but usually the most powerful decks will have the ability to play around it. They will just manage their resources in a way when they know that they can't lose that turn to just have maximum output on the following turn, and Danilo did just that.
Yeah, definitely not on purpose, because I don't think you expected in game 1 necessarily, but yeah.
Yeah, he just used his interruptions in a way that would give him the necessary resources on the following turn, because he didn't have to defend the entirety of that turn anymore. He didn't have to use his resources to survive. He needed to use his resources in a way that generated more value.
Indeed. And now we see the original Albaz.
Yep, Albaz summoned off the effect Titaniclad in the end phase. We're going to be able to use its effect now to... oh, no, no effect.
Yeah, we don't, because they still have the negation.
Yeah,
now,
all the effects are alive.
They can't be used as material or tributed, I think.
Well, that is true. Off the effect of Charmer Quartet and Bloom, they also just cannot be used as material. We're going to start off with the effect of Ecclesia in the graveyard, putting back the Dragon that Devours Dogma to go ahead and try to shuffle back the Deactaurus.
I think Diactress needs to be something on the field.
Well, it looks like the Ecclesia and the Dark Dragon does resolve here. Deactaurus goes back into the extract for Dylan.
Yes, so because it's a graveyard effect, the Diactress can't do anything about it.
Ecclesia hits the field now from the hand. Keep in mind, we still have Awakening in the graveyard as a form of interruption. The Littera can summon... actually, the Littera can't summon anymore, right? Or does it count your opponent's monsters as well?
It is if you have 3 or more different monster types on the field. Actually, no. Litera is a little different.
Oh, it's just a quick effect
It's
during
just
the
a
punch.
quick effect.
Yeah.
It's the other ones that need 3.
Quem summons send random opening to the grave via the effect of Albion. Lots of ways to go from here for the branded strategy. We have tuners on the field. We have Cartesia that allows us to fuse. We're going to start off with... It looks like Cartesia's effect was used here. We're going to be using both versions of Albaz as material. As well as the Cartesia, are we trying to summon, using the Coritis instead? We're going to summon the dragon that devours the Dogma.
Yeah.
That'll trigger Quem on summon. Going to be able to summon a monster back from the graveyard here. Daniil playing a lot more carefully now, not zooming through his plays, has to be really thoughtful about the situation. The game is reaching its climax. You cannot allow a mistake at this point.
And it looks like on the summon of Dragon that Devours the Dogma, Dylan is going to go ahead and use the trap in the graveyard.
And then chain the Litera, so to get maximum value here.
Yeah.
And I think that would also clear the zones behind Charmer Quartet.
That it would, but it looks like this is not enough here. He's just going to surrender. He sees that Danilo has so many more resources to be able to play this game. He wants to conserve time, and I think that's the biggest part of this. He can't clear enough. Danilo takes it away after a grueling game number 1.
That's one of the challenges with Branded, right, is actually finishing your matches within the 50 minutes. Because you take, 3 main phases a turn, as you put it, you naturally do a lot more manipulation of the deck, and you have to make a lot more decisions on cards to add. Just because you have that many more opportunities to act.
I wouldn't even blame Branded for that. I think that one is completely on the back of evenly matched, forcing the game to go longer, right? Because you know there's going to be a third turn. You know that you have to manage your resources in a way to try to prolong the game. I don't know if it would have been a simple solution to be able to end the game after evenly, but I also think it was one of those situations where if Danilo did manage his resources incorrectly, then Dylan could have walked away with it.
No, absolutely, especially because you would get caught off guard by the evenly match, then he played it really well. But I do agree with you that that can be a concern, because problem is any other deck without the evenly match, the game is over in maybe 1 more minute. And now, I mean, we'll try to get, just some information on how much time remains, but they need to be careful with the upcoming games, because especially Danilo, I think, if he takes a look at his hand, he doesn't like it, can just pick it up and go to game 3, I don't know. They are that experienced to never take a double loss at this stage. They're both X2.
Yeah, they can't afford it.
They really want to win,
can't afford it.
And regardless, now we'll get to see some Power Patron Archmage combos going first. We have seen what the deck can do slightly, I would say, but we have touched also on some of the options that can come after siding when going first, so it is one of the scariest decks. Maybe Billy cursed a little bit Julian when he said that the deck is unbreakable, but let's see whether that will be the case for Dylan instead. And regardless, we shouldn't expect too many interruptions from Danilo. Usually his decks have been, very low on entraps in general.
Branded is very engine heavy.
Yeah, exactly.
You can't really afford to play those non-engine cards, but it really just tries to take advantage of decks like Cool Tune, where even though it looks at your hand, we've seen it before, if you have 5 engine pieces, you can just crack through, and Fallen of the White Dragon is such a good card at forcing interactions, being able to generate more and more value. Every single card that just turns into 2 cards immediately is pretty strong at dealing with something like Cool Tune. Maybe not so easy with the deck like Archmage that is actually also putting up several forms of interruption.
Yeah. And we haven't really seen what the full power of it is. Like when we tuned into Julian's match, they were already partway through the turn. We don't know what was there before the illusion gates started flying around.
But I mean, let's see whether that will be the case. In terms of what you do from Dylan's side, I guess you take out those part of loss and evenly match going first.
Yeah.
And again, I'm really curious to see what sort of combo he comes up with going first. Again, we have seen all the way from like anti-spell fragrance to different solemns. We haven't really seen solemns at all this weekend up until
Not
now.
really. Yeah.
But in general, Solemn Accusation has been premium, especially against Branded, to shut down, you know, Fallen or other, you know, spells forever for the rest of the game. So we'll see whether that could be the case.
Yeah. And we know that he's playing Charmer Quartet and Bloom, so that also opens up
Ooh,
opportunities of sending something directly
Yeah.
to the graveyard and then bringing it back.
Spell
Yeah.
Canceller, maybe. Who
Spell-
knows?
Spell
Yeah.
Canceller could
I
be,
mean,
you never know.
Anything
You
with
never
Senna can
know.
do so much damage here, but we'll see. We're going to start off with the Perulia
Ooh.
immediately for Danilo. That is going to be impactful against the Art Maze strategy. And then we're going to start off with Assault. Archmage Vandalism Assault is going to be able to add Medius from the deck to the hand. And now we have Theorized Past Lull activated as well, going to be able to summon the monster.
And as we expected, game one took almost half of the match away, so there are about 24 minutes remaining. And as mentioned, this can be quite tricky. I think you take about 5 minutes if you're Danilo to decide whether it's worth playing this game at all. And yeah, let's see.
It's a little more complicated too. He's going to draw cards for
Yeah.
each of the summons from the hand. So the calculus on that decision could be shifting from moment to moment.
Indeed.
I mean, we use the Theorized Past Lull to get around the Perulia here so far, giving 0 draws by special summoning the Medius from the deck instead.
Danilo laughing it off and saying, yeah, sure, go ahead.
Well, there is a triple tactics talents in Dylan's hand as well. I imagine the Perulia was used in the draw
Yeah,
phase.
for sure.
Yes.
But we'll see if there's any other points of interaction that will force the talents. I mean, that will almost always force a concession.
Yep. I think we got recapture here.
Yeah, recapture is usually the one you want to put on the field, and then Ginoldo, or sorry, not Ginoldo, that is...
It's the
Awakening.
Dooms one.
Awakening.
Jupleto.
Ah,
There you go.
the master.
Yeah.
Okay.
And he's going to link summon Beyond the Pendulum.
Yep.
Jupleto, when it sends the extra, is going to add a copy of Terminus. And then there's Ginoldo. Ginoldo goes into the scale. We can't do anything until we Pendulum Summon. Ginoldo also going to the other scale. Now we summon 2 level 10s from the extra deck.
Again, no draws.
This already threatens a Verudris, as well as potentially each individual Power Patron from the extra deck. There's Terminus.
Terminus.
This is looking great for Dylan right now. Archmage Power Patron sent to the graveyard to go ahead and grab another copy of that Power Patron Unity. Now we are going to be using the effect in the scale to destroy itself and summon back a Power Patron from the graveyard, summoning back that Archmage Power Patron. And we get multiple triggers here. The Vinolium will be able to add a Power Patron, and the Ginoldo will be able to
This is the draw effect, isn't it?
draw 2, discard 1.
Looking great here for Dylan to
Here it is.
even the score.
And it does destroy itself. You gotta discard first. There we go.
Getting rid of a
Yeah.
copy of Nervetto, and then just going to be able to add the Nervetto back.
Very convenient. Now we're gonna use the Archmage Power Patron to fusion summon yet again.
There's the Actorus.
Just another interruption onto the field. Finally, we're going to be using
Yeah.
2 level 10s into Verudris.
There it goes. I mean,
That's pretty impressive.
yep. Now I think Danilo just asking, what do I know? And yeah,
That's 3 different effects that negate cards.
and Dylan
as well as a lot of follow-up in the hand. Will we have anything else? Oh, and there is
the Arpage Acropolis.
That's gonna get a lot more here.
Yeah, Danilo says.
I'm gonna discard Terminus. Let's see which one we grab. Imagine we're just gonna go straight into Finmel. Yep, that is
Finmel. It goes to the hand first, though.
Do you even?
I don't know if you...
Yeah.
I mean, it is a strong interruption for one card. It's a solid trade.
Yeah, one draw, I think it'll live, especially when he gets a draw as well.
And it's a pretty strong one.
Fair enough.
It's another card in the scale, sets one face down,
And that's
it's Danilo's turn.
Danilo back to 6 cards in hand now.
Will he try to fight back? He does get a draw at least here,
Yep.
attempting to.
Pseudo Upstart Goblin going to be sending Retribution to the graveyard with the effect of Albion the Shrouded Dragon. It's going to go to the bottom of the deck, and we will draw a card.
I'll just see one more card here. Gotta be careful not to look at it when you pick up the deck.
Exactly.
There are
That's not what you want to get.
That's not gonna do it.
Yeah. That
All
was-
right. Well, let's see if we can figure out what the rest of these cards are.
I mean, they're particularly... Some of them are particularly good, but we're going to start off with normal summoning Quem.
Which is not ideal.
We're just going to use the Finmel to negate its effects on the field. Cut it off, because it might pose a threat later in the turn anyway, being able to summon from the grave. I'm going to use Fallen the Virtuous.
And we didn't see what the target is.
Titanoklad is sent to the graveyard,
Okay.
trying to target his own Quem.
Interesting.
Will that force one of the negates from Dylan? Nope, he's going to let it resolve. Now Quem will be able to resolve its effect as well.
Yep.
Just going to send Brand Fusion. Retribution will be able to grab that back, if he so chooses. Yep, immediately activating Retribution now to go after that Branded Fusion. And we're just going to negate the Retribution itself. Going to activate Branded Opening now.
It's going to resolve discarding that unfortunate Fuvalos. Which...
I mean, being able to use it as discard, not too bad. Aliber is going to be added to the hand. Going to be able to use its effect, and that's allowed to resolve here. Will we be grabbing a copy of High Spirits? There it is, Brandon. Yeah, Brandon and High Spirits is going to be able to go to Danilo's hand. He has another copy of Aliber, and he does play the Coritis.
Wow.
I truly do not know if this is good enough. Dracos Tapelia hits the board now, fusing away the Verudris. I think Danilo should try to force game 3 as quickly as can. There it is. The surrender has been declared.
Yeah, I'm a little worried about their time situation here.
So from what I know, we are about 15, 16 minutes remaining. So, which is all right, slightly less than ideal, I would say.
Quick siding, you can do it.
Yeah.
But you're going to have to side quickly.
Yeah, it is definitely enough to play an entire game. It is not enough when you're on Dylan's side trying to play an evenly matched strategy, right?
Yes,
if you're trying to crack through and not trying to stop them from happening, I don't know if you can get away with it. I wonder if that'll impact the way he side decks, if he opts to leave that out and try to focus on different strategies. But I imagine if you built your deck that way, you don't have too many options to do that.
I don't think you do. And also, like, Brander is a deck that you can't really stop. You know, it's not like back in the day where you could just save the Ash Blossom for Brand Fusion. And I mean, nowadays we saw
Well,
it.
those were the days, weren't they?
Yeah, indeed, indeed. So I don't know. I totally agree with you that time is gonna be a concern, but they're gonna try their best. And I'm sure Danilo also, as mentioned, he has been playing branded or branded variants for a long time, and has always been using some spice, I would say, in the side deck from event to event, changing the different targets that he's, you know, coming up with. So we could see some of that in this game as well when he gets to go first and replace obviously those Mulcharmies. So if that is the case, maybe he has, you know, a solution for what his opponent could have in the first place. So let's just see. And regardless, you know, we're gonna hope that one of them can make it to the top 8. So keep on advancing with the X2 score.
It feels like the best way to win if you're Danilo here is to hope he puts in the evenly matched and just have something to stop it. Because if you stop it, then the entire strategy is not going to work.
Well, something we've seen so often in a deck like Branded is they're siding some powerful monster to send on Guegwignol to summon back a Fallen the Virtuous, right? And that'll like, it doesn't matter if you evenly match, if you just keep that monster. If they can't play the game, then you're just going to win off that card alone. And then, as you mentioned, or as we've seen so many times with the Branded strategy, you get all your resources back during the end phase. So you will absolutely be able to end the game on the following turn. And I think that might be where Danilo will be trying to go with this game, but we'll, you know, time will tell.
All right. Well, they've got 15 minutes and counting or so in order to get this last game in. They're going to be making their final side decking decisions and shuffling up to see who's going to stay in the 2-loss column and who's going to be hoping for the best tiebreakers at the end of the evening.
Yeah, be very comfortable to move on with, what is it, going to 4 wins after this?
Yep.
You're trying to get to 5, is that guarantee? But 4 is enough to qualify for that top 8. So this is a pivotal match right now, and 1 game away from having that top 8 potential.
And here they are. Is it a full end of spells? Wow, Branded Fusion is the first card activated.
Which is not necessarily a good thing for this version of Branded anymore, but we do see a lot of abilities to extend. He has the Golden Sword Soul in his deck that we saw in game number 1. That can allow him to do a lot more with the simple resolution of Branded Fusion.
It seems like it's an heavy spell end indeed for Danilo, and yeah, maybe not what you want. Ooh,
there it is,
There it is,
Christia.
for Christia.
Wow.
Just sending it straight to the graveyard here.
So now we're on Guegwignol watch.
Yep, okay, and no more from the extra deck, and we're done. We're just going to activate Nadir's Servant now.
Yeah, definitely not the most explosive.
Second copy of Albion.
Okay.
It's a little awkward. We're going to just grab back Fallen the White Dragon from the graveyard. Now we're going to activate Brandon High Spirit's going to be sending the Fallen the White Dragon, just loading up the graveyard with these fusion monsters that have effects in the graveyard. Titaniclad now hits the grave as well.
So presumably it's going for Fallen and the Virtuous then, as the revival card.
Yeah,
choice.
Absolutely. And we see the Fallen the White Dragon using its effect now in the hand. Going to send yet another fusion monster to the graveyard. This time it is that dragon that devours the Dogma, and then hitting the field using its effect to summon a monster from the deck. This time it's going to be Dogmatic Ecclesia that is going to grab Fallen and the Virtuous, which will be live because Ecclesia is on the field to have that reborn effect for that Archlord Christia. We're going to set 1 before going to the end phase here.
Yeah, I'm sure that evenly is on Danilo's mind, but I don't know if... Is there an out? If you just, you know, get evenly and keep the Christia. Is there even an out for Christia? That's the big question.
I mean, that is what Dylan has to find out.
You know, like, if you get to that point at least. And yeah, now we get Mercurier.
I mean, there could easily be a copy of Forbidden Droplets in Dylan's deck.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's any card that will just easily go ahead and destroy it. We saw the Awakening as an option, but will we be able to facilitate that?
Got Quem coming back.
And Quem off the effect of Titaniclad, sending a copy of Blazing Cartesia.
And then plenty of fusion sent there.
Fallen the Virtuous in the end phase, added off the effect of Albion to summon Christia.
Okay. It's like 2,000, I guess, in defense, something like that.
Yeah, I believe it's 2,800 and 2,000?
23. No, 23 actually.
20, oh, even bigger.
Yeah. So fair enough.
It's very difficult to get past anything 2000 or higher without special summoning.
Yeah. So
And gets another Fallen Virtuous.
I mean,
It's
definitely
a tough one.
bold, because anyways, you're not really respecting that evenly, playing a similar strategy, but I think it makes sense. At the end of the day, you know, now there should be about 10 minutes left.
Dylan's up, gonna start with Terminus.
And
mistaken arrest.
Mistaken arrest. Oh my goodness.
I mean, that's going to end this game quickly.
Wow,
Now all
mistaken
those
arrest
ads are turning into draws.
plus Christia.
But there's pot of slots. We're going to try to keep it going.
Okay.
I mean, Danilo doesn't really even need to respond to this.
Wow. That's a card.
What an opening for Danilo Syracuse here.
Definitely looking for evenly matched once more.
So can't add except by drawing for the rest of the turn.
I mean, if you're pot of sloting for an evenly match, it's going to just leave the Christia on the field. What are you really doing?
I mean, on the one end, yes, but on the other end, then what can Danilo do the next turn? Like, you're asking him to get rid of the Christia, otherwise he's just gonna have to pass on Christia back with no field.
Well, I imagine he's going to do a lot of the same that he did in the previous game, where he's going to use his Fallen the Virtuous to leave himself with the materials. And it's just not going to be just the Christia anymore. You're going to have all the resources in hand. If he ever does clear the Christia, he's going to have so many ways to play through.
Yeah.
But also, if he does leave the Christia, Dylan's not going to answer it. It requires too much to get rid of it without something outside of its engine, but there it is.
There it is.
It could just be Christia beatdown. Like, he's not going to get rid of his own
Yeah,
thing.
but the thing is, if it's Christia beatdown, then you can find your own Fallen, no?
Yeah.
And just keep it for your own turn. So I think there is still a chance here for Dylan, actually. This evenly match once more.
It's definitely the first step.
There.
Christia stays on the field. During Dylan's end phase, a lot of resources will be going back to Dylan's end.
We have the Fallen.
Oh, do we?
Oh, he's got it already. All right, well, that's suddenly very interesting.
So we don't even need to wait if we want. I mean, we are still under mistaken arrest, so...
Then do you even want to do it?
Yeah, do you do it now or do you wait?
I feel like you have to wait.
I think so.
You don't want to have to do it now under the mistaken arrest where you can't capitalize on it. You also can't end the game this turn anyway because of evenly matched. You are in main phase 2, but we're going to activate it.
Okay. Christia gonna go on top. Yeah. But, you know, making sure, but yeah.
Often forgotten effect for Arsenal Christia. I forgot until you mentioned it right now.
Yeah.
And now he's looking through his graveyard to see if he has 4 fairies.
During the end phase, or sorry, immediately after that, we're going to use Rinbrum to summon back Fallen the White Dragon, but that is met with Ash Blossom here.
But now we do get back Cartesia.
I love the stamp. The stamp cards.
Wow.
And then Albion will not be able to add from the deck to hand, but he is able to set directly from the deck, and it's going to get another copy of Fallen the Virtuous for Danilo's turn.
I don't know.
But, I mean, now he has a full hand.
Yeah. That's why I was really on the idea that you can just keep the Christia there and then out it the next turn. But
I do agree, if you do have the out, you do wait until you have another turn to have a more potent turn. We'll see how far one Fallen the Virtuous can go. Danilo does have to play kind of quickly.
Yep.
Blazing Cartesia hits the field using its effect.
7 minutes should be remaining at this point.
Goes ahead and sends the Ecclesia to take out Fallen the White Dragon. Fusion summons with Christia instead.
I mean,
that goes ahead and makes
Grand Guignol.
He's checking there. You know, what kind of monster does it need to be? It's Blazing Cartesia and a Light to Dark.
Yep. Checking what even he has left.
I mean, now that the Christia is back in the graveyard, can always Fallen Virtuous it back.
Guignol's what, 2,500 right now? Probably enough time for one last rush.
So we have double High Spirit, I guess.
I mean, he has High Spirits and Mercurier. We knew he
I think
never got to use...
double High Spirit and Recorder, maybe, yeah. Needs to be careful here. 5.5 minutes remain.
We're just going to attack with the Grand Guignol.
Grand Guignol.
I suppose it's not too different than Archer Christian Pass.
Wow. Yeah.
About 5 minutes remaining. Cartesia goes back into the hand.
Just going to go ahead and check the graveyard here.
The Ecclesia and the Dark Dragon is going to be able to easily force something from Danilo before Dylan starts the remainder of his plays. Can he do it in 5 minutes? Another Fall on the Virtuous from the effect of the Dragon that Devours.
And now...
Looks like we're just going to use it.
Yeah.
Ecclesia is in the graveyard still?
And no. We had it back already.
Oh, we have.
So maybe, yeah, we could have waited, I guess.
I don't know, looks like we are going to just summon Fallen and the White Dragon. I imagine this is Dylan's turn now. Because we already tried to do this last turn, or on his turn, right? It was ashed.
Ah, but wait. I think we're under mistaken arrest, though, no? Because we activated it in the previous turn.
For 2 turns,
so
right?
we
It's
had
till
to
the end of the
set.
next turn. So if he sets it and then he goes back to... Well, it's Dylan's turn now.
Yeah, I do believe most of this was in Dylan's turn.
You get Fallen of the White Dragon. Fallen of the White Dragon.
Just gets another Ecclesia.
So 2 Fallen on the field, 1 Ecclesia. And now Dylan's going to start off by adding a card to the Pendulum Scale. It's a Vidolium.
Using its effect to summon from hand, summoning Donaldo.
And then gets into the extra deck, and it's going to activate there.
Just going to grab another Power Patron. Let's see which one he goes for. Looks like he's eyeing Terminus. The players have to be really careful with the time right now.
Yeah, this is a
less
close
than
one.
3 minutes remain.
Yep, the Vinolium will add Terminus to the hand. Terminus is now activated. Oh no, he's going to surrender.
Oh, it's a surrender from Dylan.
Not going to be able to end the game. Just going to decide a winner here. And Danilo moves on with a 4-2 record.
Yeah, that's just a tough ending, but I think that's the right choice to be made there.
I mean, we kind of called it, right? His strategy to break a board was evenly matched. Not possible with the amount of time he had remaining.
Yeah. Just need too many extra turns there, and the fact that he had to get rid of Archlord Christia on top of it and wasn't actually able to spend that first turn executing his strategy. He had to spend it continuing to dismantle his opponent's strategy instead. And then the mistaken arrest on top of it made sure that not much else could happen.
Danilo
there.
did not make it easy for him. He did what he could to like, limit his plays as much as he could.
That's tough.
Yeah, I mean, we've mentioned how he has been playing this deck for a while, and then going first, he tries to adjust it with this, you know, shutdown sort of strategies, and it just ended up working for him. Maybe, just maybe, you know, there was that situation with the Fallen and the Virtues that could have been held for a turn, and maybe that could have been different, but I also get the feeling of, okay, I'm gonna go evenly, then clear your last card, and, you know, sometimes it gets there, but regardless, congrats to both. They both still have a chance to make it to the top 8. But as a reminder, we only have the last round, the 7th, to find out who will be the top 8 duelist, having a chance of becoming world champion. So don't go anywhere, and we'll be back with the last round. Hi everyone and welcome back to the 2026 Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading Card Game World Championship. We are finally at the last round of Swiss, round 7, where we will have that bubble match, that decides who makes it to the top 8. And Billy, this is bringing me back to 2017 YCS Prague, because we are gonna see a mirror match of 60 card decks.
Hey, that's what it's all about. The more cards, more power, more access to those strong turn ones. I mean, we've seen this 60 card decks do so well in this format in the World Championship. Multiple players bringing those tower of power kind of strategies. So yeah, we were talking about it a little bit before this matchup, how the die roll will be important. Both these decks really want to go first.
Yeah, when you look at decks, when they're both just playing such heavy engines, like it's like we're talking about 6 versus like 7 engines. Yeah. So does it really, does it matter more if you have more engine, or does it matter more if you have more non-engine at this point? I don't think either of them have any.
Yeah, it's really going to come down to the heart of the cards and how these players draw. We've seen, even though there's 60 cards, you still have those opportunities to open with the powerful one-ofs, cross-out designator, and other cards like that. So it's really going to come down to how these players draw. Some of the best duelists in the world, but the best part is the Light and Darkness Ritual strategy is going to be part of both of these decks as well, and how well it synergizes, how well you're able to bridge into multiple different strategies. And I think one of these players has probably the most amount of different engines included in their deck, so I'm really excited to see how this final match will play up. But we all, as you said, this is the last round of Swiss, but it's wide open for who's going to make the top 8. Multiple players with 3 losses. So many players took double losses in that first round, which really threw a wrench in things. You can't really predict how it's going to play out, which has made the whole event so much more exciting.
Yeah, everyone seems to be in contention still. Very few people are actually eliminated. The players are all duking it out here in this final round. Anything can happen.
But Him Fun Tseng, 6-0. He's still there. He's still knocking. Absolutely doesn't want to give up, you know, even though he's already guaranteed to make it. But now I think he's guaranteed no matter what to be the #1 seed. So, I mean, crazy run from him and his Sky Striker deck. But yeah, here right now, we have seen, at least here on the TCG stream, what is the deck of Jie Ruing Zhang, which was that 60 card, you know, yummy, I don't even know how to call it, you know, but
Mitsurugi, Azamina.
But then he's going to be facing off against Andres Torres, who instead was featured all the way back in round 1 on the Japanese stream. And, you know, it's 2 amazing duelists, of course, and only one can and should at least make it, regardless of the outcome of these matches. And here they are. You know, it's gonna be a close one for sure. And here you can see the struggle in shuffling those 60 cards, you know.
Yeah, double sleeve 60 cards. That's a lot to hold in your hand while you're shuffling. Both players playing with these amazing, strong decks. And Andres Torres, you know, a name a lot of players know. One of the strongest players to come out of LATAM ever, and now he has that opportunity to make it to the top 8. He qualified through the World's Qualifying Point Playoff. I think he was playing Fairy Tale, which is a deck that lost like some cards coming into this, so he had to adapt, change his strategy, find a new deck to use here this weekend, and it's almost brought him here to the top 8, but he has a strong opponent he's facing from Australia here in this final round of Swiss.
However, there is still a Fairy Tale card in this deck, you know?
Oh, of course, and it's one he's known to use. I knew when that card came off the forbidden list, we might have to look. Andres Torres, known for using Fairy Tale Snow in the past with branded strategy, you know. It would be a tragedy if that Fairy Tale Snow wasn't in his deck.
Indeed.
A Despian tragedy. Neither here nor there. This is an exciting match between these 2 players, and I can't wait to see how it's going to play out.
Yeah, I think it's, I mean, there's definitely going to be a lot of familiarity between both these players. I think there's not going to be no surprise when there's just engine into engine into engine. I wonder how the mirror match between Light and Darkness Ritual just into itself is so interesting, because they are so good at playing into each other, but the Mind Shuffle is going to be the critical card in that spot, because they're every single card needs to be targeted, but all the Light and Darkness effects do target, except for Black Chaos. But Mind Shuffle is how you get around it. How will we see that interact? It's going to be really interesting, but we might not even come up. We've seen all these powerful other engines. Can we even get that far?
Yeah, I think the Mitsurugi cards especially, because they're all the cards that you would use to counter the other strategy, the Mitsurugi cards really hard to counter, because yeah, they can play around the Mulcharmies as we've seen in the previous games throughout this tournament. We're going to have to see if that's going to happen to be the case here in this final round of Swiss. Hard to believe that we're almost done, but let's go ahead and jump right into it. Our final round. We still have we're going to have our quarterfinal match coming up after this, but we need to find out who will be in that top 8.
And I think it's Andres who is gonna start.
Oh, well, that is bodes well for him. Oh, actually, looking at this,
Ooh.
Andres is at 3-3, while Jerry is
Wow,
4-2.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Andres needs this win. Even if Jerry loses, he'll have an opportunity to still make it. But there will be ton players with that 4-3 record, so he definitely wants to win here to start
A rough
things off.
tiebreaker as well,
Yep.
getting the down paired.
But here's a card we haven't seen in some time. Water Enchantress of the Temple is going to be banished to add Rite of Aramasir. Going to be able to special summon that Adventurer token and place Faithful Adventurer onto the field.
Yeah, this is one of those differences between their decks, and this engine still working out pretty well for Andres, you know, insulating him from some of the popular entrops. And here we see a very, very, very good card that is played by many of the Light and Darkness Ritual decks, which is the Fleeting Phantom Mask Master, and that just bridges everything so well.
Yep, he has the Wandering Griffin Rider to the hand as well.
This card can get you access to the Water Enchantress, or as we saw here, the Skull Archfiend. Now going to be able to use the effect of Skull Archfiend to send the Mitsurugi Mirror and go ahead and add another ritual monster.
Amen, no Murakumo, no Habakiri. I could imagine. Looks
I would only assume, but
It's relevant to also note that there are a few differences with the TCG format, because in terms of Mitsurugi card, pre-preparation and prayers are limited, so you don't have the full engine.
Yep, the Habakiri is going to be added. It's going to special summon the Saji. The Saji is going to be tributed thanks to the Habakiri, and then going to allow him to add...
I mean, all Faithful Adventure, you get Draco back as well.
Oh, yeah, it's triggering on the summon, and he'll also be adding the Mitsurugi Ritual.
Yeah, trying to play a quick pace, because, you know,
They know between these two decks especially, the game can take a very long time. Mitsurugi Ritual now hits the board, going to be able to Ritual Summon from the hand. The Habakiri going to be using materials from the deck. We saw it before, going to be sending a copy of Kusanagi as well as likely Aramasa.
Yep,
There it is.
So going to be able to add back the Mitsurugi Ritual and add a Mitsurugi monster from the deck to the hand.
This is going to likely add either Murakumo or Futsu here. Yep, it's going to be Futsu. We're going to be using it to summon the Murakumo from the deck by activating the Mitsurugi Ritual for the second time.
No response here from Jerry so far. Yep. Look, oh, looks like he distributed the Futsu from the hand instead of the Habakiri on the field. So he's trying to play maybe a little safer.
I think he just wants it in the graveyard to be able to summon it back. If we can find access to Mirror again. There is a copy of Prayers.
the only one.
Yep. I like how he's using the copies. You see their commons because you can get them in the legendary modern decks. If you want to play Mitsurugi yourself, you can pretty much get a full Mitsurugi deck out of the legendary modern decks.
Now we are going to be blinking away.
Yep, just showing him the prayers.
Yeah, he was able to add with the Futsu, doesn't need to summon it back.
Yeah,
and
here it is.
Reproductus.
So this is another of those bridges, because it is a level 8 dark, so you can just turn it into a spellcaster.
And now it becomes a material to special summon the Dark Magician of Destruction, which will allow Andres to add Magician Souls to the hand.
All these engines blending together.
Wow. I mean, Magician Souls was used with the Adventurers back in the day, but it's been a few years now.
I mean, it's literally a free draw too. It's going to be pot of greed for Andres Torres.
Yeah, being able to send that Draco back and the Faithful Adventure to the graveyard that he was able to access for free, really showing why this strategy meshes up so well together. Everything just vibes very well.
Yeah.
Option to send Diabell Star here, meaning potentially have other ways to access the Light and Darkness Ritual side of the deck.
All right, so he's going to send a couple of spells from the hand to draw 2 cards.
Draco back in Nightmare hands.
Yeah.
Draco back doesn't be able to use this effect when sent to the graveyard to go ahead and equip itself to a normal monster on the field, that being the Adventure token.
And we are on 6 cards in hands here from Andres.
Still has that Wandering Griffin Rider in hand. Now it looks like he's thinking about Link summoning, sending the Reproductus and the Magician Souls to the graveyard to summon a Link 3, and it's going to be Celine.
Yeah.
So now we see why he sent that Black Witch, because he's planning on summoning him back. The bridges continue to be built.
Diabellstar going to be able to trigger on the field, going to be able to set a Sinful Spoils.
What a turn.
Probably going to grab Deception of the Sinful Spoils, if I had to guess, trying to go for the Azamina portion of this deck. There it is, Deception.
I'm going to just set it and immediately flip it. So now it's active on the field. Jerry looking at his hand of all engine. Can he possibly go after this board? There is a copy of Black Chaos in his hand, going to be sent to the graveyard for the effect of Deception. It's going to grab a copy of Hollowed Azamina.
Yep. Now the Hollowed Azamina will allow him to send that Deception to the graveyard to summon an Azamina fusion monster from the extra deck, a level 6 one. Now that since he's already used the Black Witch, he might not just go straight into Ilya Silva.
Just reading a Fateful Adventure and Draco back.
Yeah, it's good to know. The Dracoback does protect the token
from being destroyed by battle.
Yep. Making sure he knows all of the interactions.
And now we're just linking everything away. Is this going to be Zena?
It's a Link 5.
So.
Yep,
there she is.
So lots of deception going on. Deceiving and deception.
Let's see what's going to be the send.
Then is when it's summoned using Monster from the Field. You can go ahead and send a card from the deck to the graveyard. That singular Droll and Lockbird that we're going to just put right back in our hand.
Yep, there's the Hollowed Azamina. It's going to special summon Azamina, Ilias. Oh, it's going to go Murasalgia?
Yeah, Murasalgia first. Just going to get another free card before we eventually put it back in the graveyard.
Yep, gets the wanted.
Could have been a way to send that Fairy Tale Snow that we mentioned, but instead, if we can get the Droll and Lockbird, since he knows what he's up against, that can be devastating. And here comes Cross Sheep.
Yeah, one of the most powerful cards against a strategy like yourself. Like, if you're playing a mirror match and you have Droll and Lockbird going second, it is impossible for Jerry to crack through.
Indeed.
Yep, so he's going to activate the Hollowed Azamina that he added back since he returned to the Azamina Fusion. Going to chain Wanted Seeker of the Sinful Spoils. Going to send that for the Hollowed Azamina, as well as resolving it to add a copy of Black Witch to the hand.
Now summoning a fusion to the narrow Cross Sheep points to be able to trigger its effect, and go ahead and summon a monster back from the graveyard.
Yeah, usually you get to see both effects of Cross Sheep in this deck with both the Ritual Monster, but in this case, yeah, just going for the Revive, I guess.
Yeah, we're not really prioritizing the Light and Darkness Ritual part of the strategy so far.
Yeah.
We did see Black Chaos, so we know that the option was there.
Or Mitsurugi as well. That works too, you know. So, gonna get a draw.
Yep, gonna put the Deception on the bottom so we can draw a card.
Still a full hand for Andres here. We know he has prayers to get access to the Mitsurugi engine again. And there's Griffo finally going into the Light and Darkness part of the deck.
Sets the Mind Shuffle, can immediately activate it since the effect of Griffo lets him do that.
Yeah, immediately using the effect, going ahead and adding a copy of Magician of Dark Chaos, Black Chaos, and discarding Pot of Sloth in the main deck.
Interesting.
It's a very strong card. I can imagine why players decided to main deck cards like that here this weekend.
Yeah, I guess in a deck like this, it does make sense going second. I mean, going first, you should win most games, and going second, you do have a lot of engine requirements in the deck, so it can fix the end and maybe get one of those few non-engine.
Looks like he links someone into Protect Code Talker. Next up is Light and Darkness Ritual. It's going to summon that Magician of Dark Chaos, Black Chaos. He'll be able to add back a spell card from the graveyard to the hand.
What is it going to be?
Could just be that Pot of Sloth he puts back.
Or
just anything.
Prayers also, no? Oh, Pot of Sloth.
The Prayers hasn't been used. It's still in his hand. Now the Protect Code can go ahead and link away with the Magician here. Going to just go ahead and go to that Firewall.
Yep.
Protect Code will be able to summon itself back, and then now we have a co-linked Firewall that can add back that Droll and Lockbird.
Yep.
Andres knowing exactly his game plan, knowing how to play, playing at a fast pace. And there is the Droll and Lockbird back to the hand, as you mentioned, thanks to Firewall Dragon.
Yeah, great play. Later on, we can go for the Abao and then pretty much reset the Firewall for next turn if we want.
Or we can go into the Charmer in Quartet right now.
So he has Droll and Lockbird, he has the Wandering Griffin Rider, he has Mitsurugi Prayers, he has Firewall Dragon, he has Azamina Ilya Silva. Such a strong start here for Andres Torres.
More interactions than Jerry has cards in his hand.
What's the verdict?
It looks like he's thinking about the Charmers and Quartet.
Then, okay. Yep.
This is going to be able to summon back 2 monsters from the grave. Just going to get access to the ritual monster again. Or just putting Diabellstar on the field. Oh, going to get Murakumo as well as Diabellstar. Diabellstar, really, I think that's Diabellstar, right?
Yep.
Okay.
It kind of floats.
Yeah. Really, no, it floats a lot in this deck in your opponent's turn because the effect of Mind Shuffle as well.
Oh yeah, if they don't even get rid of it, you can just put it back in your hand for follow-up. Such an amazing play here for Andres. Not only putting up a really strong turn 1 board, but making sure if anything goes wrong, he will have plenty of follow-up. He still hasn't even used the graveyard effect of Light and Darkness Ritual to return itself and a monster that mentions it to the hand, but it looks like he's going to be doing that.
He's currently using the effect of Scholar's Fiend of Chaos, just going ahead and putting these back in the deck to just summon it onto the field. And no real need to do anything else. Like I said, you take up every single zone you can when playing this deck. Off a single Griffo even. But this time it started with the Rite of Eremysir. It all gets there eventually.
I love that the adventure package is back in rotation. It's a really cool engine that kind of fell out of favor for a long time, but now it's found a home in one of these 60-card decks.
Yeah, this is...
Will Jerry even make an attempt here, or will he just concede and try to go to game number 2? I think beyond everything else in the hand, the draw on Lockbird you just can't beat.
We'll have to see if he finds
And he draws his own draw as a 6th card.
Wow.
Would have been useful in his opening hand.
That's
you don't say.
But we'll see if it's going to help him here now at this point in the duel.
Adding insult to injury for Jerry.
He could draw himself, potentially.
Sure.
All right, so he's going to use Mind Shuffle to add and send the Skull Archfiend of Chaos to send Light and Darkness Ritual to add that Blackluster Soldier for more interaction on Jerry's turn. All right, if we've seen a deck win going second, it has been this Light and Darkness Ritual deck, but this is going to be tough. A key card right here could be something like Dark Ruler No More. There's, if he main decks it. He does have some powerful spell cards in his hand, but he's going to start with Black Chaos, trying to get access to Mind Shuffle. It looks like Andres doesn't want that to happen, so he might tribute off his Azamina Ilya Silva, and he does, to negate the Black Chaos effect.
That gives him space to use the Griffin Rider.
Oh, that's right. That's still in his hand. It hasn't even been summoned onto the field quite just yet.
Yeah, too many cards. You never have the space for it.
Trying to take a look at what Jerry has, but...
I mean, this is absolutely such a difficult position to be in. I do not think he can break through, but maybe he knows better than I do. It looks like he's going to attempt to activate Ragged Records of Rights next.
Let's see how Andre responds. He's going to use Ameno Murakumo's effect to force Jerry to discard,
and there's a surrender. Not going to waste any more time.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. He's playing a similar deck of his own, so he knows that he needs the time if he wants to come out on top. But Andres gets away with what has been, I guess, by far the most impressive opener of today.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I don't think I've seen anything quite like that. And you saw that he knew what he was doing, played as quickly as possible, and still had the optimal play. And like that's really a sign of an excellent duelist, because he knows where he's going, knows how to get there and maximize everything.
Yeah, can you believe that you can actually do everything that he just did off one card? That's just one Griffo.
Yeah,
or one Rite of Eremysir.
Well, he needed what's the guy's name?
Oh,
it's
such a long one.
It's
Yeah.
night,
Yes.
the fleeting,
That's
the
the one that
illusion
got us.
monster.
Yes, that's the one that you send off Nightmare Hands. That's how you get that far. But that's the bridge that gets you every single part of the combo, and you get there through Griffo, especially. But Skull Archfiend of Chaos is kind of the name of the game. That is the card that enables everything in this deck.
I mean, that's the best part about it. You get me is like a card like that, the fleeting card, like cards that you'd like overlook. But then if you actually can focus and find something like that, can really like make your deck take it to the next level. Of course.
But now I think he's going to look forward to return the favor to Andres. As mentioned, he is playing a similar deck, although quite different in his own, because he is on the Yummy package. So we'll see whether that will be the case. Maybe not as impressive of an opener, but still he can do a lot going first. So.
Yeah. I mean, we talked about the die roll being really important in this matchup. A lot of really offensive options, not as many defensive options from both players. So Andres winning that die roll could put him in prime position. But Jerry, not down but not out. It's a best of 3. The side decks come into play and can play a huge part in this kind of matchup, especially going into game 2 or 3. Because even if he wins this game, goes to game 3, he'll definitely have more of those defensive interactions from the hand than he did in game number 1.
Yeah, we'll see if there is a Molcharmi from Andres here, but we did see, even from Jerry himself, that it doesn't really matter too much if you just see the right part of your engine. You could just play entirely off of the Mitsurugi part, depending on which Molcharmi you're hit with. But I don't know if you can get away with that as much against a deck like Andres's, where if you only do the Mitsurugi side of things, can you handle every single engine that Andres has?
Yeah, it's going to be a tough battle here for Jerry here in game number 2.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a big skeptic about that, also because the Yummy part of the deck can be really good against other decks in the format, like, of course, the problem is when you're facing Mitsurugi, we know how good it is against Yummy. It can completely shut down that part of the deck, and then you're not against Kultun, where the interruption or putting monsters face down really has much of an impact. So
yeah, the Murakumo really cleans up against the Yummy cards, because no matter what they do, even if you have the Synchro tag out, they're all going to be sent to the graveyard at the end of that. So it's going to really come down to if he's able to navigate and stop the Mitsurugi part of Andres' deck, and then utilize his cards to be able to fight off the other engines for sure. But he's definitely going to have the eye on stopping the Mitsurugi portion.
Indeed. Or maybe we just throw the one draw and lock.
The one draw.
He was close. He almost had it.
Exactly.
He did, yeah. And we saw him have the one cross-out designator, Call by the Grave forbidden here at the World Championship, but that one cross-out could really put in a lot of work, and Jerry's already done it once. Jerry does have 4 wins, so even if he loses this match, he will still have an opportunity to make it, but Andres defeating him might bolster his tiebreakers to put him over him to make the top 8. And there's so many duelists that are going to finish with that 4-3 record. You really want to solidify that 5th win.
I think a lot of players are actually counting on Andres to beat Jerry here, because that would potentially take 2 people out of the tournament. They're both out at X3. If their tiebreakers are higher, they can, push. A lot of people are looking at this match for very different reasons.
Yeah, it all comes down to, this last round to find out who's going to be in the top 8. And the best part is we aren't going to be done after the 7th round of Swiss. We're going to play the top 8 here today, and then we're going to have the semifinal back in the morning before we move over to the big site for the final of all of our tournaments, the Duel Links finals, the Master Duel finals, the Duel Links Rush Duel and Speed Duel, and then of course the TCG OCG finals, where we will cap off the World Championship 2026 here in Japan. It's just been an incredible, I think I've commentated many World Championships, but this has been the most wide open, I think, of any of them so far.
But here we are.
Step number 1, do we have any of these starters? We're going to start off with Wanted. That's good enough.
Yep.
All right, no Ash Blossom, no interactions from the hand here from Andres, no Perulia yet.
Yeah.
Let's see if there is a Droll and Lockbird. Andres not touching his cards. Doesn't look like he's going to have any responses so far. Oh, then he picks his hand up, but I mean, nothing.
He can't use it, I guess, if it was in the draw phase anyways. So.
Oh, if it was draw phase, yeah, you're right. Which, of course, it would be.
And let's see. Okay, yeah. For now, no response.
So far, so good. And you mentioned now that the strategy has access to its side deck. You can have even more powerful cards coming out of the side deck. Ways to really lock down the first game. We've seen cards like Anti-Spell Fragrance before. There are ways to even search Anti-Spell Fragrance in a deck like this. We'll see if that comes up.
All right, Deception going to be activated. Now he's going to be trying to probably find the Azamina portion of the deck, maybe get out Azamina Elias Silva before he tries to do anything else. Does he have a Griffo or a way to get the Skull Archfiend Chaos to continue his plays? And looks like the Murasagio will be coming out first.
Yep.
No, we went first for Dark Magician of Destruction.
Oh, it's Dark Magician Destruction. Okay.
Yeah.
It's purple and dark. Hard to see.
Yeah. No, we just flipped the Deception, but we haven't used it yet, so we
okay.
just went for that first. And
yeah,
and
spell card has now been activated, so you can turn the Bible Star into Dark Magician of Destruction. Go ahead and add that Magician's Souls, which in Jerry's version of the deck will immediately turn on the Yummy side of things.
I'd love to see some of the Yummy cards in action. I've seen a lot of them in between games, but I'd love to see it be used here in the actual duel itself. I'm a big fan of the Yummy cards.
We're going to use Deception to get rid of the Dark Magician of Destruction.
Looking for that one copy of the Hollowed Azamina. 60 cards, kind of hard to find. Still hasn't found it just yet. It's somewhere in there. There. Oh, it's Azamina Debtors.
Okay.
So not going for the Hollowed Azamina, going for Debtors. Maybe he already has a copy, or he's just going to end up using the Debtors. Andres wants to take a quick read to make sure he knows what it does.
yeah, I think this is one of the other differences in their decks.
All right, and there goes Debtors, going to be able to send the Deception and still access the Azamina fusion. There is the Ilya Silva.
Going straight into Ilya Silva here. We did already use Wanted, so this makes sense. Now, how will we continue? We're going to normal summon Cupsy.
Cupsy Yummy. Let's go. We're going to get to see some Yummy cards in action finally here in the final round of Swiss. Going to add Yummy Surprise with the Cupsy Yummy.
The one-off, as a reminder, because it is at
limited.
One. Yeah, it's limited here. So, opening it in 60, pretty good.
I mean, he was going to get to it anyway.
Yeah, of course.
Let's see if he decides to summon Yummy Snatchy.
We're going to start off with Magician's Souls before going into a Link Summon with Cupsy.
Sends Black Chaos to the graveyard.
Is there anything?
I think
now takes a look at this. Ooh.
Jerry just wants to make sure he's not restricted into being able to go into Link 3-star hires before doing this Dominant Spark.
Yeah. Okay.
So he's going to try and banish this Cupsy Yummy.
Yeah, that must have been an inclusion from the side. Very interesting.
We're going to force the Ilya Silva here. Now, Debtors has the ability to summon it back, right?
First, he's going to go ahead and banish that Wanted to put the Deception of the Sinful Spoils to the bottom. And draw a fresh card.
Let's see what we get here. Oh, is that another Deception?
I believe so. That's what it looked like.
Not ideal. Gonna use Souls just to turn into another card anyway.
Yep. Big draw.
Skull Archfiend.
Oh, did he send a Triple Tactics Thrust? Is that what that is?
No, it's another dead. Oh, that could be Thrust, actually.
I think it is.
The Alt Art of Thrust. Looks similar. But now we're going to link away into Almirage, actually.
He did normal summon that Cupsy Yummy. It has less than 1,000 attack, so it meets the requirements for Almirage. And now, finally, a Synchro Summon for Cupsy Yummy Way. So we add 2 Yummy cards from the deck to the hand, and then he'll send one to the graveyard. Adds Lollipo and Cookie, I'd imagine.
But we will see. Could be Marshmallow. If there's Marshmallow.
Yeah.
I guess he does still have the surprise in hand. Gonna discard a Skull Archfiend of Chaos, so we're gonna keep on.
Yeah, big up.
Yeah, that's huge. Now he's access to the Mitsurugi portion of the deck, sending Mirror to add the Habakiri, so we're not done yet.
Nowhere close. Habakiri is now able to activate its effect.
It's going to probably special summon Asagi.
Oh, it looks like that is a surrender.
Oh, okay,
right.
That's a surrender.
Andres doesn't have a strong hand. He doesn't want to waste any more time. They do not want to go. They don't want to have a double loss, so we are going to be going to a game number 3 here in our last round of Swiss between these two titans of duelists. Australia versus Latam, just absolutely phenomenal.
And I mean, there are about 20 minutes remaining in the round, so it makes sense that, you know, that combo I think would have taken at least 5 more maybe or something along those lines, and Andres needs the time to perform his own. So, I mean, it was interesting. Definitely a strange start to this game too, but he found the way to just combo through. And I mean, it's just what we expected from these two piles, I guess.
Yeah, going first is so strong, but you know, now that they are able to dive into the side decks, even though Jerry lost that game number 1 going second, things might play out a little differently here in game number 3. I mean, he was really just 1 card off from being able to slow Andres down.
Yeah.
That Droll and Lockbird being the 6th card. If he's able to open with it now, things could really be different. If he's able to open up with the Griffo, find a way to mind shuffle, he could have more interactions. Things could really play out differently here in game number 3 than we saw in game number 1.
I think it'll really come down to, I mean, luck is a factor, but I think it's going to be how much of the Mitsurugi cards Andres starts with, because if there is a Fuwalos from Jerry, that is going to be extremely strong outside of the Mitsurugi engine, because it's hard to get enough points of interaction without having that engine online specifically. You can do the Light and Darkness ritual stuff, but it's not it's not really that many points of interaction. It's good at keeping you alive, but it's not nearly enough. So Fuwalos could get him there if it doesn't start with Mitsurugi cards.
That's true, and I mean, even if he does have the Mitsurugi cards and the Fuwalos, that's kind of like a little small victory, because if you can keep them on a half board, it's way easier to break through that field as opposed to what we saw in that game number 1. But Andres, not only does he have the Mitsurugi cards, see, this is where their decks differ, right? One's playing the Yummy engine, the other playing the Adventure package. The Adventure package lines up a lot better into those Mocharmies than the Yummy cards do as well. So things are kind of looking more in Andres' favor, but you never want to count Jerry out.
No, absolutely. I mean, they are here for a reason, and out of the two, he is the one with the better score at the moment. So with the X2, that would guarantee him, you know, the top 8 spot. But of course, Andres is gonna try his best. And out of the two, I gotta say, he is also the one that is surprising me the most with the side deck that we have seen a little bit of in round 1. And for a deck like this, usually you expect the side decks to look extremely focused on going second. But this is not the case. He has mostly cards for going first, as we have seen a few, and so let's see. I mean, different approaches to the main, different approaches to the side decks, but only one can possibly advance. So I guess we gotta find out who will be the player.
Yeah, I mean, I think the pressure's on Andres here. Like you said, Jerry, if he loses, still has an opportunity to make it with the 3 losses. But Andres, if he loses, guaranteed he's out of the tournament. Yes. So this is his final match, final game potentially of the World Championship. And you know how hungry he is for this win. He's won many, many tournaments throughout his career, but nothing would be as special as winning the World Championship. And you know he wants it.
Absolutely. We'll have to see if the deck is able to perform at such a high level. Still, we've seen it overperform every single round that it's been on feature. At some point, it has to give. There are so many bad cards in those decks to draw. Can we see all the starters, or will we finally see the break?
I haven't seen it yet. These decks are performing like they're the most consistent decks on the planet. They're also been really good at going second, even with all engine. But in this particular matchup, maybe you're facing Cool Tune. You can navigate your way with all engine. A lot harder of an order, a lot taller of a task here against like 2 powerful decks facing off against each other here in this last round of Swiss.
After 6th round, we only have 2 players already guaranteed in Logan and in Foon. One on 6-0, other on 5-1. So now we gotta find out the remaining 6, and this will be the first match that might give us one of those 6 remaining duelists. But as Billy already touched on, no matter what happens here, don't go anywhere afterwards, because we will be showing you the quarterfinal, because tomorrow morning we'll have the semifinals. And so today we'll find out not only who are the top 8 duelists, but the top 4 duelists advancing to tomorrow. So it's gonna be a lot of exciting Yu-Gi-Oh! Been a great day. So no matter what, you can also go back and watch some of the actions, both from our side on the TCG stream and on the Japanese stream on what we had. But yeah, I'm excited for this one. There should be about 17 minutes remaining when we start the duel. Should be enough, hopefully.
Yeah,
but,
theoretically,
it's up there. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, a double loss here would really throw a wrench in everything.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
I know the other competitors are probably cheering for these players that
Yeah.
have a double loss
Yeah.
to have that opportunity to make it, but we are finally here. Game number 3 of our last round of Swiss. Let's see what Andres has to start things off.
Oh no, it's Mitsurugi cards. Mitsurugi Ritual. Is there
Interesting
any
one.
response? Going to be able to summon Futsu from the hand.
Nothing here from Jerry just yet,
Yeah.
but the Futsu, not the strongest start here from Andres, but enough to get some Mitsurugi cards online. Going to be able to send the Saji and, maybe he's thinking about Kusanagi and Aramasa instead. Maybe doesn't need access to another spell card right now, but would like to have another Mitsurugi monster.
Yeah.
Yeah, this makes the most sense here. Just being able to start off with the Ritual, just putting the monsters on the field. Now it's almost impossible to stop the Mitsurugis from sticking in some capacity.
Yep, so adds Habakiri, adds Mitsurugi Ritual back from the graveyard, activates the Habakiri to try and special from the deck. There's no Mulcharmy.
I'm just going to go ahead and summon and tribute the Saji. Saji, when attributed or summoned, will be able to add a Mitsurugi spell or trap, grabbing that prayers. And now Ritual again. This time he can summon from the deck using the Habakiri in the hand.
Keeping the Futsu on the field.
Futsu is your best insurance policy. Now Murakumo hits the board as well.
The Habakiri will be able to add, and won't summon itself back since it wasn't properly summoned just yet. But since Andres is going the first, he might have Purification. Nope, gonna grab Mitsurugi Mirror. Still has a chance to add Purification if it is in the deck.
All right, this time we're going to be using the Futsu as material to summon the Habakiri, I imagine, from the graveyard. Futsu is going to be able to trigger.
Yep, so he'll be able to add a Mitsurugi card and summon back the Futsu, and there it is, the Purification.
Yep.
I mean, playing with just Mitsurugi cards, this is already a lot of interaction. Futsu comes back, adding that Purification. Murakumo is still online, and now we are... Hold on, what is that? It's a Chibi, I think.
Couldn't quite see it this distance.
What is it?
It's a monster that can be used to link summon Reproductus, I know that for sure. There's a reason why that Habakiri is in the zone that it's in. Is it Archfiend Eris?
Oh, it's Eris.
It's Archfiend Eris, huh?
Wow.
Okay.
Okay.
So that will let him add an Archfiend card when it's sent to the graveyard.
No, but only by card effect.
Oh, by card
yeah.
effect. Okay, so not something you really want
No.
to draw, but you still finding a way to utilize it as a
Not
material.
Yeah, not ideal, but I mean...
Yeah, Andres not opening as well as he did in game number 1, but showing that his deck has still plenty of ways to interact. And is that a Nibiru?
Wow.
Out of the side deck, Jerry has Nibiru, the Primal Being.
Wow, the Murakumo hasn't been used its effect yet, so it will be able to use the effect to force a discard and come back and add another Mitsurugi. But
Well, he does not want to use the discard effect because then he could discard the Nibiru and he gets no token.
That's true. That's true. So yeah, no point in using that. But the big thing is the Reproductus isn't going to be able to turn that Habakiri into a spellcaster, so he's trying to cut off the access to the Dark Magician of Destruction.
I mean, still able to play through with the effects of the Mitsurugis. You have prayers in hand, you do have Purification, but this is going to resolve. Nibiru hits the field. There's going to be a massive token on Andres' side. I don't know how long it's going to stay there.
Yeah, Nibiru is a card that's fallen out of favor a lot because a lot of these decks have ways to stop the Nibiru before you're able to activate it, but still having any sort of key card going second is important here. And if there's one that's going to catch people off guard, it is going to be Nibiru.
Jerry opting to have it as the surprise factor in his side deck. Fallen out of favor, as Billy mentioned, but so powerful against a deck like this that is putting so much on the field.
The fact we had to normal summon the Eris is not a good sign for Andres. It could be that he doesn't have much more to push here. So
Yeah, he'll be able to summon back the Murakumo. The Mitsurugi Mirror will return back to the deck since the Mitsurugi monster was tributed, or one of the ritual monsters.
Going to be able to protect the Murakumo from being hit by Ash Blossom because that would have been devastating in this position. did not use its effect to destroy.
My question is, do we have a target? Because
he might not.
we might be out of Mitsurugis, eh?
Oh,
It looks like that might be the case though. Amino Murakumo is still in the graveyard.
So as mentioned, prayers is limited, and I think we are out.
He's.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we are out.
Was he trying to activate it to search the mirror that he just put back, with no legal targets prior?
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, that doesn't work.
Yeah, I guess that's probably what he's asking. Yeah.
Wow, this Nibiru could be huge.
That is insane. I mean, there's still prayers to summon back the Murakumo. It's not the end of the world, and Purification does form as another form of interruption as well. But that could be the end of Andres' turn.
Wow.
Nibiru, the primal being here in round number 7. With Andres Torres' tournament life on the line.
You see, these are the small differences that, you know, are quite huge. Prayers being limited, and it makes Nibiru just so much better here.
And we see Jerry has a lot of powerful cards in his hand to be able to start playing.
Because, yeah. Let's see.
Andres taking a lot of time now. They don't have a whole lot of time to play with.
Yeah, his play has slowed down.
I think,
he's in bad shape.
He's giving the deck.
And then we're activating the prayers? Just going to go ahead and summon back now?
I guess so.
All right, activates prayers. Does he have a reptile tribute? Nope, just going to use one of the effects just to special summon back.
Yep, pay 800, special summon back the Futsu here.
He does have the purification, so he does need a Mitsurugi ritual on the field to be able to use that.
Wow.
I don't know. Nibiru, the primal being, really wasn't on my bingo card to see this weekend, but here it is, making a huge impact.
Thinking about setting the third. Probably not. It was just...
So only Mitsurugi cards here from Andres. We're not seeing any of the other engines. Nibiru cutting off the Reproductus from going into Dark Mission Destruction, which could have got him so many more cards. And I see a really strong spell card in Jerry's hand.
Absolutely. Now he will try his best to play as fast as possible to guarantee to get out of the double loss option, and yeah, the Pot of Sloth.
Oh wow, I see so many cards in Jerry's hand that are good.
Yep.
He's going to start with Pot of Sloth, so we can draw 1, 2, 3, 4 cards, and then put back 3.
Would you negate it?
I don't think you can afford to.
I think you have to.
All right, we'll see. Futsu is going to be tributed for the effect of Purification. Sloth is negated. Futsu is going to be able to summon himself back because now Mirror is in the deck.
Indeed. Lifesaver. And there are about 10 minutes remaining in the round right here.
I mean, a double loss still means Andres is eliminated and just puts Jerry in like a little tougher shape to try and make the top 8.
Now, as we've figured out from the previous turn, none of the other Mitsurugis will be able to activate their effects except for Murakumo to destroy. But no searches remaining for the Mitsurugi cards. But Futsu will be able to put up several bodies onto the field if Jerry just keeps summoning.
Checking the graveyard there, full of Mitsurugi cards. Nibiru, the primal being, making a huge impact here in game number 3.
Is that a thrust? Now we can activate thrust because the monster effect has been activated.
Devastating for Andres, amazing for Jerry.
This is almost done.
If he can get just talent, take the Futsu.
Exactly.
Do we have it?
He's looking at it.
Surely we do, no?
I mean, just considering his other options, make sure he doesn't miss something, but that is the most obvious one here.
Yeah.
Completely cut off Andres' engine.
I mean, he could even talent stake the token and then...
No. Just swing it. Well,
he has to still destroy the Futsu.
Yeah.
Style on him, I guess.
Anytime you have talents versus a giant Nibiru token, you kind of want to look at it and be like, can I just win? Yeah. But no, the Futsu has an enormous amount of defense, so...
Is he? Oh, he's considering another Pot of Sloth.
Ooh.
There's no way you don't grab talents.
Yeah.
I know his hand is full of yummy cards as well. He has Marshmallow and Cupsy Yummy.
Yeah, again, throwing into those one-offs. Both are one. Let's see.
Jerry doesn't have, like, it's his detriment to take too long on this turn.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, yeah.
Finally grabbing that talents to the hand.
Yeah, surely he must realize at this point that there is not that much time.
He's going to go talents. I can assume that he's going to take.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep, the Futsu changes sides.
And yeah, just look at Andres' face on his...
Yeah, the demeanor.
You know,
I always tell people when you see your opponent holding their head in their hand, it's because they're heavy in thought usually. I mean, it's not always correct to like assume that, but that's something, a tell you can always read into.
And there it is, Azalea going to be able to go ahead and send a copy of Hornet Drones to the graveyard.
And then he'll be
able
able
to... Camellia.
Camellia, yep. And they'll send the Hornet Drones and go into Kagari, add it back. It's classic Yummy. Andres still has a face down, so he's not out of options just yet.
Will he use his last remaining potential interruption? Is it something along the lines of Infinite Permanence, Forbidden Droplet?
Andres taking a long time to read a card that just says send a spell to the graveyard, but I mean, it has other effects as well, but it's send a spell or it has a graveyard effect, but it doesn't come up in this matchup.
I mean, surely they're just aware that there's clearly a change of pace here from both of these players. Now we're going to just immediately link off the Camellia into Kagari. Kagari's going to target that Hornet Drones. Try to put a level 1 as well as a link 1 onto the field. Hornet Drones hits the hand. We're going to activate it.
Yep, but
no response from Andres.
And now we also have a link 1 that allows us to special summon soon enough our Yummies without even wasting the normal summon.
And the best part is he's turning Marshmallow back online as well, getting all those other non-Yummy monsters off the field.
We do have a lot of Yummy monsters in Jerry's hand right now. He looks like this might have just turned into a pure Mitsu versus pure Yummy game 3.
Yeah.
Andres, I don't know if he's deep in thought or what's going on here, but he might have something he can activate.
Is it Purification?
Like, no, he used a Purification.
He used both that and Prayer, so...
it's an unknown card.
I meant like the one in the graveyard that he was thinking about, but...
Let's see what it is.
Dominus Spark again. He's just going to try to banish the Kagari and cut off the Yummy engine, but he doesn't know that Jerry has multiple Yummies in his hand already.
Yep.
That's just going to be okay. Now, Andres is locked into Light and Dark.
And here's the bad news.
Or not, because it was set, right?
Right. But as soon as he summons this Yummy monster, I would imagine Andres might just concede.
One would hope. But here we are. Are we moments away from summoning Cupsy Yummy? I don't know what Jerry's thinking about.
There's a lot on the line.
Cupsy hits the board.
Yeah, you see a smile. You see a slight smile there from Andres. He knows what this means. He's going to be able to add the surprise. The surprise is not a surprise. Oh, he's just going to go for the field spell. Okay.
He might have decided out surprise. He's going second.
Maybe that could be the case. Because the Yummy Snatch would be able to get you the field spell as well.
Now we're synchroing with the Snatchy and the Hornet Drones token.
Yep, gonna summon Cupsy Yummy Way to add 2 Yummy cards and discard a card from the hand. Ooh, see a Sphere Mode in there.
And now you know what we're discarding from our hand? I'm pretty sure there was a pretty good target in his hand to discard.
Does he have the Skull Archfiend of Chaos?
Does he really?
I'm almost certain he does. Skull Archfiend of Chaos hits the graveyard.
That's it. Yep,
and that's enough. Jerry moves on with a 5-2 record representing Australia going into top 8.
And Andres, after a strong, dominating game number 1, we told you the side decks will come into play throughout the match, and the big key card of this matchup was Nibiru, the Primal Being, which would only be really good if Andres had a weak hand. But when you're going second, you just have to throw it all in there. It doesn't matter what it is. If he can work going second, you need to have that opportunity. Hope that your opponent doesn't draw the cards they need. Have a key timing for that Nibiru, the Primal Being. Running out of the Mitsurugi cards, we're seeing that the combined list, you're limited on how many cards you can play for the Mitsurugi strategy, really punishing Andres there. He wasn't able to summon back that Murakumo after it got attributed from the Nibiru, and just absolutely excellent play there from Jerry. And now he is guaranteed to move on to top 8, while Andres' tournament will end here in the finals. Losing on the bubble, tough tough luck.
Absolute nail-biter of a game. Fantastic match to watch overall. And we just got to see the power of both of those strategies. And in the end, we did see just almost an individual match of strategies from so far early in the history of Yu-Gi-Oh! Here we got to see Yumi versus Mitsurugi, but eventually the Skull Archfiend of Chaos took it home.
Yep, it was the last card to seal the deal, but this is just our final round of Swiss. We're not done for the day just yet. We're going to be back with our top 8, and we're going to have our first quarterfinal feature match. So don't go anywhere. You're not going to want to miss it. To the conclusion of Swiss is now over. We're going to find out who our top 8 is very shortly, so stay tuned.
Hello everybody, welcome back to Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2026, live from Ariake, Japan. We are in day 2 of this 3-day competition to find the best duelists in the world. Today you're going to be watching the trading card game category, and after 7 rounds of Swiss, we are just about to find out who the final 8 duelists are who will be competing for the ultimate honor. It's been a crazy weekend so far, but we still got one more round of action left for you this time. So I think the first thing we talk about is what's made the biggest impact on you from the matches that you've seen this weekend. We'll start with Marcello.
Oh, well, I think the last round really, left an impression on me on this originality in just building 60-card decks and going out of what could have been, the predicted choice. And we have one of those decks making it to the top 8 with the Yummy variant. So I think really going out of the way to play something that maybe you are comfortable with. And as we've mentioned all the way back in round 1, taking the additional risks, knowing that you can afford to lose a couple of matches, I think paid off. And if you are, playing into the top 8, I don't think you want to play against such a deck now.
No, absolutely not. Yeah. Solid. You're up next.
I mean, that's basically the same, like, knowing that you can play against a deck like that that has such potential when it sees all of its, or sees a piece that gets you to every single engine, or you could just play the one engine, right? Sometimes playing Mitsurugi is enough, sometimes playing Yummy is enough. Being able to play a deck that powerful and have the ability to play into a deck like Cool Tune that can only stop so much, I think it was an interesting meta call. We've seen it popping up in the TCG as well. It did extremely well at the YCs in Montreal that happened right before this. I think the popularity of that strategy is really interesting going into this top 8, and we do have Striker undefeated in the tournament so far, and I think that is probably the matchup that Striker fears the most, something that can push through everything that you do.
So it's not necessarily, there's this idea of the first place curse in a lot of these events, where if you go undefeated in Swiss, you end up losing the first round to whoever comes in, 8th or 32nd or 64th, depending on what the rules of the day were. Is that a real thing, or is that just a consequence of the way tiebreakers work?
I mean, I can't ever tell you that a curse is real, but I will say that usually the decks that end up taking losses early, like, if you think about it as a numbers game that you're given so many losses throughout a tournament, those players already took their losses, this player is due for one. So maybe it's just like that. Yeah,
but for me, the opportunity to have the chance to go undefeated at the World Championship, I'm going for that every single time. I don't believe in curses. I want to say, not only did I win the World Championship, no one could beat me. I'm the best in the world. I beat the best other players in the world, and I was the best on that day. I mean, I know Marcello's gone undefeated at the EU WCQ, a feat not many players have been able to do. So I'm not believing in curses. I'm going for it all.
And we just had one of those in North America as well, with Ryan Yu going completely undefeated.
Yeah. But I hate to break it to you guys. Unfortunately, the curse is not going to happen because he did lose the last round to Danilo. So Danilo beat him, and so Danilo is one of the other players who is guaranteed to make it to the top 8.
So we have no undefeated.
Incredible, no undefeated. Incredible season for the Italian. He made it, I'm pretty sure, this is the 4th time that he makes it to the top 8, and with the new rules, it's absolutely impressive. What a season.
Yeah, fantastic. I mean, you were talking about like the most impactful cards we saw earlier, throughout the tournament. If you'd asked me like middle of the day, I would have been the Fawn and the Virtuous. Yeah. But after that last round, seeing that Nibiru, the Primal Being, coming down, a card that has completely fallen out of favor with a lot of duelists, but Jerry brought it here, knowing that there's going to be so many strategies, so many of these big 60-card decks that can push through so many things, and if you can catch them at the right time with that Nibiru, the Primal Being, that was fantastic to see.
I was watching in the other room. It's like, I don't think I've seen that at all today.
Nope.
But it came up at the biggest moment of the day.
I mean, I saw it in his side deck. I'm like, this could come up. He decided a lot of cards to have something for these matchups, like where you need to have more interaction. You have to be able to try to stop them. In a deck that can't really afford to play too many in the main decks, he did account for that in his side deck, and that's one of the reasons why he will be making it into the top 8. And I don't think Nibiru would be my choice as the card that's been the most successful. I have to give it to Skull Archfiend of Chaos.
Skull Archfiend of Chaos. That's just the recycling, being able to go and get the other cards after you pitch it off of Mind Shuffle. The Skull Archfiend is a scary card.
Yeah, we saw it really take out the the previous world champion. I mean, he's not take out, but gave him his 3rd loss. I don't know how he finished out. He might have still found a way to make it in. I'm not sure the last couple rounds how he did, but yeah, just even be able to discard it. So many different avenues. We saw it with Cupsy Yummy Way with the discard, Fallen Albaz with the discard, and when it's just Mind Shuffle is the easiest way to find its way into the graveyard. But its ability to find a way to the Mitsurugi cards, also the Light and Darkness ritual stuff. Yeah, Skull Archfiend of Chaos, that's a good call on that one. I think I have to agree a little bit. It's been like the cherry on top that seals the deal. Even in that last round, as soon as he saw it, he was like, that's it, you got it.
Yeah.
No reason to keep continuing play from this point.
I guess for me instead, if I gotta pick a card, because I've been mentioning it at the earlier rounds and we didn't see it, but then Pot of Sloth really took me in the last ones, you know, ever since I was asking for it. I think the player activating it won most of the games, whether it was, you know, negated, but like it still forced out an action, or of course we saw the one with the evenly matched being found. So, you know, it's a card that I'm sure we will see more of, not only at this event, but in the future tournaments. So yeah, I'm all in for that kind of
I mean, even seeing the players, you know, choosing to main deck Pot of Sloth is really shows you really how powerful that card is.
It's just a really great card. You know, you can always just toss it, especially in the Art Mage decks where you need to specifically pitch a spell or trap in order to use the Art's Acropolis. You can just main deck it just fine. And if you go first, you just toss it for Acropolis. It's not an issue at all.
Yeah. I mean, it makes sense why that player opted to main deck the Pot of Sloth as well as the evenly match, as we saw in that match where he was able to use both going second. I imagine if he'd had them going first, it would have been really easy for him to discard it for the effect of that field spell, as you mentioned. And this is something that ties into what we talked about in the very beginning of this tournament with the restrictions of this specific format, having the most limited list from both sides. There are not many tools for being able to stop your opponent from going first, so you have all these utility spells and powerful spells and traps at being able to try to break a board, and Pot of Sloth and Evenly Match have been popular cards for that.
And that feels like it's really the right strategy for this tournament in general, especially with the 60 card things. You're not going to go 1 for 1 with those decks when they open up 5 cards that can do their entire combo.
Yeah, definitely. It's been a big key of this tournament is having the high impact cards as well, because you're also lining up, you're expecting a lot of Cool Tune. It's kind of one of the more popular decks we saw a lot early in the day. There's definitely going to be some in our top 8, but you need the high impact cards because, if you're trading 1 for 1, you're not going to win that against Cool Tune.
You're going to fall behind really quickly when 1 card becomes 2, becomes 6.
But I gotta say, we had a bit of a change in the trend of Cool Tune today, because up until round 4, I think after round 4, most of the top tables were Cool Tune. If you take a look at the pairings for the last round, there were only 2 remainings that could even make it to the top cut. So it seems like in the second half of the tournament, either they started playing against each other, which is also, you know, something that happens. But yeah, I think maybe we'll get 2 at most in the top cut. So it seems like it will be quite diverse. So
yeah, I agree. I think this top cut is going to be really even. I could believe it's just 2 of every different deck here that we've seen throughout. We've seen Striker showing its potential. Light and Darkness Ritual will absolutely be there. Cool Tune will absolutely be there. And as we saw with Danilo, Branded will definitely be represented in the top cut. It might just be an even split between those 4 decks.
Yeah, Fallen of the White Dragon has been a phenomenal card, even just in the pure Branded deck, but along with, you know, the Light and Darkness Ritual decks as well, just being able to be that extra push, extra ways to get 2 cards. And then, Fallen of Albaz, the dragon that devours Dogma, is just phenomenal at breaking the field, like being able to fuse with the Light or Dark plus an effect monster. You get to take out 2 monsters, you get to access the discard for the Skull Archfiend of Chaos. Really, just all these strategies have been operating at like maximum efficiency. I can't say like this was the right deck for the tournament to pick, like, because pretty much everything has been performing well, just depending on like how the deck is constructed, what those tech choices were. The big key, I think, for a lot of these players has been the side deck, because game number 1 will kind of be dice rolly, but how the players constructed their side deck to run into all these different decks you might face has really been key, I think, for many of the players that are going to be in the top 8.
There's been a lot of good deck building and good technical play this weekend, which you
can only
imagine,
imagine
that, right?
Yeah, it's the World
the top
Championship.
Players.
The absolute cream of the crop here in this tournament. And if we're talking about decks and how they've been performing, I think the one deck that has underperformed so far is Art Mage. I think every time we've been able to see it, it has not done everything that we've been told it's been capable of. But I'm going to say this now, if an Art Mage does make it into the top 8, I feel like that person could win.
Yeah, you got to watch out for that. We saw, you know, when they were actually able to do their stuff, we saw, you know, the fusion monsters, we saw Varudris in there. They get into Beyond the Pendulum and are able to just pendulum summon level 10s out. There's a lot of potential in there, but you got to draw the right part of your cards.
Yeah, but speaking of, I've just got sent the official top 8, so at least in terms of the decks, I can reveal a little bit about it. In the end, it was 2 players with an X3 record making it. So
only 2?
Only 2. I also thought it was going to be more by the looks of it, but in the end, not quite. And also, surprisingly, or rather, the home country advantage, they're both Japanese. So, you know, that's going to be really good for them. I mean,
that's what we got the last few years, right?
absolutely. So, you know, but when it comes to decks, actually it ended up being a bit close to what we expected, but Kultun made it with the third deck, you know, coming in with the 8th place. So we do have 3 Kultuns in the deck. Then it's gonna be 2 Sky Strikers that unfortunately are gonna play a mirror match in the top
no!
So that's gonna be one to look out for. And then the remaining decks are actually gonna be 3 different ones, which is gonna be the branded deck of Danilo that we have seen. Of course, the yummy, you know, Mitsurugi pile that we have seen in the last round. And the last deck from Josh Kelly is the Light and Darkness Ritual deck. So, you know, still a lot of diversity. 5 different decks in total. So, you know, something out there. But in terms of, you know, the players, we have some big names, and we'll see, you know, who is gonna make it. There is still one, arguably the most important match that they'll play today.
Yes.
You know?
Yeah.
And this is the tough one. So, you know, we played the quarterfinals today. Getting eliminated in the quarterfinals, I'm told, is the worst feeling in the world.
It is.
From our good buddy Robbie. Shout out to Robert Boy, boy himself.
That's what I'm told. So, you know, I feel for the 4 guys that aren't going to make it to the stage tomorrow, but one of them is going to be gone by the end of the next hour or so.
Yeah, it's only time will tell. These players are just waiting to start playing as we are to start watching this match. It's going to be really exciting.
Yeah, it seems like the players are from all sorts of different regions. There's definitely a big representation from Japan here in top 8. We have a couple of players from North America, one from Canada, one from the US of A. And then also, you know, we've seen Jerry multiple times now up here representing Australia. We just got to see him win that last round. We knew he was going to be here in the top 8, but I'm excited to see how far he is going to go because, you know, his deck seems strong. He seems locked in. He has that yummy power, right?
Yeah.
Because we have the yummies, you know, snatching in between every single round. He's the only player playing with the yummy cards here in top 8, and it's just, yeah, a wide variety of strategies and players from different countries really representing their regions very well. And like I said, this has been one of the most exciting World Championships I've got to cast or be a part of. So like, it's really cool to see everyone trying so hard in this awesome format.
And at the same time, 1 year passed, but I think we have seen the same deck topping the Swiss, because if I'm not mistaken, it was Rosalie maybe last year, and she made it to the top cut, dominating with Sky Striker.
Yeah.
And again, it's Sky Striker after 1 year. Very different build, very different cards, but still the deck is there. And I guess Yummy, even though it was that one is very different.
It's a little bit,
it was still in there, but you know, we've seen a mix of new and older strategies, and regardless, you know, as you've mentioned, really good, you know, diversity in terms of regions. We also have 2 from the European one, an Italian and 1 from the UK. So we'll see. Or maybe we'll have the second Italian representation with the Mario. We'll see if I'm gonna take him.
Mario is playing against the other Italian.
Exactly. It's an all Italian top.
So you've got one in top 4 already.
Exactly.
He loves adopting. Marcello tried to adopt Julian last year. Now he's looking for Mario. But I don't blame you. Mario's an excellent duelist, so it's awesome to see him here in top 8.
Yeah, I mean, and it's gonna be a great story because both of them pretty much had a similar journey at their own, you know, championships. Because as we have mentioned, Mario qualifying twice, Danilo 1 match short because he qualified through the playoffs and then lost out in top 8. So, you know, very similar journey. Only one of these amazing players will be able to advance, and I'm also pretty sure that's gonna be the match that we are gonna see here in our you know, stream, while on the Japanese channel instead there will be, you know, another one between those 2 Sky Striker decks battling it out.
That's a very interesting match.
Yeah,
Sky Striker Mirror.
That's a real tough one.
Things can get pretty complicated pretty quickly.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And that means we'll have at least one Sky Striker. I mean, the one Sky Striker will be in top 4. So yeah.
And you mentioned the Sky Striker doing well at the World Championship last year. That was more unexpected because like Sky Striker was more of a fringe rogue kind of deck, but really powerful for the people who knew it was a good pick. And then this year it was kind of like a lot of players were ready. They came with Sky Striker. We kind of expected to see it in top 8, but yeah, guaranteed to have a Sky Striker in top 4. It'd be cool to see that deck walk away with the win at the World Championship.
Last year Zero had just come out, right? So Zero was legal?
I believe so.
It was in the last set beforehand. So maybe there's not a lot of familiarity.
That was definitely a factor. I think at the time, Striker's power level was significantly lower relative to the meta that it was in. If you knew how to play against the strategy, it was a lot easier to beat. Right now, it's just well positioned into everything else that's going on. on.
Yeah, it was more of a go second deck, kind of like that, but then got lined up in top 4 against Luna Light, which those two decks don't really work. Luna Light is pretty good against Sky Striker. Not a lot you can do to slow down that deck, but no Luna Lights here at the World Championship this year, so it could be Sky Striker's year to walk away with it all, or maybe Branded.
I think the difference is, as you mentioned, Striker Branded. Fallen the Virtuous is the card that made Striker as good as it is right now, along with some pairing with other powerful quick play spells like Radiant Typhoon Visions. Like there's so much more that it has going for it now than it ever did before. Pot of Sloth, as we've seen time and time again throughout this tournament, there are a lot more powerful spells, and every time there's a powerful spell, Sky Striker just bumps up a little bit.
That's right.
A little bit more, a little bit more.
Yeah.
It was always nice, not having to play something like Pot of Desires, being able to use Visions to cycle through and get more spells into the graveyard. I think that's really kind of the thing that put it over the top.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we also do have a Cool Tune mirror match also happening at table 4, it looks like. So we know that 2 of the decks in top 4 will be Sky Striker and Cool Tune, probably the top 2 decks that were getting to pick before the weekend. So that's something interesting to kind of look at.
That's kind of neat, though. Whoever wins each of those, they get to call themselves the master of that particular strategy for the next year, right? Like ultimate bragging rights, even if you don't go all the way.
Yeah. And speaking of, I mean, I've said it at the beginning of the day, I'm the one intruder in this amazing American team.
That was me last year. I was the only American.
So I'm the only one who didn't go to Worlds.
True. I would like to bring you guys in what is more of a European tradition.
Okay.
No, please.
Usually we do it at the beginning of the day, but now we can do it since we do have 5 different decks. So can each of us maybe pick what do we think is going to win the World Championship in terms of decks? So Billy.
I'll go with a player. I'll be
you go with the player. Okay.
The deck I'm picking is Cool Tune, and the player I'm thinking is going to walk away with it all is the Canadian. I think Canada's coming back on top. Mario D'Amico is going to walk away with it all here. That's going to be my pick and call.
Okay.
All right. In that case, I will take Danilo and his Branded deck.
Both Italians are taken. I don't know what to tell you.
Not on purpose. We're not trying to deny you the Italian team, but I just think Danilo has played so well in all of the matches that we've seen with him, and his deck is just so incredibly strong. I don't see anybody being able to stop him.
Okay, fair enough.
I will pick, if those two are taken, I'm going to go ahead and pick Jerry, mainly because I've had the opportunity to talk to him several times throughout the event. He used his comfort pick for this event. He was super nervous going into the first round of the tournament, and now he's made it all the way in the top 8.
All right. I mean, you leave me with,
It's not exactly there's any bad
we leave you with some good options.
With a lot of really good
Would you like a
players.
striker?
I was thinking about it. I'm really in between a striker or Josh. I also want to give credit to Josh Kelly. He has been grinding a lot of tournaments this year. Like I saw him in Italy. I was doing some Italian Opens, and he was coming to every single one of them. So I really want to pick striker, but I think I'm gonna give it to Josh and then just go for the UK win.
To make you feel better about your decision, his deck isn't Light and Darkness Ritual, it's Branded Light and Darkness Ritual.
All right.
So his deck is a lot stronger than you think.
Nice.
Yeah, and we get to see the top 8 bracket here.
You can see all the matchups right here. That's our Sky Striker mirror match up there at the top. Kongsam between Yuki Shibata. And then next up, we've got Danilo versus Mario. We've heard quite a lot about that. That's going to be our match. I'm very excited to see how that one turns out. Find out if my pick is out immediately or if I'm still good for another round.
I think matchup-wise, you're kind of favored there. Branded and Cool Tune. That's kind of a tough matchup for Cool Tune for sure.
I mean, that was the reason.
There.
That was the reason why Branded was so popular before the release of Light and Darkness Ritual. That is the deck that kind of took Branded out of the format, but Branded was very favorable into the Cool Tune matchup just because of how good Fallen of the White Dragon is.
Yeah, and in the remaining side of the bracket, I just realized that, funny enough, we all picked a match that is going to happen. So,
you all picked different matches.
Exactly. So it is going to happen. But yeah, we had the Josh, of course, against the Jerry, and then the final one would be Ryohei against Logan. But here we are.
Let's do it.
Who is the real Italian? Let's find out.
Top 8 of the WCS. Let's go, Canada. Mario's going to start things off. Normal summon Cool Tune mix. Not the best start for Cool Tune, but it is a start, which is all you really need. As long as it goes through, Mix will be able to add a non-level 2 Cool Tune from the deck to the hand.
For what it's worth, Mario knows when playing against the Branded strategy, there's not a lot of interactions that there's going to happen on his turn. It's going to be mainly trying to play through the field, which works in his favor if he has to start with Mix.
All right, but he has the JJ Cool Tune. It might have been the bait to begin with. He wants to be able to continue his summoning. He's going to summon that Cool Tune Q. Going to special summon from the deck here. Unless Danilo has a response.
Gave it a check. I mean, you've mentioned this several times. Danilo looks pretty upset with his hand.
Gonna summon Ash Blossom. Gonna be looking to add that back with Cool Toon Remix on Danielo's turn. JJ Cool Toon's going to swap out that Ash Blossom for probably Cool Toon Rico here. It's the only one he hasn't used the effect yet.
And while we have a brief pause here, just want to remind everybody that the rules have changed here in top 8. There is no longer a time limit, so this match will be seen to its conclusion one way or the other, although players are still expected to play at a reasonable pace.
Now
indeed they are.
We all get to see the hand. Guiding Quim, Blazing Cartasia, Brandon and High Spirits, Nadir's Servant, and is that Fallen of Albaz?
I think it's just Fallen of Albaz.
All right, not a horrible hand, but definitely one that's manageable here from Mario potentially, but he's going to want to make sure he takes a moment to understand all the options. The Brandon High Spirits threatens Fallen of the White Dragon in addition, but having the original Albaz in hand means he won't be able to summon it off the Incredible Ecclesia. He'd summon with the Fallen of the White Dragon.
I mean, Mario just has to pick it apart. Hopefully the top card of the deck is not going to be one that he can't deal with.
So yeah, it's Cool Toon Synchro.
That's
Branded Fusion
and
Uber.
But with so many normal summons in Danielo's hand, he's going to leave the Aluber on top, banish the Branded Fusion. Aluber being able to have the Fallen of the Virtuous could be something key here, but having the Guiding Quim already in hand, that's a tough one because he's going to want to normal summon that as well. But having multiple normal summons, but yeah, that expression there from Danielo is not great.
That's the tough thing about playing against Cool Toon. If you don't have the best hand, they will know.
Yep.
And they will take advantage of it.
And they'll make sure you're not going to draw a card you want either. So yeah, we're going to see Remix be summoned, and now probably a Zaylin, the Shackled Dragon. This is the bread and butter. These two Synchro monsters are often on the infield for Cool Toon. 2 cards face down. And this is going to be Mario's gambit here on the first turn of this top 8 match.
Ash Blossom in the grave for Remix to grab back. Really easy to target down all of Danielo's major plays here. Danilo seems very dissatisfied with the situation.
There's also a final randomization going on with the judge at the table there. That's why he took the deck off screen.
And it looks like turn will be passed to Danilo here, drawing Aluber for turn. Aluber, Quem, Blazing Cartesia, Brandon High Spirits, Nadir Servant, and Fallen of Albaz in the hand, immediately using the effect of Remix.
Yep, he wants to get that Ash Blossom to try and stop the Brandon High Spirits potentially. The Brandon High Spirits being able to discard the Fallen of Albaz will turn on the Blazing Cartesia where he can special summon it from the hand potentially.
Absolutely. You want to be able to cut that off, also cut off access to a Fallen of the White Dragon, and then just have something to deal with the Nadir Servant, which you very easily do.
All right, so he's going to add back the Ash Blossom, summon the Rico, probably not going to Synchro summon. He does have the Cool Toon Synchro set, and yeah, the Rico will add back the Rotary from the graveyard. So now the combination of Zaylin and Cool Toon Synchro, since Danielo's going to want to hold that Brandon High Spirits because being able to chain, so you activate a card, then you'll be able to chain another card to the Cool Toon Synchro, so the Zaylin won't be able to negate that very first card that was activated.
The difference is now Zaylin will be able to interact with the High Spirits. Is that what you want?
No, you have to hold. Yeah. I mean, that would be the case there if you want to interact with the High Spirits. But it just depends what he's trying to get him to negate. Like the Aluber getting access to Fallen the Virtuous might be something he's looking for potentially.
But we are going to just start off with normal summon Fallen of Albaz. That's going to demand an answer immediately.
Yep, discards the Aluber. Doesn't need another normal summon in the hand.
So and as you mentioned earlier, that does turn on the Blazing Cartesia.
Yep. And he's going to ogre the Albaz. He doesn't even have to use the Zaylin.
That's huge.
It's always the unknown that's going to get you. That's devastating for Danielo.
That's tough. That's real tough.
Because now all he has is the Blazing Cartesia. But if he can get the Cartesia on the field, he can activate the Brandon and the High Spirits. If he goes for the Cool Toon Synchro, he can chain the Brandon and High Spirits from his hand. Or he'll chain the Blazing Cartesia so he can protect the Brandon High Spirits so he's access to Fallen of White. But he's going to just go ahead and use the Cool Toon Synchro here right away. Maybe grabbing Cool Toon Mix? Or I mean Clip, sorry.
Here's Clip.
Maybe trying to set up a Loudness War as soon as he can.
He's going for Track Maker, it looks like.
Yep, there. Okay, there's Track Maker, and with Clip, that gives you access to Loudness War.
Yep. Rotary. Oh, he might be trying to take out the Fallen of the Albaz out of the graveyard.
Yep, identifying that option. Yep. Albaz is going back to the deck.
He knows he doesn't want to get him any quick effects so he can hide from the Zaylin. I just assume the other card he has set something he can change. Well, the clip he could change to turn on the Zaylin as well.
The only 2 cards playable in Danilo's hand right now are the Branded High Spirits and the Nadir Servant, both easily answered.
Yeah, Mario's looking in prime position to win this first game here. Looks like Danielo kind of knows it.
I think he knew it from seeing his first hand immediately.
Okay, so he's going to go ahead and use the clip right away. I guess the Loudness War also will work the same kind of way if he wants, or he's just going to go into RS.
Yep, this answers with his hand. This answers both the spells that Danilo has.
This is huge here for Mario in game number 1, but we've seen a lot of players win game number 1 and then lose the next 2 games, so.
Including Mario.
Including Mario. Albion, the Branded Dragon, getting banished. Not a bad one. All right, so here comes Brandon in High Spirits. He still has Ash. The RS can stop the Nadir Servant. If he has a chainable card, he could also use Zaylin.
I mean, there's really no need. Yeah,
Yep.
okay.
Just RS, negate Nadir, and I imagine a concession is next. Nope, he's going to pass.
I mean, there's no need to concede here since there is no time.
Yeah,
Might as well see if he'll mess up.
Okay, well, there you go.
I was like, I don't know about that.
That's what I get for opening my mouth.
The writing is definitely on the wall here. Back-to-back being able to put out so much damage, and Mario takes a game number 1. Now he just needs to win one more game, and he will have his ticket into the top 4 of the World Championship. He deserves this. I mean, all these players deserve it for sure, but he has been putting in the work. Last year, the past couple years, he's been so close to going to the World Championship. This year, he finally got his ticket at the World Qualifying Point Playoff, got double qualified in the main event as well, and just absolutely phenomenal player from Canada. And this could be Canada's year.
I mean, this is something we see throughout the times. Every single tournament, it comes down to the players that play the most, they succeed. We see it in Mario, we see it in Danilo.
Yeah.
Like, we see it in Josh Kelly as well in top 8. The players that have constantly kept playing throughout the season, they get rewarded here. And now we're at this stage where one of these players will move on into the top 4 of the World Championship.
Yeah, they're putting in a lot of work, and they actually have similar backgrounds, I want to say, because they both got close this year and the previous one, you know, getting, I don't know, second places, top 4s, but that really huge win they're missing, and what a better way than to win the World Championship, you know.
For real.
So, doesn't get much better than that, but now it's Danilo's time to shine. We have seen what his side deck holds, because the Archilor Christia was really a powerful card that you allowed him to take one of the previous rounds, and let's see, Mario for sure knows about it, and so can prepare also for, you know, some outs.
It's definitely something you expect when facing the brand strategy, especially the pure branded strategy. It's something to make up for the lack of power that the deck has. But we look at a deck like Cooltoon, one of the reasons why it's so powerful and so consistently doing well at any tournament is the fact that it just plays so much non-engine. It is trying to limit your opponent's plays as much as it can, which is consistently good against everything. If you can you know, allow that in your strategy, and Cooltoon is catered to it. So it's going to have those tools to potentially cut off a Fallen the White Dragon early, and that could end Danilo's turn.
Indeed, indeed, it could be, but on the other hand, I mean, Danilo has built his deck really in a consistent way, so especially when he gets to go first, he rarely bricks. I don't want to jinx it. But,
Yeah.
Too late, you can't take it back, it's too late.
But I mean, let's see. But anyways, in terms of power level, for sure, we are not talking about you know, some of the decks that we have seen in action. So you're gonna have to rely on maybe a recursion, as we have seen, you know, when he got hit by the devastating evenly matched, he still was keeping a lot of resources for next turn, and that can work out pretty well against Cooltoon. So
I mean, yeah, Brandon has the best end phase in the game, right?
yeah,
You get so many cards. You not only get to establish a field with like multiple interactions, just a follow-up, and it's so hard to push through and find a way to have game through their field. So then you try and set up, but the Branded deck just keeps on going, keeps on pushing, and it's the setup deck. And if he still draws that hand that he drew in game number 1, he doesn't want to draw that bad, but it would still find a way to make it work potentially.
That's the other thing is, you know, his body language was pretty rough looking in that first game, and you can't let this one loss beat you twice.
Right.
Yeah.
So you got to get into your side deck, get your plan in gear and be very confident that your choices are going to make you win in this next game.
Yeah, I can definitely count on Danilo. We've seen how consistent he is. He has faith in his strategy. He chose to play Invoked for the EUWCQ, and it did so well twice. No one even tried to do that in NA, and really just popularized the deck on his own.
Totally, totally. I mean, it was on his back, but as mentioned, his pet deck has been branded for the rest of the season, so it's not a surprise that he decided to bring it here and that he made it once more to the top 8. So even though he had a rough start to the day, he kept his composure, and I'm sure he will do the same now after losing round 1. He needs to do, you know, come back. It's not going to be easy because he's facing off one of the best, if not one of the most informed players in the world. But, you know, it's going to be a great one, and this is all what it is about. So can we get to see a game 3, or is Danilo gonna just crumble and lose 2-0 here? So let's see.
I hope not. I'm always a big fan of going to game 3.
Yeah,
I like
me too.
Especially when the side decks come into play. Really, anything can happen. But yeah, playing against Cool Tune, the interactions from the hand, you know they're going to be there. You know he's going to have something to try and slow you down. You're going to need multiple pushes. You're going to need access to Fall on the White Dragon, and we're going to have to see if he's going to have that, you know, online.
I can't have my pick going out 0-2. I need him to get this one, at least this one.
Exactly.
No, I honestly, both these players are someone that I would have picked myself.
Yeah.
I think either of them have the potential to win the entire tournament. So it could be anyone's game. It just kind of comes down to what these players draw, because I don't count on either of these players to make a mistake.
Yeah, I don't think so either. And we're going to find out what Danilo is going to do with his advantage going first right now.
Yep, they both have the same record in Swiss. And now, there we go. Fall on the White Dragon. An amazing start here for Danilo.
Tension is palpable. Let's see.
Already considering what to send. We're just going to be the Albion that we typically do see. Now activating its effect on the field to go ahead and summon a monster from the deck. And that's going to be met with Mulcharmy Fualos.
That's big. That's big.
Tough.
He's going to get a draw. He's going to stop him potentially from summoning a Synchro monster. That's huge. Going second and seeing that Mulcharmy in your hand has to feel good as Mario, especially when you're playing a deck like Cool Tune, when a lot of your interactions aren't as impactful and like to trade 1-for-1, but Mulcharmy Fualos definitely incredible here.
Now, the branded strategy is still very strong at giving very few draws to a Fualos. I mean, you've seen it play with just Nadir Servant, so sometimes you don't access the extra deck at all. We'll see how much he wants to commit. We're going to give him one more draw, Synchro into most likely the Ecclesia and the Dark Dragon. Now it is now a +1 off of the effect of Mulcharmy Fualos. I don't imagine we're going to do much more. Oh, no, we're going to keep going. No, we're just going to
banish it to summon an Ecclesia from the graveyard, probably.
I would have to assume.
But you could just summon, I mean, Guiding Quim is usually where you want to go with it.
It depends on what other options he has in his hand. A lot of these other monsters that you can get off the Ecclesia, you can get through the other monsters in your extra deck as well when you have access to them via spell cards. Looks like we're going to get Ecclesia onto the field, which still gives you access to Fall on the White Dragon on the following turn, which does pretty much the same thing.
Or Fall on Albaz as a disruption during Mario's turn, potentially.
Right.
Albion, the Shrouded Dragon's going to be activated next, sending down a copy of Branded High Spirit, so we'll be able to add that back during the end phase, and it'll go to the bottom and allow Danilo to draw a fresh card. And the Ecclesia and the Dark Dragon will be coming back to the field as well. So he can still find ways to get to the Guiding Quim, the Fallen Albaz, plenty of interactions, but he did have to give, you know, Mario 2 cards. And if there's a deck you don't want to have more cards, it's Cool Tune.
Between the incredible consistency of the deck and how many powerful other tuners that it plays, you know, the Ash Blossoms, the Ghost Bells, the Ghost Ogres, you just can't give them that much.
I mean, the one thing going against it in this tournament compared to how it's been is its consistency, because it did lose some key pieces. Only in the consistency factor, we lost a Cool Tune Synchro, we lost some copies of Rotary, but if you are able to still find any one of those starters, then it doesn't really matter.
Does he have other cards he can set? Oh, I do see some defensive options, so that's good.
Some great ones.
Yep, sets 1, sets 2, sets 3. Not a bad hand into that Fualos. Now the branded end phase begins.
Looks like there's not going to be an Ash Blossom here. Danilo likely going to be setting a copy of Retribution, if I had to guess, or another copy of Fallen the Virtuous. I did see one already.
He only has the one fusion in the graveyard, so I don't know if it will be Retribution. But it could be.
Okay, we're going to grab Branded Opening to the hand. It looks like we will likely be activating that in the end phase.
To add?
Really? Okay.
Is he just going to add a card for next turn, I would guess? Going to discard an Incredible Ecclesia that'll be able to go back to the hand during the end phase as well?
Well, I mean, he might be doing this after Fualis resolves.
That's for the whole turn, isn't it?
I think it's till the end
or
phase.
till the end phase?
I mean, I doubt that Mario resolved Fualis.
I mean, he has to.
Does he?
Before
Like, it's a mandatory one, so he can do it. He do his optional effects after the fact.
Okay, well, let's see if that's the case.
I'm pretty sure he still draws in the end phase, though. Like, pretty positive. Yeah. This turn.
Yeah.
Is it this turn?
Yeah, it's this turn,
Yeah.
so you can't get around it that way.
Yeah.
All right, we tried.
I mean, yeah, which is
They're explaining the sequence of events
surprising,
here.
Yeah.
Looks like
He can still add it to hand if he wants.
Looks like, I mean, this is a key decision. Giving him another card could be devastating.
Yeah,
I mean, is it because the Ecclesia, or the Ecclesia and the Dark Dragon could get you access to the Quim anyway.
Yeah, it seems like a bit of a misstep at this point, but that's going to
Yeah.
be one more draw off the Fualos.
That's tough.
I don't know.
And Quem can go ahead and send another card here.
So he'll be able to access the Blazing Cartasia.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about playing against 8-card Cool Tune. Well, I do know. I feel it's not very good.
Yeah, it is a little
A
brutal.
little sick to my stomach, I think.
He does have the 3 spell and trap cards that could be impactful depending on what Mario has. Even though he's drawing a lot of cards that could be redundant at a certain point, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, I mean, it could just be triples of Ash Blossom and Ghost Spell. Can only use one of them.
I mean, he used none of them. So that is the scariest part with the deck like Cool Tune. If you see no other interactions other than the Fualos, then likely the hand is all just playable.
All right, the end phase still continuing. That Incredible Ecclesia he discarded off the branded opening will return to the hand. The Ecclesia and the Dark Dragon will come back to the field. And now it is back to Mario with a full hand.
More cards than he potentially knows what to do with.
Holding it so we can't know anything too early.
Lightning Storm!
In the main deck.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, no, side deck, side deck.
It's a side deck.
Sorry, side deck. It's been a long day. Side deck Lightning Storm. That would have been crazy if it was the main deck, but
Wow.
he's going to go spell and traps. There's nothing to destroy, nothing in attack position.
Could definitely be a quick one here.
We're going to use Fallen and the Virtuous, try to mitigate some of this, just get some more follow-up here.
Be able to trigger the Guiding Quim to bring back the Blazing Cartasia. The Rinbrum can summon back a Fallen of Albaz. Then we have another chain here.
Crown.
A crown to stay alive.
Who's going to crown his own Ecclesia.
And it was it?
And it was Retribution set.
Wow.
Can't use it.
That's tough.
Well, he would be able to use it now that the Rinbrum was in there, but... Now the Guiding Quim, since a card left the extra deck, can special summon back the Blazing Cartasia.
So we just got to keep in mind that all of those effects are on there right now.
Yeah, he still has plenty of interaction.
I mean, the only one you can't use is the Ecclesia.
The Incredible one.
The Incredible one,
Not
yes.
the one on the Dark Dragon.
Yes, yes.
There's 3 different Ecclesias on the field right now. I just want you to know that.
We're messing with-
Sorry,
no,
Cartasia.
yeah.
Cartasia's a little different. Similar.
They're all kind of the same, girl.
We are still violating the principles of causality here.
Illusion Gate.
Illusion Gate.
What a combo.
Just
I mean, it's the classic. It's Raigeki Feather Duster.
it is. When you draw so many cards.
Something's never
You
changed.
know, with Monster Reborn, I guess.
All the classics happening here in Game 2 of the top 8. Mario D'Amico unstoppable. But it looks like we're going to chain the Ecclesia to the Dark Dragon. But yeah, the Illusion Gate being able to stop the Blazing Cartasia is huge. And Hydraulis Harmonia on top. This is just phenomenal. I mean, we talked about how scary it is to give Cool Tune a lot of cards. And
Well,
we're
here you
seeing-
go. This is why.
Technically speaking, we still haven't seen a starter.
True. There is a chance for that.
Yes. Yeah, sure.
He's going to put the Wind Pegasus Agnes in the graveyard for some more protection later on, because that crown on the Ecclesia is going to pretty much ensure that Daniela will survive this turn.
Now Cartesia has to resolve.
Just going to put the Granganol in the graveyard to potentially summon something from the extra deck later on.
And Granganol also explodes. All right, Ecclesia. Go do it. Get there.
I guess he could just summon back the Granganol, just so like, or no, he can't summon the Granganol because it's just sent there. What does he summon? I mean, does it matter? A tuner? So he could synchro with it potentially?
I mean, it looks like he's just taking away Rinbrum target in the Fall of the White Dragon.
Makes sense, makes sense. Cost him half his life points here, though.
All right. And it would also mean extra copies of Illusion Gate are no good. You can only apply the effect once per duel.
I think he's okay with that.
All right, does he have a starter?
Synchro Overtake.
Synchro Overtake.
Is there an Ash Blossom? Anything from Daniela to stop this?
No, he's just laughing.
Shit.
He's just laughing.
Wow! And Mario D'Amico is on the top 4, 2 wins away from becoming the world champion, representing Canada. Absolutely phenomenal. The deck building, the technical play, the time he's put in, it's all come to this. Everything he's done in his dueling career up to this point has put him in position to become a world champion, and he is so, so close.
What a match. I mean, gotta, of course, give a lot of credits to Mario and feel bad for Danilo at the same time. As we've mentioned, 2 totally deserving duelists and champions in their own right, but only one could make it further and advance to tomorrow. And I mean, it was a blowout.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a rough one. You can get away with a soft hand if your opponent doesn't know you have one, but against Cooltoon, that's never going to happen. So game 1 was kind of destined to be that way from the start. And then the Fubulos in game number 2 there. Maybe could have maneuvered a little differently.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how much the accidental third draw really mattered too much. I do think the opening went to hand because all other things that he would want to get, he already had. Fallen Virtuous was set already. Retribution was set already. He thought he just had to get something. And he just forgot about Fuwalos in that second, I have to imagine. But if you look at that hand, he had so much. Like, he didn't even start playing yet until the Synchro Overtake, and he definitely had ways to continue playing without it. I imagine the third card wasn't the make or break on that situation.
Possibly not.
What if it was the Lightning Storm?
Yeah,
The Lightning Storm was the key card in that situation, because if he doesn't have the Lightning Storm, he's able to send the Renbrum. It turns on the Retribution to stop something from Special Summon. He has the Crown that he can probably stop something else, but yeah, we'll never know if it was the Lightning Storm, the Illusion Gate, or maybe something that was useless. Maybe it was the Phydralis. Could have been anyone. I definitely want to talk to Mario and find out what it was that he drew, but...
Kind of the fun thing about that, though, is, you know, I mentioned it before, Ariake and Harpy's Feather Duster. Yu-Gi-Oh's been around forever now, and we're still seeing some of the same kind of play patterns that we did back in 2002, and they're still working to this day. So it is kind of neat to see that the more the game changes, the more it stays the same.
Yeah, I love that. Yeah, that's my favorite part about Yu-Gi-Oh! Is like, yeah, we've been playing for so long. There are a lot more effects, a lot more things to think about. But when you comes down to it, these field wipes, the Rigekis, the Dusters, the Illusion Gates, just phenomenal cards. And it's awesome to see a card like Illusion Gate still being used at the World Championship. It's such a cool card.
Yeah, I mean, credit to Mario. I don't know what his side deck looked like at the NAWCQ, but maybe he learned from, you know, Ryan taking it all the way and then put those Lightning Storm in, maybe for Sky Striker, but in this case, you know, they work just as fine. And I mean, he's built a deck, he's doing it, and he's in top 4.
Yeah, but big shout outs to Danielo. You know, the only pure branded player here in top 8. Brought a really strong deck. It lined up well into Cooltoon, but the cards just didn't fall his way. It's a good matchup for him, but sometimes there's nothing you can really do. And if it's not your day, it's not your day.
It happens, but it doesn't take away from the incredible season that he's had.
Oh,
this year.
absolutely not. Yeah, it's phenomenal. And, you know, qualifying with Invoked is like something that's really cool in itself, because, like, a lot of people think, oh, I can only play the deck that everyone says is the best deck. But when you can find something special, find the deck that you know well that makes you comfortable, that's what can be key. But Mario will be moving on. But it looks like we're not done with our quarterfinal action. We're going to jump into the other feature match. It looks like it's in game number 2. This is going to be our Table 1 feature match against Hin Feng Sang and Yuki Shibata in the Sky Striker mirror match. So buckle up, we might be here for a while.
So we saw Yuki back in round number 1, and now he's all the way here. He made it in there at 4-3, whereas Hin Feng Sang has been just really crushing it here. Didn't quite manage to go undefeated, but 6 wins at the World Championship is an incredible feat.
He's already up this game as well.
And he's up the game.
Going second, we just saw the turn past here. No sets along with this 0.
He's probably thinking draw phase if he wants to use this Forbidden Crown on the 0 to keep it on the field, and it looks like he is going to do that.
Still considering there. Can you push enough damage through 0?
It's going to be difficult.
Oh.
I don't think he's trying to at this point.
Just doesn't want it to be moved away.
I mean, that is the benefit of playing a deck like Sky Striker. You can change your game plan very easily. Sometimes you want to end the game quickly. Sometimes you can play for an extreme grind game. It's good at doing both.
Yeah, only 4 cards in hand too. Not a great start here. Pot of Desires. Hin Feng Sang is going to be looking for more cards to add to the hand, banishing 10 off the top. We did see a player banish 3 copies of Engage. Might have been him earlier.
I think it was him.
Yeah, so hopefully that doesn't happen yet.
I saw he checked his banish cards first before the draws. Just to make sure.
Lockbird.
That's huge in this matchup. No Engage. Maybe he has some in the deck, but won't be able to use them. Normal summon Rose.
Not really what you want to see.
Link summon. It's going to be Hayate. There it is.
I mean, this is the way to get around the Drone Lockbird. You get the piece you need by sending it to the graveyard, getting it off Gagari after the fact. Now we're going to see what we prioritize in this situation.
Yeah, Droll and Lockbird on a Pot of Desires is really strong against Sky Striker because they're not going to be able to activate Linkage to go into 0 to add something. Like, this is actually a match.
And we allow it. Okay.
Hayate, let's see what he chooses to send down. Maybe something like Widow Anchor, potentially.
I mean, Widow Anchor, Linkage, potentially even Lemnis Gate. Those are your premium picks here. I don't imagine you want Lemnis Gate right now.
Yeah, but you can send also Ray, no? If you don't have access, I guess. So
that is true, but I imagine if you don't have access to Linkage, that is your highest priority.
Yeah.
This is a huge match.
Yep.
It's a tough one on this one, but he does need to choose something here.
Yeah, being under Droll makes things a lot more complicated. And it looks like a Shark Cannon.
Shark Cannon. Okay.
I mean, that's a lot of utility in the mirror match.
It is.
This is why we still typically see a lot of Striker players use the effective Ray so that Shark Cannon cannot actually summon back the opposing Link monsters in the mirror match.
Kagari's going to add back that Shark Cannon, navigating around the Droll and Lockbird, and then he's also going to special summon Rose. He opened double Rose.
That's really unfortunate. I mean, better than banishing double Rose.
This does mean he'll be able to access 0 without needing to use Linkage, potentially. And 0 can add back from the graveyard as well, I believe.
It can.
But, I mean, you have to get a Sky Striker spell in there first.
Looks like we're going to go into Camellia this time.
Yep, Camellia will be able to send another spell to the graveyard. Oh, this is how he's going to get the spell to be able to add back with 0, potentially, if he has Linkage already. And, oh, just sends a Ray.
Sends Ray. Okay.
Fair enough. And now, what will we go into with this? Amatsu. Not particularly useful in the mirror match. But better than nothing.
And then it's going to be the Shark Cannon, so he can get another monster on the field to probably go into that 0. But is it a Ghost Bell? He has a Ghost Bell to stop the Shark Cannon.
I mean, that is fine. Just taking another card out of Yuki's hand. And now we're going to use the
he
linkage.
has the linkage on top as well. And there's the 0 that can add back.
The Shark Cannon. And now we're just going to do it again.
You thought.
Oh, no.
Vanish the Rose.
Vanish Rose.
I mean, maybe he knows something about Yuki's deck list. If that's the only Rose, then now that 0 is useless.
And
All but useless, I guess.
Yep.
Sets one face down, and that's it. The Sky Striker Mirror match, a fascinating matchup.
Judges giving the deck one final shuffle here. And it looks like we might be passing turn. Yuki is able to try again.
Oh,
now.
I like that.
Yes.
That was nice. That's a I need something. That's the heart of the card draw right there. I love to see it.
But did it work?
Oh, it has to. That was clean.
Yeah. But also,
I'm more of a rub the card on the table kind of guy.
the thing is, that gave away a lot of information as well. And I think we can confirm that this Rose is gone. So this changes a lot. Even though that Droll Lockbird was there for Yuki, can he find anything?
I mean, there's at least an engage in the graveyard. We can just start off by going into Kagari.
Okay.
Yep.
Oh no.
You're just gonna go to battle and trade?
Oh, we're just trading, and now the Rays are gonna activate.
The Rays return to the field. Ray and Rose, because his opponent's monster left the extra monster zone. He's gonna get both. Now it looks like he's trying to attack the Rose with Ray, I believe.
It's also 1500, no?
Yeah. Yeah,
I thought they were all 15-15.
Yeah.
I mean, it just looks like what he's trying to do. I'm trying to interpret.
I think he's trying to interpret as well.
Yeah.
I mean, he can attack it.
Yeah, like,
Yeah,
why would
you're
why
allowed.
would you do that?
It won't help, but you're allowed.
I suppose. Like,
I mean, this isn't an Xyz monster here. You can't make Zeus.
only 3 cards in Yuki's hand?
Yeah.
I mean, only a couple in Thing as well. Using the effect of Ray, potentially. We see more judge than player now in the player cam.
Really trying to comprehend what this Ray is doing right now.
And he's checking the text of his own Rose as well.
Did Rose use its effect to negate Ray?
I don't think it works now, because your turn player. So that cannot happen. Maybe that's what they're talking about.
Yeah, I have to assume that's the only interaction I could think of that's going on right now.
Or maybe it was like, yeah, damage step, and he's trying to negate it, and then he wanted to chain the Ray or something? I don't know.
No, probably it's because Rose gets to negate after his up monster effect.
But when he's resolving Rose, there's nothing on the field yet.
It has to be chain linked too, so that doesn't work. So that Ray is good, but... Yep, that's okay.
It looks like we are activating the effect of Ray.
So I believe we're still in the battle phase.
Bit ups.
Time will tell.
We will find out, depending on whether or not this next monster attacks.
Is it Hayate or is it Kagari?
I told you guys, buckle in for the Sky Striker Mirror match. These are not games that end very quickly.
It's going to... It was almost certainly Kagari, but maybe not.
Yep.
Kagari it is.
Okay, it is Kagari.
Gonna use the effect.
There is an engage in the graveyard for Kagari to go after, and that's what it's going to do.
Yep.
That looks like there's no response here.
Now we can attack over.
Oh, no. We're
Wow, it was main phase 2, so we didn't activate the effect of Ray. He just used it as link material, I guess.
Yeah, not opting to want to clear either of these monsters. I think it's doing Infamous a favor at that point.
I agree. Yeah, might as well shut down the last face down card.
Yeah, we can assume it's like Linkage or Widow Ink or something like that.
The only difference is potentially getting value out of Hayate. I don't even think there's 3 spells in the graveyard at the moment. It looks to be just reinforcements in the army.
Is he gonna go for Shark Cannon?
I mean, it looks like a
Linkage?
Is that Widow Anchor?
Oh,
That's Widow Anchor.
Yellow,
That
yellow
was
on the
Widow
bottom.
Anchor.
Yellow
Yeah.
on the bottom is Widow Anchor. Oh, maybe not.
Hard to say. Pretty indecisive right now.
It's a tough match.
Depends on whether that card was actually pulled from the deck and placed out. Yes.
Okay.
Okay. It
Committing
is
to
Widow
it.
Anchor.
Does he have
Okay,
2
and
spells
is
at
that-
the moment?
Is that 2 or
Yeah,
3?
Yeah,
It's
I
2.
think only 2.
It's
yeah.
reinforced the army and engage.
Uh,
Maybe we're going into Shizuku now? Yep. Shizuku hits the field. Usually an indicator of nearing the end of the turn.
This is where he could grab Linkage and turn that Shizuku into a 0.
yeah, but yeah.
I mean, Zero
The issue
almost
is-
certainly has
Nothing
doesn't have
to
the second
do,
effect.
right?
It just has the first effect to get another spell, and it very much seems like his opponent knows that.
Yeah.
That could be why he prioritized the Shark Cannon so heavily on the last turn.
Now, we missed game 1. It might be that he found out there.
Yeah, very
True.
likely. All right, we're going to be using Lemnis Gate in the end phase here,
That's huge.
Plenty of material.
and we already know that Ray was used.
How many does he have? Does he have 9, maybe?
Oh, well, we need an equal number.
He went through plenty of links in the previous turn.
I don't think he does, but
Well, it's 3 per card, right?
Yeah, you need to do an equal
Yeah.
number of aces and spells, right?
Yeah, okay.
So to get to 3, you'd need 10, so 5 and 5.
Okay.
I don't know if he is even trying to go after that many, but yeah, we're just going to be hitting with the Ghost Spell and Haunted Mansion, leaving him with no cards remaining in the hand.
wow. And
What do you think the odds he has Harpy's Feather Duster in side deck?
A non-zero chance. A non-zero chance, yeah.
yeah, we gotta check for our own second copy of Rose, because that's also another reason not to attack over.
Very true. Want to just cut off the effect of Zero. Given, if he summons Zero here, he wouldn't be able to use its effect anyway, because he did use the effect to summon this turn. So we're just going to go into Kagari, get it back.
The Lemons Gate?
Oh no, he's using the
Merging.
effect of Lemnis Gate as well, because the Link monster was summoned to immediately perform a Link summon.
Oh, okay, cool. That's something I haven't seen come up very too much in the Sky Striker.
Yeah, I'm
Also
just going to be able to
graveyard.
clear the Rose off the field here, and Kagari will be using its effect targeting, I can only assume, the linkage, and now Zeke hits the board. Zeke will now still use the effect to try to get rid of the Shizuku, all doing this before the end phase, so Shizuku can't activate, and because Ray was already used, this is going to clear his zone.
Wow.
Yeah, very, very well played by Infum Sang.
Gonna take a minute to read a Zeke.
You're checking a translation, goes into his extra deck.
It's always nice when you're playing a mirror match with different cards. You can just read your own.
You don't need to bother with any apps or anything like that. It's just right here.
Just confirming when the Shizuku would come back to the field.
Oh, but it comes back in the main
Monster
monster
zone.
zone.
During-
Oh,
Yeah, because it says the next end phase, no?
Mhm.
So
We know he has
yeah,
a Widow Anchor and 2 mystery cards, not enough spells in the grave to get maximum value of the Widow Anchor so far, but one activation of the other spells could get him there.
yeah. Now there is a bit of a discussion whether it was used at the attempt to enter end phase or at the start of the end phase, because that makes a huge difference.
Yes, if it's end of main phase, do
Yeah.
this, then it comes back this turn.
Yeah,
And if it's during the end phase, then it does not.
yeah. So it was used during the main. Could you use the effect? If it's
I don't know.
it's a bit weird because it says the turn this card is special summoned, but then it gets banished, comes back.
It's returning to the field, so it's
I guess it
It,
could.
no, I think it
I don't
loses
know.
the summon
yeah,
this
maybe,
turn. I believe
maybe
loses
it
that.
does.
now the Widow Anchor is off.
This is longer than a Brandon in phase.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Just saying.
Yuki's end phase surely over soon.
no, and I think this is what we are having, the question to the judges for. It's if this Shizuko can activate its effect or not.
And it takes a little bit longer as well, since you need multiple languages here.
True.
Funneled through a judge who speaks English.
Yeah, 3 different language barriers going on all at the same time.
I would imagine Hin probably speaks English as well. That might take one out.
The judges trying to clarify this
Yeah.
ruling real quick. Not trying to make any errors here at such a late stage at the World Championship.
Yeah, this is tough. Yeah, you don't want to give the wrong ruling, that is for sure. So it looks like he's going to go look for confirmation from the head judge, or maybe it's over.
Or it could just be appealed
Oh, that's true.
as well. There could be an
Yeah.
appeal in question, in which case you will always get the head judge.
Yep.
Or a head judge in a case where there are multiples. For this tournament, we only have one. It is Manny.
Yeah, great judge.
Judge Manny, who you've probably seen on the streams before.
Definitely
He's
on the
very
live
often
streams.
behind the table.
Yep, very good judge. World class.
Clearly.
So regardless of who's gonna win, I'm pretty sure from the bracket that they're gonna play Mario. So
Yes.
what do you guys think of the chances of Mario against Sky Strike?
I mean, you already know my answer.
Yeah, Striker versus Cool Tune. We saw how that ended
Yeah.
up in North America.
Yeah.
Striker has a really strong chance, but if Mario, I have to check his deck list. But if he has 2 copies of Loudness War, that actually gives him a significant advantage. That is one of the best ways for the Kultun deck to play against Striker.
Yeah.
Really just mitigate all their abilities to target.
Yeah, you just have to navigate your way through the limits gate, but if you have something to stop that card, then you're potentially just in prime position to win the duel. If they are packing 2 copies of Loudness War.
Yeah.
It's not too often that you do see that anymore, but it depends on what they're trying to prioritize in their matchup spread.
Especially for this tournament where Sky Striker was expected to be played by multiple duelists for sure.
All right, so the judge has returned, and there's now an explanation being given to the players on whichever the dispute is.
From what we can only assume
Yeah.
is Manny's elbow.
This Shizuku, and I think they will allow. Yeah, they will allow to activate it. Maybe. I don't know. No, there's just an explanation again, I guess. Never mind. But yeah, it's definitely about that.
This is that riveting Sky Striker mirror match gameplay that I anticipated going into this matchup.
You've now gotten the lawyers involved.
I mean, it's a really important match.
All right, it looks like that is it. We
Yeah.
are finally going to pass turn now.
And it looks like the Shizuku did not get an extra card.
Indeed.
As
So-
it shouldn't.
Very well played by Hing-Fung Sang. Now locking away the Sky Striker spell and traps from Yuki.
Now we know one of them is Widow Anchor for sure.
Yeah.
Yep. So going ahead and removing that. Oh, we're just going to go into the battle phase. That's very
really?
surprising. I mean, maybe he's trying to go for game with the linkage in his hand. He's already taken 1500. Like, we're going to be crashing with the Zeke.
Okay, yeah.
Ray is attempting to activate in the graveyard. Do we have anything else in response? Nope. Ray's going to hit the field. Ray now using its effect, still in the battle phase. Is there any response?
It's thinking about it. Just hold up. Hang on.
Good thing Call by the Grave is forbidden.
Oh, yeah.
Oh! He doesn't use the effect already.
use it.
Oh, and Solemn Accusation's gonna stop the evenly matched. Wow! Okay, things just got exciting. It just took a minute to get
Wow.
there.
Now that changes things.
Two trap cards going at it against each other in the Sky Striker mirror match. Phenomenal.
Yeah, no.
Now he's still in the end of the battle phase here. He might have another.
No, there's no way. There's no way.
I think what happened was at the end of the battle phase, he used Ray
Yeah,
and
then chained evenly. Almost certainly. That's something we have seen Striker do several times. And now we're going to be resolving it, summoning 0.
Wow, that's Solemn Accusation.
That's smart. I haven't actually seen that.
Yeah.
But to force out the Solemn Accusation, which you clearly want to use against a Sky Striker spell, is still a small win there for Hing-Fung Sang.
And then,
I mean, it was really only...
Was it only 1500?
Yeah.
Yeah, only 15.
Okay, yeah, so it's just you can't activate it second. Got it.
And then he's going to take out the Widow Anchor with the 0 effect.
Not the one he wanted to hit. Unless there were 2.
No cards in Yuki's hand.
Yep, none.
He has the Ray in grave.
This seems very, very tough for Yuki. Already shot out of the Rose and therefore the 0 secondary effect. And now...
I mean, at this point,
An
we're just
awkward
going to
spot.
try and play for the long game here. Just really try to restrict Yuki's plays. I imagine we are going to leave the Shizuku there and then try to take it with a Widow Anchor, or at least remove it in such a way that Yuki will not be able to play without finding another Ray.
Kagari's going to add back that Shark Cannon.
Yep.
Or if we can just get rid of the Ray now and then clear the Shizuku. How many Rays are in Yuki's graveyard? Oh, just the one, right?
I think just the one.
All right, I do see a copy of Fallen the Virtuous in Hing-Fung's hand. Or at least I thought I did.
Yeah, I also saw it. What sort of extra deck options could we have?
Looks almost like he's planning to set the rest of his hand.
I can't imagine that's what he's doing.
There's no way, right? Okay.
I think we are just... If he wants to do the Shark Cannon and the Fallen Virtuous play, he's going to have to get rid of the Rose.
You can also go for Azalea, no? It's one option, I guess, at some point. If we...
Azalea is absolutely an option here.
Like, the only thing is we need... Without the Kagari, I don't know if we have access to a second light or dark, actually. Maybe... If we haven't used the...
Did he put back the Amatsu?
Amatsu,
Well, no,
yeah,
But like, I don't think the Lemnis Gate resolved, right? So it didn't. No, we're just going to use Fallen the Virtuous on his own Rose.
Wow.
Just going to send a copy of Albion the Brand Dragon. Interesting. We're just going to really try to grind this game out.
He needs to clear the way so he can Shark Cannon, I guess.
Yep, but now we're just going to go ahead and get Shizuku
Does
online.
he have something? I guess we haven't seen linkage, maybe.
Sets one, and then
It's just going to play the Shark Cannon, take out Ray.
I assumed as soon as he Fallen the Virtuous' own monster, it had to be just to get the Shark Cannon online.
Yeah, he was trying to find a way to get value out of the Fallen Virtuous while still getting rid of the Rose. I don't think he had Link monsters available, so in the end phase, we're going to just grab Lemnis Gate. Might just be using it now. Go ahead and clear the Shizuku.
Does he have enough to clear both?
I mean,
Probably, right?
Does Lemnis Gate not just put them back in the hand? Why would he clear both?
I guess.
Why not?
Okay.
I mean, you'd only do it if you needed to shuffle more stuff into your
deck. It's a
deck.
resource game, yeah.
I definitely think he's trying to get back as many Link monsters as he can.
And I think maybe we had a better line if that was the plan when we used 0. Because I think it's close. Because I guess we could have crushed the Rose in the battle phase, but it's close. I don't know. It's very complicated at this point.
Well, if he crashed the Rose, it would have been able to bring back the Ray, right?
I know, because it's bigger.
No, the Shizuka's
like crashed into it, like attacked into it.
Just to clear the space.
Yeah.
Then you could still have Fallen. Given he's still going to have another Fallen Virtuous anyway.
Of course. But let's see.
I mean, maybe they're banished by Desires.
I feel like Desires has to be messing with him right now for sure. The amount of times he had to check that banish face down.
Wait, he drew for. Did he set anything off the Albion?
No.
They're probably gone.
They could. Oh, they're all banished.
It actually happened. All right, well, we're going to just use linkage.
Linkage
into 0.
0. Yeah, I mean, you just got to try and hope that they draw into a useless card.
And just take out
the Shizuku.
Yeah.
But there are a lot of draws here that are pretty good from Yuki.
Potentially grasping defeat from the jaws of victory, but we are going to go ahead and destroy the Shizuku off the effect of 0.
Big moment.
He only has 4 cards in his extra deck.
Wow. Yeah.
Oh, so he's going to banish Lemnis Gate to immediately C-summon for Azalea to
take out the last one.
Guido Anchor? No!
It's a linkage! Oh, no, it's okay, the Wind Waker.
It's
just as good. It's just as good.
If not better,
yeah. That's amazing. Wow.
The game is not over yet.
Oh, boy.
And now
what's that face down?
I think the game might be over the other way, like, you know, because we still have engaged in the graveyard. Wow.
I mean, it's difficult to do that damage without the Rose.
What a top deck.
Yeah, but now he's only on one card, so can he push? Yeah, without the Rose, it's tough.
I mean, he's putting him back at also no cards. So just being able to...
Kagari?
Nothing to stop it. What a draw.
Yeah.
That's back the engage. Yuki has so many more resources right now.
So in the graveyard, we have Widow Anchor as well as Reinforced with the Army. Is there a third spell? The other Anchor, right? So this is going to resolve and draw a card.
Yeah.
He's going to get linkage. Oh, maybe not. It felt like a strong choice.
Yeah.
Making sure he knows what engage does. I just saw him reading it.
It's not that late at night. It's not even 7 yet.
It feels like midnight.
Okay, just going ahead and seeing what resources Influx still has remaining in the deck. You've gotten a lot of information based on how he's played the previous turn off what is gone from the Desires. We know there's very few cards left in his extra deck. That's also going to be pretty clear as to what's left there.
Oh, I think Logan Johnson may have won his match. I just got informed that there's 2 NA players in top 4, and I believe those were the only 2 in top 8.
Wow. So that's... I mean, okay, that's 2 Cool Toon that we knew was going to happen as soon as Mario had won, because he was playing a Cool Toon mirror match, right?
Yeah.
I think they're both playing the non-Cool Toon decks. Oh no, they're playing each other.
No. Mario is playing...
okay, they're playing the non-Cool Toon decks.
Yeah. And then it's Josh against Jerry.
Yeah.
Oh, turnabout is fair play with the Shark Cannons.
Now we get to draw a card here. Any additional card has extreme value at this point in the game.
Yep. I just feel like we've been through everything from info.
Yeah.
I mean, that Widow Anchor, like,
We've experienced the entire range of emotions in this one duel.
Yeah, but at the same time, I don't know. I'm not too convinced about the last line because surely the Widow Anchor is one of the best ones, but there are a lot of good draws. Like any Sky Striker is good, like pretty much.
Yeah, you're right.
Like,
I feel like that was like the prime one.
yeah, sure.
Especially with the
Taking your
Rose,
opponent's
the
monster away to do it always feels the best.
Yeah.
I mean, he is so depleted in his extra deck that it's tough.
At the very minimum, he should have still had it Fallen Virtuous, but
Yeah.
regardless.
Which would have
Yeah.
been
Really good. Yeah.
It can't be. There just probably isn't one in this deck. There's no way.
Yeah, he didn't have to use it to begin with. But now, continuing from here, Kagari added back the engage, used the engage, got Shark Cannon. We have drawn the card now.
Huh.
Are we just going into battle phase and attacking, or are we using this set card that's been here for a turn now?
That's interesting.
Making sure the extra deck didn't change from
What is happening?
the past few times.
I mean, it kind of just looks like he's overthinking it a little bit.
Yeah, he's feeling the pressure.
Don't check in the extra deck again.
When you get this far into your head, you're more prone to make a mistake. So I feel like Yuki might want to trust his gut a little bit more here.
Did he even attack yet?
You didn't.
Okay.
No
Is he going to
way.
forget to?
No. No.
No, okay.
Way. Oh wow. Wow.
Did
Sure.
he really not attack?
Oh, no, I think he took the
I
damage.
think he
Okay,
attacked,
yeah.
Okay, maybe it was vocal then.
All right, play back to Hin Feng Sang. Is it his turn to top deck? So little resources in the extra deck. The Pot of Desire seems to be really working against him in all these games. Check in the graveyards.
I guess you want to lemniscate here, try to reload some of this.
I mean, that's what it would take.
Checking, making sure. What does he have available? So many things depleted, so many cards used, so many resources gone. And it's just a pass, maybe? No.
Does he have a play in his hand to begin with?
Yeah, I'm not sure about that.
It's still his turn.
That might. Is it bad? No.
Well,
I don't know what
that's
they're
not a
talking
go
about.
gesture. They're just kind of
Talking.
gesticulating as they talk.
Oh,
okay, battle phase
battle
again.
phase.
Well, that's a card that could get him back into this game.
Now, did that get accusationed?
Yeah, but he only paid for 15.
Only paid
Yeah.
15. Okay.
Yeah.
We did see this in his hand in the previous turn. He did have both copies when the first one got accusationed.
Wow.
Wow.
Wow. So he keeps one card face down.
Interesting.
Can we continue from here? Do we have... Is the card that we drew a copy of Ray?
I mean, does he have a Sky Striker in his extra deck?
I don't even think so.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I think he has mostly
Just Fallen
like,
Virtuous targets?
Yeah.
Shark
Shark Cannon.
Yeah.
Which Sky Striker does he want?
That makes sense. That's what we
Kagari,
knew he
no?
had.
Kagari is great here.
As long as it's properly
Yeah,
summoned.
that's
Yeah, just
it.
fine.
That's it.
Do we know if the Kagari is
Wow.
properly summoned?
Probably.
Yeah,
There had to be at least
It's
one.
probably-
that was some-
There
One of
should
them,
be.
Yeah. But wow. All right, game number 3 coming up.
Oof.
If that one wasn't as exciting enough, we're going to have a third and final game to find out which one of these Sky Striker duels will be moving on to top 4.
I mean, it's a crazy match for sure, but
I'm actually on the edge of my seat. I look at myself and I have to move back
Yeah.
a little bit. I was like, oh my god.
yeah.
I'm on the back of my seat. I was kind of like chill a little bit, but no, it was really
Well, that's
exciting.
because you don't have to play the Sky Striker mirror match.
You're
It's a lot
right.
easier from back
my,
here.
My brain would be fried in the Sky Striker mirror. It is absolutely really hard. It's a resource game. I'm thinking about siding out Pot of Desires if I'm the other player because like it seems to be really backfiring him on him more than it's helping him out.
Well, it's just every
It hurts if you don't
every
look.
time we're watching.
yeah,
That's
bad
caused
luck.
problems. I wouldn't be shocked if it was just amazing every other round.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely like a solid card.
A spell that says draw 2 in this strategy in particular is always going to be strong. You just have to be
Cup of
aware
Ace.
of what you lost.
Cup of Ace?
That doesn't always say draw 2.
Yeah, it says draw 2 for somebody. Just might not be you. But yeah, it was still a really phenomenal game. I mean, like, yeah, the evenly matched with the Solemn Accusation, like 2 spell decks using trap cards to fight each other, absolutely phenomenal. But yeah, both players playing really well, the best that they could probably play. And then, yeah, the top deck of the Widow Anchor, back and forth. So we can only hope that Game 3 will be just as riveting.
And just another thing for, when you watch these matches, these are just a sample of all of the games that are going on in any given tournament. Just because we saw him banish all those cards that he needed with Pot of Desires twice, doesn't mean that it's a bad thing to play Pot of Desires.
Oh, no.
Like, it's an incredibly powerful card. There's
that card
a
has
lot
won
of great
many
reasons to play.
tournaments.
It's won a ton of tournaments.
Yeah, but here in the Sky Striker mirror match, when it's like a resource game where if you lose more resources than your opponent and it could backfire on you, I do think there's like a consideration to maybe potentially side it out because it is the Sky Striker mirror match.
No, I agree with that. I mean, I think it's absolutely necessary against other matchups, but in this one, there is a world in which you can take it out.
He probably won't. Don't get me wrong.
Probably not, but...
Ride or die, Pot of Desires.
And I mean,
I'm a Pot of Desires guy.
I like Pot of Desires. I think it messes with me more often than most people because I draw the other 2 all the time, but... that doesn't happen either. I keep playing it anyway.
That is the worst feeling. So even if you draw 1 Pot of Desires, it feels kind of rough. But when you need to get spells in the graveyard, having like more cards than your opponent, it's still definitely useful. But yeah, I have no idea who's going to win this game. I don't think going first or second really matters in this matchup.
No matter what, Striker will win. Yeah.
Striker. Ray will win.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's been a long day for both these duelists. This will be the final game of the day, and we're going to find out if it will be Japan or Hong Kong SAR that will be moving on to top 4. I wonder if we have any information on the other matchup to see who won. Probably not just yet. But we do know that 2 players from NA are in top 4. We have the Canadian Mario and what I can only assume is Logan, who was playing Cool Tunes. So that means there are probably 2 Cool Tunes in top 4. And then there will be a Sky Striker and then whoever the other player is.
The winner of our
Well, actually,
course.
No matter what, the other one is a Light and Darkness deck.
Oh, is it a mirror of
It's
sorts?
branded Light and Darkness Ritual versus Light and Darkness Ritual everything.
The yummy,
but the yummy one.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Jerry would. That'd be cool. Jerry makes it in there. Yeah. We'll have to find out if that game is still going on.
Yeah, which means we could have an all Kultun final of not seeing any one of them because they are in different
That's
brackets.
true.
Also
That's
on the
true.
other side, huh?
Yeah. So
yeah, it's gonna be interesting.
tomorrow we have a huge program, no matter what, in store for all of you guys, and yeah, we'll tell you more about that later on the details on how to tune in for tomorrow. But now we have one more game, which means this could go on for 1 more hour.
I was about to say.
But I mean, you never know. So, I mean, let's see what they have in store for us and what the side decks also look like. Is Infung this time is gonna go first, and we have seen solemn accusations from his opponent, so at least he knows what to expect in that regard. And evenly matched, we can only assume he's gonna go out of his own deck. So
swapping those with Solemns feels like a good plan if you've got them.
Now, do you think that on the other side, do you think he's playing evenly matched as well?
Ooh.
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like he's gone 6-1 right on this side.
Yes.
I would imagine that the evenly matches are probably kind of a secret spice that has helped him get to that record so far. We didn't see it in Yuki's deck in the first round.
Right.
I don't think he has them.
Yeah, it's just going to be focusing on pot of slots as our mains, going second utility spun.
Yeah.
Because you don't really need too much in the Striker mirror match. You just want to be playing your own game, right? They're not going to be doing anything to blow you out.
No.
Yeah, definitely. I do like the inclusion of evenly matched and being useful here in this mirror match, but also a way you can kind of help against the branded deck and any deck that goes really wide. Having something that can clear things up, and then once you simplify the game state, that's where Sky Striker can really excel.
It's such a devastating card, and it kind of goes in and out of vogue. And right now, I think this is really the prime time to spring it on folks. And he's not the only one who did it in top 8 either.
Yeah,
No,
definitely.
that's true.
Yeah, evenly matched, always a really impactful card when you get to see it. I mean, yeah, seeing the Solemn Accusation on the evenly matched, though, that was phenomenal, especially because Solemn Accusation's so strong against Sky Striker, like cutting off a spell or potentially something like that. But yeah, having it for the evenly matched, fantastic. Do you think there's any possibility that since he has the evenly matched, he makes his opponent go first and just keeps them in his deck and tries to like sneak a win there in game number 3?
I think it's
Trying
in the
to catch
striker
him
mirror
signing out
match.
Solemn.
Yeah.
Like, in the striker mirror match is actually where I could definitely see it. You get so much value out of your cards going second anyway.
Yeah.
It's definitely possible. You get to actually use some more of your spells. You get to potentially turn on engage for draw value a lot faster. But you're not playing too many spells that you get that value from. You sometimes, if the player that gets to go first gets to start with visions, resolve everything, then it's too much advantage to come back from.
True. It'd be a tough like call to make, but also even going second with Sky Striker, yeah, you get the opportunity to like have a chance to finish the game potentially, especially if you're putting in things like, I mean, he has evenly matched, but maybe he has lightning storms or stuff like that as well to clear out the spells and traps, and then find a way Shark Cannon their monsters. Who knows? But it would just be cool. I always like to see some like trickery like that, especially in game number 3. But game number 3 in the top 8, that'd be a really
That's a big
bold
risk.
move. Yeah.
Big risk.
Here they
And he
are.
is in fact going to go first and
Yeah.
start with.
Reinforcements of the army.
Is it not Vision?
I think it's Rhoda.
That is the Altart Rhoda.
The Altart Rhoda.
Okay. Yep.
Oh. Ray goes to the hand. No
Is there a
draw
draw?
upper?
Nothing.
Oh, and there goes. The
Oh, one more time.
Okay.
You can't put it down. Pot of Desires, I can't quit you. No matter how many times you burn me.
Let's see. Let's see. Can't get worse than 3 engage. So
He's already had all of the worst things that can happen to him with
Yeah.
Pot of Desires happen in this event.
what should be?
surely,
He's out
surely
of
he
bad
just
things.
checks.
He's out of just
Surely.
these low percentage blowouts.
For sure, this time he takes full account of what's in there.
Surely not double rose.
Oh!
Ash, oh.
Okay.
Oh, that,
No, I
that-
think I called it.
I saw
There's
multiple
double
anchors.
rows?
There's
Yeah,
red
there's
anchors
multiple-
in there.
I think I called it.
There's 2 rows?
I don't know.
I'm telling you, as someone who's just sided out card troopers because I drew them at the wrong time.
I hope I'm wrong. I really hope I'm wrong.
You can't. Sometimes you just have to make the call. If a card's not working for you, you just have to move. But yeah, Ray into 0.
Okay, now he's checking after summoning the 0? Okay.
The first one is a rose.
That's, yep.
And I'm pretty sure the 4th one could be another one, huh?
Well, let's take a look. Do we see a rose going through? Oh, I didn't see one halfway through.
He at least has an engage.
Oh my, please no.
We're gonna activate it. There's only 2 spells in the graveyard at the moment.
I mean, he won without engage. I'm sure he can. There is no rose. Oh
There's
my.
Are you sure?
I'm pretty sure. Like, I'm pretty positive.
Adds linkage off the engage.
Wow.
I mean, we're gonna use it. That is usually a testament to it.
He just wants to get that spell in there for the engage.
Yeah.
He's probably trying
Yeah.
to find something, and especially if he doesn't have Rose, the 0's not
Yeah.
going to do anything for him on the field.
Oh, but
yeah.
he does have accusation in his hand.
Okay, engage.
Yeah,
coming up
that's
next.
double ray. I don't see the rose.
So there was one more way Pot of Desires could have burned him.
Yeah, I mean, that is the one that we see the most often. That is the most
Yeah.
devastating. Now you can't use your 0.
I'm so sorry I called it. Wow.
But he's still going to be able to get more cards here. Got the 2 draws off the... Or no, he got Ash on the Desires, so now he's going to get the extra draw from the engage.
Yeah. I think you're pretty... Strangely enough, you can be happy about that Ash, because now without the rose, your win condition is hoping that they didn't draw that well, and then you can stop their one play and then win the next turn. Like, you can't grind here. You need to just go for game as quick as possible.
I mean, you did open some accusation in
Yeah.
your striker mirror match. That could definitely pull you all the way there. Yuki did manage to win without his rose.
Yeah.
So it's definitely possible. Just have to play a much slower
Let's
game
see.
here.
Yeah, it's there.
We have, that is, I believe, the last copy of Widow Anchor set. And have to,
Set 4.
All right. Not a bad start.
And
Passes
then
to
we're going to
Yuki.
go Shizuku's
Pretty
effect in
sure-
the end phase.
this is
we
just
have-
going to get a copy of Lemnis Gate for later.
You can get the shark as well. Let's see, a few options. Yeah,
Yeah,
the
Shark
shark
Cannon.
Shark Cannon.
Just going to have that accessible at any given time.
Looks like he made a quick
At
joke
least-
like, do you want to
You
go
wanna
Shark
go-
Cannon? I awesome. Love to see it.
No.
Yeah. I mean, you're playing without Rose. You want to make your opponent play without Rose as well, no?
Yeah.
So it makes sense. And let's see. I mean, another challenge for Infung Tsang. Can't say he didn't deserve it if he makes it all the way to the top 4 with this luck. And now it's on Yuki.
Are we going to start with a feather?
Hey.
Oh, Pot of Sloth. Does he have something to stop it? He's going to have the accusation. There's just no way.
You think so?
I don't.
Draw 5?
I don't think it
You
matters.
gotta
That
put
much.
most of them back.
Okay.
Wow.
No. Yeah. Hits him with the accusation. I think you just...
I wonder if he has multiple copies, because I'd rather just save that for engage.
Yeah.
That's the tough thing, is if you let it resolve, they will have engage.
Yeah, or multiple even.
Well, I mean, if you're accusationing it, that's fine.
True.
Like, either engage or linkage is what I wanted to use this card on, but this is fine.
Ah, okay, we used, the full on. Fair enough. Do we?
Only 2?
Could it be in the end? That could be good. Do we have a second one in end?
All
for
cards
who?
from their hand and deck
Yeah.
with the same original name, so if he's got another one in hand, he's got to banish it.
Yeah. Unless, he's only on 2 maybe. Let's see. Yes. Yeah. He's only on 2, and I think now they're asking whether, in like the good old days with noblemen of cross out,
Like, can you check the hand?
like, I think that's the question.
Yeah, I imagine he doesn't believe him, because that card is seen in 3s so often.
True. Fair enough, I mean, to ask. But
We just asked the judge to confirm that it's not in his hand.
yeah. But yeah, he's indeed playing only 2 copies, so unfortunately for Infung, it's not as exciting as when you see only one coming from the deck and then you assume you're gonna, rip off another card from hand, but not quite the case. But yeah, I don't know. It's gonna be a tricky spot here.
So, we want to save it for the engage, obviously, but so how many cards does he have left here after this? 4? Or 5? Is
4
that
card end now.
completely unknown hand going to be better or worse than whatever he gets after digging through it and sculpting the hand?
No, I think I do see the point of negating it. Just because there are many other cards, like it could be evenly Lightning Storm, Feather Dust.
exactly.
It's an odds game.
know.
Are the odds of the hand he drew from the start being better than the one he gets after he digs another 5 cards
Because
and gets rid of the worst ones? So I think I understand what he's doing here.
no, absolutely, I agree. And yeah,
I'm just never trying to let Pot of Sloth through skull. It's just too much.
big question. Have we entered Battle Phase? No. I think
There's no-
I
Really?
think he's playing it, Jerome.
No.
Is he?
No?
Does he?
No.
Does he have it?
No.
It was a bluff. I mean, might as well try.
Yeah.
So-
I mean, you saw your opponent do. You might as well put the fear in him.
It's just, is it set to pass?
But that's such great news from Infung.
Yep, stopping that Sloth was the key here.
If he can get another accusation.
So we search Shark Cannon, not gonna help much here, but even pushing damage is weird without the rose, that's the thing.
Yeah, it's difficult.
Yeah.
But if you just amass resources, you could just play that game.
Maybe, yes. So, yeah, it's gonna be a draw for... Ooh, and I think
It's an Ash Blossom.
it's an Ash, I think so, yeah.
Already
So
has
that's
a
good.
bell too. Like, yeah, this game is looking
Yeah.
really good for Infung Tsang.
You just play the control game now.
No, please just go for game.
I don't think he can.
He cannot.
I don't think he can.
I don't
Yeah.
think so
Yeah.
either,
Not
but
happening.
it's a
Without-
pipe dream. I'd love to see it. Our goes
know.
into Kagari. Kagari's going to go after engage. Unless Yuki tries to stop your Forbidden Crown.
Crown.
Extra solid against Sky Striker, keeping it there in the main monster zone. But
Soul
Soul Judgment!
Judgment!
Okay, now we understand why he was so quick with the accusation.
Is
You
there
have to follow-
accusation? Oh!
Accusation! We're solemn. The solemn.
Wow.
does he have another one?
The trap
No?
card's coming into play here in the Sky Striker mirror match.
Clearly, Accusation is such a powerful card in this mirror match to have it in your deck going second.
Yeah. I mean,
If you shut off a key card, you can just win on the spot. So it totally makes sense to me. So he still pays half for it. It's going to put him down to 2,500, and we'll find out how much Yuki paid.
yeah, 15, I guess.
Yeah, I would assume 15.
Yeah.
Wow.
Solemn, solemn, solemn.
No, I paid. No
So
way.
that can't possibly be
3,000.
true.
There is no way. Okay, yeah.
Okay.
The Kagari is crowned in that extra monster zone.
Yeah.
So that's stuck right there. It's going to stop the development of Hin's field.
I mean,
But Yuki still, we know he doesn't have anything going for him, and Hin
Yeah.
Feng Sang has the answer to something like Engage already in hand. He still has more cards to activate.
Oh!
It's the best.
No.
There's no way he
Why?
just believes in this so much.
Look, it can't get any worse.
But why?
I mean, at this
we
point-
keep saying this, but
and he drew the third, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure he drew the
I
third.
told you, sometimes you have to
No,
make the executive decision to side out cards that are just not working
But
for you.
this one I don't understand. Like, your opponent clearly bricked. You have Ash and Bell.
Why
I think
risk
you
it?
just passed.
Yeah, I actually don't
Like,
understand this
just
one either, especially
giving-
with the Kagari crowned there. You aren't really progressing
Like-
much more this turn.
Yeah.
Like, you're winning. Like, the only way you don't is if... Yeah, it's
He
the third.
did draw the desires.
I imagine he was just trying to get 2 more back row cards,
Yeah,
and he did.
But you don't need them. Like, you
It's
really
weird.
don't.
Ash and Bell do not actually do anything about a Ray. That's what he's probably thinking about. Ray does beat all of those cards.
I mean, there's just Pot of Desires for days in the graveyard. You can look and see what else is in there, but
Wow. Oh, wow.
He's got to be able to take out those life points, though, before he runs out of cards.
Now deck out is a potential loss condition.
Yeah.
just
we
losing
get?
every resource in your deck potentially. Falling the Virtuous.
Ah. Not so good.
I mean, there is a Ray in the grave.
If Kagari goes, Ray will come back.
I guess we have
Is it
talent.
is it Shark
maybe?
Cannon, maybe?
Trust,
No?
trust, talent.
I mean, that'd be fine.
It
It is
is
talent.
talent.
We're gonna draw 2. That's gonna be met with Ash Blossom.
One
That was
last
expensive.
Card.
That was expensive.
One last card. What is it? Will it just be set face down? Will he summon it? Will he activate it?
Wow.
He-
What a match.
I
What
mean,
a match.
The game is gonna go a little bit longer. He's gonna
Sets
set it.
face down.
Then he has the end phase.
Yeah, the Albion during the end phase will keep the resources flowing. We're
No,
gonna
he's
Shark
got a
Cannon,
Shark
cut it
Cannon
off.
it.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Oh, but you cannot use it. He has
Use
to
Ray.
rest.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Had to to the effect of Ray. And yeah, okay, they're allowing it to happen.
Yeah, fair enough.
Banishes the Albion, so there won't be another Fallen and Virtuous. The Ray turns into Kagari. Kagari, does
but
he have
now-
back engage? Does he have Sky Striker spells left in his deck?
Ah.
The time to check is 20 banish face down cards. We know the Widow Anchors are in there. The Roses are in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, you still have, as long as he has a Sky Striker spell to search, you probably add back engage still.
And yeah,
Yeah, it's
now
counting
they're
your
checking.
Like 7 cards, 8 cards.
So they
maybe.
say there's never any time you don't want to draw with
Ah.
engage. However,
Oh,
Okay,
here-
that's
all
fair,
there
that's
we
fair.
go.
there's Lotus Gate.
This is going to seal the deal. He's going to replenish some resources. He's going to return that Speller Trap back to Yuki's hand. But what if it's something he inactivated? What if he thought about this? I don't know what it could be, but
Get Shark Cannon, pick up Ray.
back to the hand.
All right, well, this is your chance.
Yeah, playing with fire, but it's working out.
I mean, he took a little bit of damage because of that accusation. Maybe you can clear the difference now.
6,500 between you and the top 4. Have you got the gas?
A linkage still represents 3,000 points of damage.
Yeah.
Can we have 2? We're going to start off with Engage.
Possibly more, because there are a lot of spells,
Yeah.
you know, so...
And you was thinking, I was like, wait, I can't
There's
bluff
linkage.
Ash because that card is face down.
Adds linkage.
Wow. Yeah, depends on how many spells there are, but...
I mean,
Close to 10?
Kagari, linkage into Kagari. Is that enough?
He's going to
The
take
two
the draw
linkages?
here.
If it's... Yeah, 2 linkages for sure.
Does he have the both attributes?
Yeah, like Kagari,
Yeah,
Zero gets there.
yeah, for
This
sure.
should be it. This should be it.
If he has dub, yeah, it should be...
Running some numbers, making some calculations. Doesn't want to misstep this close to making it to top 4.
A mistake here would be disastrous with those few cards left in the deck.
There's not that many variables left. It was a set spell and trap. We're going into the battle phase. Kagari attacks plenty of spells in the graveyard. It's going to be over 2,000.
For sure.
Now we're going to be able to use the linkage, get rid of the Kagari, summon another one, add back the linkage.
Yeah.
Oh, we're just going to go straight into zero. That says 3,000 because there's a Ray and a Rose in the grave. We're going to add back
This
to
is
zero.
it.
Yep.
Attack for
That's it.
3,000, activate the linkage, go into any Sky Striker Ace monster, and he will be moving on to top 4.
What a match.
An incredible
Hayate
match.
for fun. Get in for the last 15 and that's it.
Congratulations to Hin Fong Seng coming in first after Swiss, winning his top 8 match in a grueling, brutal Sky Striker mirror match. Pot of Desires.
Gets there in the end.
Power Desires wins another one.
There's definitely an unfortunate hand there, though, from Yuki there in game number 3. No way to really get a Sky Striker Link monster onto the field. The Pot of Sloth got stopped, and it was just a matter of time before he was going to lose that match. But wow, what a way to finish our first day.
Yeah.
It was an incredible match to go on top of the incredible matches that we have seen all day. So that's going to bring us to the end of our coverage for today. But there's going to be another entire day worth of dueling action tomorrow. So we're going to have 2 separate broadcasts for you tomorrow. The first one is going to be at 9 a.m. Japan time, so make sure to convert that on your end. Here it is. Here's the schedule. First, we'll have an opening at 9 a.m., and then we're going to bring you both semifinal matches. One at 9:10, and then after that one's done, or whenever that one's done, the second semifinal. And then after both of those are done, we're going to sign off temporarily as we get ready for the big show, where we're going to crown the world champion of all 4 disciplines.
Yeah, you're not going to want to miss that. It's going to be epic.
And then the second part, I believe that's tentatively scheduled for 1 p.m. Japan time. It will depend, of course, on how long the semifinals go. No more Sky Striker mirrors, so I don't think they're going to be quite as long as this one, but hopefully they will be just as good. So I'm Jerome McHale. I had a great time today, and just get a quick closing thought from each of you, Marcello.
Yeah, thank you a lot for being with us. It was an amazing day. I've seen a lot of amazing players coming our way, but then tomorrow we'll have the 2 remaining matches to crown and then see who is going to advance to the finals. Can't wait for it. If you missed any of the action, go back and watch some of the matches that we have had today, because really they were amazing ones.
Absolutely.
There was a lot of upsets. There was a lot of exciting matches, a lot of really powerful strategies here coming through. But it seems like what we expected to be doing well is still doing well. So time will tell who our champion will be.
And Billy.
Yeah, absolutely phenomenal day. We know we at least have 2 players from NA that are going to be competing tomorrow, but it's not going to be an easy task for either of them. It's been an incredible WCS so far, and I imagine the ending is going to be just as exciting as today was, and I can't wait to see who's going to be our Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG World Champion tomorrow.
Well, it all goes down starting at 9 a.m. Japan time tomorrow morning. Don't miss it, no matter where you are in the world. Thanks for tuning in all day, and we're going to see you tomorrow. Have a good night.